One April morning, 51 years ago, Charlie Snow, my anthropology professor at the University of Kentucky, walked into the bone lab as I was hunched over a tray of bones and asked if I would like to come along on a human identification case. In that one moment, Dr. Snow changed the course of my life and my work forever. Dr. Snow had been asked by a lawyer whether he could determine the identity of some burned human remains found in a truck outside Lexington, remains found in the charred cab alongside those of the driver. Both the driver and his passenger, believed to be his common-law wife, had been killed when an A&P grocery truck crossed the highway center line, causing a fiery collision that killed all three people in the vehicles. Dr. Snow told the lawyer that, yes, he could certainly tell whether the burned remains were indeed those of the driver's common-law wife, provided the woman's dental records could be found. It wasn't an idle boast. As director of the U.S. Army's Central Identification Laboratory, Dr. Snow had spent years during and after World War II identifying the decomposed, fragmented, and incinerated remains of American soldiers. Snow was in the vanguard of a specialty that decades later would come to be called forensic anthropology, using the knowledge and techniques of physical anthropology, which traditionally focuses on the study of ancient human bones, to help solve crimes, especially by identifying unknown murder victims and determining how they were killed. Even if it's not possible to identify a victim by name, and I have a shelf full of skeletons where that wasn't possible, a forensic anthropologist can still help by giving the police details about the victim's race, sex, stature, handedness. Muscle attachment points tend to be bigger in a right-handed person's right arm, not surprisingly, and manner of death. Was the victim stabbed, shot, strangled, bludgeoned, or killed in some other manner that left telltale marks on the bone? One reason Dr. Snow invited me to accompany him on that life-changing identification case was because I had a car, and he did not. Though I like to believe the car was far less a factor than my budding brilliance with bones. At any rate, I drove us to the rural church cemetery where the passenger had been buried. The remains inside the waterlogged coffin were slimy and smelly, a far cry from the lustrous ivory-colored bones I'd been studying in the lab the day before. In fact, when the coffin's lid was opened, the sight and smell were so overpowering that I promptly threw up. That was 51 years and hundreds of forensic cases ago. I'm happy to report that over the intervening years I have never again thrown up during a forensic case. I'm also happy to report that over these same years, the forensic sciences, the crime-solving versions of anthropology, entomology, odontology, dentistry, genetics, and other sciences that help catch and convict killers have made quantum leaps, advancing in ways I could not have imagined as I doubled over in that muddy Kentucky cemetery beside Dr. Snow. I don't mean to imply that forensic science or forensic scientists were primitive or backward in the 1950s. After studying with Dr. Snow at Kentucky, I went to the University of Pennsylvania, where I did my Ph.D. studies under Dr. Wilton Krogman, who was internationally renowned as a bone detective. Krogman wasn't called a forensic anthropologist. That term hadn't been coined yet. But I've never seen anyone better, before or since, at finding clues in human bones, at listening to the secrets the dead can whisper to reveal who they once were and how they were killed. Krogman's particular area of expertise was the skeletal growth and development of children, especially their teeth. For this reason, he tended to have dozens of orthodontists studying under him at any given time. During my years at Penn, I was virtually the only forensic anthropologist he taught, and although I didn't have formal training in dentistry or orthodontics, I absorbed a wealth of knowledge about human teeth, especially how they could shed light on a murder victim's age and identity. One of the most important lessons I've learned during my career is that justice is a team effort. In the course of any given murder case, that team may include uniformed police officers, plainclothes detectives, crime scene and lab technicians, fingerprint experts, medical examiners, forensic physicians, you might say, firearms and ballistic examiners, toxicologists, forensic dentists, and DNA specialists. From a broader perspective, though, forensic teamwork extends not just across scientific specialties, but across decades of research and innovation. I stand on the shoulders of the towering Dr. Krogman. For his part, Krogman stood on the shoulders of T. Wingate Todd, a legendary anatomist at Case Western Reserve University in Cleveland, and the first scientist to note that as we age, our pubic bones undergo steady, consistent changes that can indicate the age of an unknown skeleton. Other early giants in adapting the techniques of archaeology and anthropology to shed light on modern murders included Eilish Herlichka and T. Dale Stewart, physical anthropologists at the Smithsonian Institution. Between the 1930s and the 1960s, Herlichka and then Stewart consulted on hundreds of cases for the Federal Bureau of Investigation, which was located just a bone's throw away from the Smithsonian. In the process, they, like Krogman, helped define the tools, techniques, and capabilities of forensic anthropology. In 1972, the Physical Anthropology section of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences held its first meeting. 5 years later, a handful of us created the American Board of Forensic Anthropologists. At one point in my career, I'd trained roughly 2/3 of America's board-certified forensic anthropologists. Now, since I've retired, and other teachers have continued to turn out PhDs, that percentage is lower. Still, if you look at the family tree of forensic anthropology, the limb that hangs down below my name is a gratifyingly big one, branching into scores of respected names, scientists working at institutions as varied as the Smithsonian Institution, the Central Identification Laboratory, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, and the Kentucky Medical Examiner's Office. And numerous universities, including, of course, the University of Tennessee, one of the premier forensic anthropology programs in the world. The centerpiece, or at least the most famous component of UT's forensic anthropology program is, of course, the Anthropology Research Facility, which is far better known, to the chagrin of some of my younger colleagues, as the Body Farm. I'm often asked how and why I created the Body Farm. I wish I could answer that the vision sprang full-blown into my brilliant academic brain, but the fact is, like many scientific journeys, this one unfolded a step or two at a time. From 1960 to 1971, I taught anthropology at the University of Kansas at Lawrence, and during those 11 years, I sometimes identified skeletal remains for Kansas law enforcement officials, ranging from local police to the Kansas Bureau of Investigation. Eventually, I became friends with Harold Nye, who played a key role in catching the killers profiled in Truman Capote's true crime classic In Cold Blood, and who later became director of the KBI. In 1971, I moved to Knoxville to head the anthropology department at UT. When I did, the Tennessee State Medical Examiner, who knew me slightly, asked if I would be willing to serve as the state's forensic anthropologist, helping law enforcement agencies identify bodies. What I didn't foresee when I said yes was the dramatic difference between Tennessee murder victims and Kansas murder victims. In Kansas, when police asked me to help identify someone, they generally brought me a box of dry bones. Sometimes there would be bits of mummified tissue clinging to the bone, but for the most part, my cases in Kansas, a big, sparsely populated, relatively dry region, involved skeletal remains. In Tennessee, on the other hand, half as big, twice as many people, and several times as much rainfall, the victims tended to be fresher, smellier, and infinitely buggier, swarming with maggots, the worm-like larvae of blowflies. And when a Tennessee police officer or district attorney would ask me how long one of these corpses had been ripening, I had no solid scientific basis for an answer. So I decided to remedy that gap in my own knowledge. In 1980, on a couple of acres of junk land behind the University of Tennessee Medical Center, a patch of scraggly woods with a charred open area at the center where the hospital had burned trash for years, I poured a concrete pad measuring 16 feet square. Atop this pad, I built a chain-link enclosure, complete with a chain-link roof. I planned to place inside the fence and safe from predators, except for predators small enough to slip through the weave of the wire, human bodies, which my graduate students and I would observe closely, recording the sequence and the timing of human decomposition during the extended post-mortem interval. We received our first donated body for study in May of 1981. To preserve the anonymity of the donors, I instituted a numbering system so that research reports would refer to bodies by number, not name. That first body in 1981 became Body 181. It was soon followed by 281, 381, and 481. In 1982, the numbering sequence would begin with 182, 282, and so on. The numbering system for forensic cases is similar to the system for numbering donated bodies, but in forensic cases, the year comes first. Our first forensic case of 1981 was 81-1. The body donations came slowly at first. We relied heavily on unclaimed bodies from medical examiners around the state. Our numbers didn't even make it out of the single digits during our early years. Now, though, so many people know about our research and want to support it that we're getting into the triple digits, well over 100 donated bodies every year, with donated bodies surpassing unclaimed bodies by wider and wider margins. One early and influential reason for the rising interest in our research was Patricia Cornwell's novel, The Body Farm, a blockbuster that shot up the New York Times bestseller list in the fall of 1994. Cornwell didn't actually coin the nickname Body Farm. That dubious honor, as best we can tell, belongs to an FBI fingerprint expert named Ivan Futrell. But she sure did put us on the map. In the years since her book catapulted us to fame, The Body Farm has been featured in numerous television documentaries, newspaper and magazine articles, radio reports, and, in the past couple of years, a best-selling crime fiction series, The Body Farm novels, that John Jefferson and I are writing under the pen name Jefferson Bass. The plots and many of the characters in our novels are fictional, but the science is factual, based on more than a quarter-century's worth of experiments at the Anthropology Research Facility. As The Body Farm has grown more famous, it has also grown larger. At the moment, it encompasses 2 or 3 wooded acres enclosed within a high wooden fence. With the huge increase in body donations in recent years, however, that's not nearly big enough. Fortunately, the university has said it wants to expand the facility by adding another 11 acres. If business keeps growing at anywhere near the current rate, though, we'll outgrow the addition within a few years. People these days are just dying to get into the body farm. Not surprisingly, when we began our research program back in the early 1980s, our experiments were designed to answer some very basic questions. How long does it take the arms to fall off? When does the skull start showing through? At what point is a body reduced to bare bone? It didn't take rocket scientists to realize that those processes occurred much faster in summer than in winter. Fairly quickly, though, our research projects became more sophisticated, and we developed timelines and mathematical formulas that could help us estimate with surprising accuracy how long someone had been dead once we obtained temperature records for the days or weeks prior to the body's discovery. The key, we learned, was accumulated degree days, or ADDs, the sum of each day's average temperature. For example, if a body was placed at the body farm during the height of summer when the temperature averaged a blistering 80 degrees each day, after 10 days, the body would have accumulated 800 degree days and would be well on its way to skeletonizing. During a 10-day stretch of brutal winter cold, averaging a bone-chilling 30 degrees each day, a corpse would accumulate just 300 degree days and would have barely begun to bloat from the buildup of internal decomposition gases. The beauty of using ADDs to chart decomposition was that the data could be used anywhere in the world. By around 1,250 to 1,300 accumulated degree days, a body anywhere in the world would have been reduced to bare bone or bone covered with dry, mummified tissue. Then there were the bugs. One of our earliest research projects, conducted in 1981 by my graduate student Bill Rodriguez, charted the many insect species that came to feed on corpses, which bugs came, when they showed up, and how long they stayed. Perched for hours beside corpses, fending off flies that try to lay eggs in his nose and mouth, Bill laid a cornerstone for what would soon emerge as the new specialty of forensic entomology. Today, thanks partly to Bill's pioneering insect study at the Body Farm, crime scene technicians all over the world know to collect insect specimens from the bodies of murder victims so entomologists can determine how long those bugs have been feeding on the flesh. Since Bill's groundbreaking insect study, numerous entomologists have come to the Body Farm, the only research facility in the world where on any given day dozens of human corpses at every stage of decay, freshly dead, completely skeletonized, and everything in between, are there for the observing, as accessible to insects as they are to scientists. Entomologists aren't the only scientists who rely on the unique research opportunities the Body Farm offers. One of my former graduate students, Dr. Arpad Vas, a research scientist at Oak Ridge National Laboratory, has spent the past several years sampling and chemically analyzing the gases given off by bodies as they decay. So far, Arpad has identified more than 450 different compounds in those gases. Knowing exactly what those chemicals are is allowing Arpad to develop a mechanical nose, an instrument he can program to sniff out clandestine graves, just as a cadaver dog can be trained to find bodies. Arpad has also used post-mortem forensic chemistry, to coin an awkward term, to determine time since death. By analyzing the chemistry of death and decay products and studying how the ratios of various chemicals change as a corpse decays, Arpad can correlate chemistry with time and read the decay products like a clock that has been ticking off the hours or days or weeks since death. He's also conducting research to understand why bodies give off energy fields. His hypothesis is that the chemical reactions of decomposition turn the body into a giant biochemical battery, in effect. If that proves to be the case, it means the Energizer Bunny could retain some voltage even after thumping the bucket. One thing most people don't realize about the forensic program at the University of Tennessee is that once a corpse has finished skeletonizing at the Body Farm, its scientific life, so to speak, has just begun. In fact, when people fill out the forms to donate their body to the Body Farm, as more than 1,000 people have now signed up to do, what they're actually agreeing to donate is their skeleton. The flesh is just the biodegradable wrapper the skeleton arrives in. On a rapidly expanding set of shelves in locked rooms beneath Neyland Stadium, UT has built the largest collection of modern known skeletons in the United States and perhaps in the world. By mid-2007, the collection, the William M. Bass Donated Collection it's called, included nearly 700 specimens, with another skeleton being added about every 3 days on the average. These specimens are a remarkable resource for training anthropologists and forensic scientists. They're also a goldmine of data for the Forensic Data Bank, which amasses detailed skeletal measurements from people all over the world, so forensic scientists confronted with an unknown skeleton can more easily determine the race and ethnicity of the bones: European, Native American, African American, Sub-Sahara African, Pacific Islander, Australian Aborigine, Chinese, or any of dozens of other groups included in the data. The donated skeletons also form the backbone of 4DISC, a powerful computer program developed at UT by my colleague and former student Dr. Richard Jantz to determine the sex, stature, and race of unknown skeletons on the basis of a few simple skeletal measurements. During 2006 and 2007, every skeleton in the donated collection was scanned with a CT scanner. In the years to come, I expect those scans will be used for all sorts of interesting research in applied forensic science, such as the FBI's experimental facial reconstruction software, Reface. One of the most dramatic and revolutionary advances in forensic science in recent decades is the advent of DNA testing. Although DNA testing isn't a magic wand, as the Leoma Patterson case described later in this book makes painfully clear, it is an astonishing breakthrough. DNA research is no longer confined to the fields of genetics. Within anthropology, a new scientific discipline, molecular anthropology, is emerging. UT's anthropology faculty now includes a talented young molecular anthropologist, Dr. Graciela Cabana, who will doubtless find fascinating ways to advance the frontiers of her specialty through research at the body farm. One piece of research that will probably never be done at the body farm is the effect of book writing on the health of the body, or at least the health of my body. In the year 2002, early in the writing of my memoir, Death's Acre, my heart stopped beating, and I nearly died. Then, just as this book was nearing completion, my cardiologist informed me that my pacemaker, implanted after my 2002 brush with death, was dying and needed to be replaced right away. I went in for day surgery on a Wednesday morning, and by lunchtime that day I was headed home. The following day I felt good enough to take my dog Trey for her afternoon walk, and early the next week I drove to Nashville and gave a 2-hour lecture to a group of medical professionals. Officially, I've been retired for years now, but some weeks I still put in 40 or 50 hours of work, by choice, not of necessity. Occasionally I end up wishing I'd chosen to say no more often, but mostly I say yes because I love to lecture and love to consult on interesting forensic cases. Sometime soon, for example, I'm supposed to help a team of forensic scientists exhume and examine the remains of the famous magician Harry Houdini, who died on Halloween in 1926. He supposedly died from a ruptured appendix, but questions and rumors about death threats and poison have persisted for 80 years, veiling the truth like smoke in mirrors. Houdini was arguably the world's greatest escape artist, yet in the end he couldn't escape the Grim Reaper. None of us will, but some of us, thanks to the magic of technology and medicine, managed to prolong our performance by years. It's my good fortune that cardiac science, like forensic science, has made immense strides in the course of my adult life. And yet, the human heart, like the human mind, remains mysterious and sometimes tragically flawed, as the unchanging penchant for murder reminds me again and again. It has been my calling and my privilege to help solve some of those murders, and, thanks to years of research by graduate students and faculty at the Body Farm, to provide scientific tools that help other forensic scientists solve them. I never set out to create something famous at the Body Farm. I was simply putting one scientific foot in front of the other, trying to answer questions as they arose in the course of murder investigations or classroom discussions. Gradually, though, those research steps have taken me and my colleagues and students on quite a journey. In the chapters that follow, you'll see how things we've learned at the Body Farm have helped us identify the dead, figure out what happened to them, and in many cases, though sadly not all, bring killers to justice. But the real breakthrough, as I'm reminded in the wake of the tragic shootings at Virginia Tech, remains elusive. The real breakthrough will come the day we learn not how to solve more murders, but how to prevent more murders. Meanwhile, until that day dawns, our not-so-ivory tower research, behind our locked gates and wooden fences, will equip investigators with more and better tools to solve the crimes that occur in the real world, the world beyond the Body Farm. As fans of the television series CSI know, death scenes can capture a wealth of detail about what happens in the instant when human life is snuffed out. Even, I can say with certainty, when that instant occurred nearly 3,000 years ago. More than 4 decades ago and 6,000 miles away, I had one of my most memorable experiences in applying the tools of archaeology and anthropology to the question of forensic science. The death scene lay in the ancient hilltop citadel of Hassanlu in northwestern Iran, where a fierce army attacked the massive fortress, breached its mighty walls and brought down its palace and temple in a rain of blood and fire. Hundreds had died in the battle and the blaze, but I was focusing on 3 of the dead who were unearthed in a particularly dramatic way in the ruins. Midway through the project, though, I began to fear that a 4th death might soon be involved, my own. As I lay doubled over, delirious for days on end, my circumstances may have been less heroic than those of the ancient warriors whose bones had drawn me here, but the setting, the way of life, the nearness of death, even the practice of medicine had changed little in the 28th century since the fortress fell. In the summer of 1964, at age 35, I was an eager assistant professor of anthropology at the University of Kansas at Lawrence. Although the ink on my Ph.D. from the University of Pennsylvania had been dry for only 3 years, by that time I had excavated more skeletons than almost any other anthropologist in America. Starting in 1957, the summer after I entered graduate school at Penn, I'd worked for the Smithsonian Institution, which was excavating numerous Native American village sites throughout the Missouri River Basin. My first summer in the Missouri Basin, my crew and I painstakingly located and excavated several dozen Arikara Indian graves. By 1963, after I'd devised a way to use road grading equipment to peel back the earth atop the graves without damaging the bones within, we were excavating several hundred each summer. I got so fast and efficient at excavating burial grounds that I eventually earned the label Indian Grave Robber #1 from a Native American activist who disapproved of digging up Indian graves. So, although I was still relatively young in 1964, I'd racked up some unique and extensive experience, and it didn't come as a total surprise when I got a call from Bob Dyson, an up-and-coming archaeologist back at Penn, seeking help excavating ancient graves at Hassanlu. 6 years before inviting me to Iran, when he was a mere 31 years old, Bob made the discovery of a lifetime at Hassanlu. Beneath a mound of rubble and charred embers, in the wreckage of an immense 2-story palace or temple, he found the skeletal remains of 3 men trapped, crushed, when the burning roof collapsed and the massive walls toppled. As the debris was carefully brushed from the buried bones, it became clear that the 3 men had died while at a dead run, literally, their arms and legs frozen in perpetual near motion. It was a remarkable snapshot of death, preserved for nearly 3 millennia. Even more remarkable, and a key reason Bob invited me to Hassanlu, was the object cradled in the arms of the front runner. The object was a bowl, a metal vessel measuring about 8 inches high, 7 inches across the top, and 6 inches across the base. The falling walls had flattened the bowl, of course, along with the guy carrying it. Even so, the bowl's elaborate ornamentation remained virtually intact and astonishingly detailed. An upper scene, enacted by a band of embossed figures encircling the bowl, showed 3 young men bringing offerings to the gods, 2 gods riding in chariots, and a 3rd god wearing a horned headdress. The bowl's lower ring contained a series of smaller scenes and numerous figures, including a nude goddess, a male hunter or warrior, an eagle carrying a woman, another woman riding a lion, and a trio of people, a seated man, a woman, and a child, whom the woman is presenting to the man. The bowl was such an extraordinary find that Life magazine devoted an 11-page spread to it. Despite its relatively small size, the bowl was quite heavy. That's because it was made of solid gold. Today, carefully guarded in a museum in Tehran, the bowl is one of Iran's richest archaeological treasures. 3 millennia ago, it was equally prized, occupying a sacred place in the citadel's palace or temple. 3 men, at least, had died for the bowl's sake, caught for all time in a dramatic act of desperation. By the time Bob Dyson called me in early 1964, millions of Life readers had marveled at the bowl's intricate beauty. But the question that still hung in the air across all the centuries since the citadel's gates were breached The roof caught fire and the walls collapsed, was this. Who were these three men, and what were they doing with the bowl? Were they all Citadel defenders, frantically trying to keep a sacred relic from falling into the hands of infidels? Or were they looters, greedily racing from a burning temple with the richest plunder of all? Or were they a mixture of both, one lone temple guard faithful to the last, fleeing a pair of ruthless pursuers? Bob asked if I could help answer the question. I thought I could, but it wouldn't be easy. I'd need to travel to Iran, dig up the bones of soldiers from both ancient armies, and compare their measurements to those of the area's modern inhabitants. It was a long shot, back in those decades before scientists knew how to use DNA to trace ancestry, and it had never been done before, and it was irresistibly interesting. Bob promised to provide me with a crew of 10 local workmen to do the digging and offered to pay travel expenses for one of my students to help supervise the workers. I invited Ted Rathbun, an inexperienced but promising student who would be starting graduate school in the fall. I thought I was doing Ted a favor. Little did I know that soon my life would be in that young man's hands. Ted and I left Kansas City in early June, arriving in Beirut, Lebanon. In those days, Beirut was a beautiful, vibrant, cosmopolitan city, brimming with visitors from many nations. You could ski in the nearby mountains in the morning, then unwind with an afternoon swim in the Mediterranean, gazing above the blue waters at a sky filled with parasailers. There was no gunfire, no explosions. This was a decade before a long, bloody civil war tore Lebanon apart. Beirut was a last urbane vestige of modern civilization before the wiles of Iran. We'd flown into Beirut on TWA. In Beirut, we switched to Cedar, a Lebanese airline, for the flight to Tehran. There, we rendezvoused with Bob Dyson and the rest of the American team who would be spending the summer in Hassanlu. From the airport, we were whisked straight to a dinner at the American Embassy, where we were treated like visiting dignitaries rather than lowly academics and students. We stayed in the Iranian capital for nearly a week, getting our visas, passes, and other paperwork processed. In planning the expedition, Bob Dyson figured he might want to send some of the crew to other nearby sites, so he had requested driver's licenses for me and several others. The request was refused. The government official who vetoed it didn't say why. However, Bob had worked enough summers in Iran to know how the machinery of corruption and bribery worked. He handed over some dollars to lubricate the wheels of progress, and soon we had our licenses. Official corruption wasn't the only problem I encountered in Tehran. My first inkling of illness came there, when I developed a case of diarrhea. It wasn't bad. It happens to travelers all the time, and I took some Imodium tablets, which seemed to help. After our work in Tehran, we boarded a smaller, propeller-driven plane and flew several hundred miles northwest to Tabriz, the provincial capital of East Azerbaijan. After a couple of nights in Tabriz, more than 2 weeks after leaving Kansas, we finally hit the road for Hassanlu. Hassanlu was a hard day's drive from Tabriz, so we took full advantage of being there to stock up on supplies. Bob Dyson's equipment included a 1-ton flatbed Ford truck with wood stake sides, the sort of truck that could be seen all over Kansas hauling hay bales and livestock across the prairie. Bob crammed the back of the truck with food, tools, and Ted and me, and off we went in a cloud of dust. The roads weren't paved, but they were gravel, and they were pretty good. They'd been built by American troops during World War II to transport Lend-Lease equipment to Russia, convoys of trucks and tanks and other heavy supplies, and 20 years later, they were still good. Dusty, but good. The modern-day village of Hassanlu, and I use the term modern very loosely, was home to 5,000 or 6,000 people, most of whom worked in the agricultural fields lining the Solduz Valley. Situated at an elevation of around 4,500 feet, the village would heat up into the 90s during the day, but cool off considerably at night, as high desert locations do. By the time we bumped to a halt that evening, the sun was sinking, the heat was relenting, and Ted and I were caked with enough dust to render us nearly as dark-skinned as the villagers. As best I could tell, Hassanlu had changed little since 800 BC. The chief mode of transportation was walking, with donkey riding a distant second. Buildings were made of mud bricks baked in the sun. Their roofs were constructed of saplings and branches laid across the top of the walls, then covered with several inches of packed dirt. In winter, it was important to sweep the snow off the roof lest the weight cause the roof to collapse, or the spring thaw turned the dirt to mud. Inside the houses, the floors were dirt as well. The one exception to these ancient building codes was the village schoolhouse, which boasted a floor of concrete and walls of kiln-fired brick. The houses also tended to have haystacks on their roofs. If one catches fire, it's easy for a whole village to go up in flames. The town was strung out along the irrigation canal called a jube. The jube was more than just a source of irrigation water. It was also where livestock came to drink, where women came to do laundry and wash dishes, and where people gathered to gossip or to pick up prostitutes who were nicknamed jube queens for their habit of sitting alongside the jube and dangling their feet in the water while waiting for customers. The whole scene was like something from the days of Jesus or Muhammad. But then my eye caught a flash of familiar modern images. Beneath a cloud of flies, the tables in the town's open-air meat market were topped with flattened beer cans, Budweiser and Black Label empties. The surprise and incongruity of it made me smile. One other note of modernity was a generator which the American archaeologists had brought and which ran every evening from 6 to 10. That one piece of technology changed the village culture dramatically. In the centuries BG, before a generator, people went to bed at dark. In the AG era, people sat up at night for hours in front of the artificial breeze stirred by small electric fans, the village's new status symbol. The archaeological site lay just outside the village. The citadel was roughly circular in shape and about the size of the University of Tennessee's Neyland Stadium, one of the largest stadiums in America. The fortress had been built atop a mound rising above the valley floor to make it harder to attack. A chariot road angled up the slope from the valley to the main gate. The wall around the perimeter was about 20 feet high. Defenders could be arrayed along the top of the wall, with archers also firing arrows from 4 large square towers spaced around its wall. Inside the walls, the palace complex was huge, with walls that had soared some 70 feet high. To begin to answer Bob's question about who the 3 men with the bowl were, I needed to see and measure as many skeletons of citadel defenders as possible. Bob had hired about 100 local men as workers for the summer. He would use 90 of them to dig for artifacts. Ted and I were given 13 to excavate buried warriors. My assumption, an educated guess, was that the citadel's defenders would be buried in the local cemetery, while invaders, killed in the assault, would not be. Over the weeks to come, we would excavate a total of 83 burials, which was a dozen more than crews had excavated in the previous 6 summers combined. As the skeletons mounted, we began to get a good idea of the skeletal characteristics of these ancient warriors. Their bones tended to be quite robust, with prominent muscle markings created by the tug of mighty sword arms and powerful legs. That makes sense. Fighting men need to be big and strong. The 3 men associated with the Golden Bowl fit this general description as well, with one notable exception. The man who died with the bowl in his arms was big all right, but judging by the very slight muscle markings, he couldn't have been very strong. Perhaps his size got him a job as a palace guard, but having a more sedentary job than a soldier would, he got soft. Ted went so far as to speculate that he might have been the palace eunuch, an unprovable but reasonable hypothesis, since castration would have reduced his testosterone level drastically, and testosterone helps athletes build muscle mass. I was pretty confident that, given his lack of strength, the guy carrying the bowl wasn't a battle-hardened invader who'd fought his way through the ranks of the Citadel's defenders. But what about the 2 other guys hot on his heels? Were they running with him, watching his back? Or were they running after him, chasing him, and on the verge of catching him when the walls came tumbling down? To answer that part of the question, I needed to measure Hassanlu's living, breathing inhabitants, and see what clues to the dead I might find among the living. Before leaving Kansas, I'd searched the literature and found that there were no modern studies of the people of the Soldus Valley. An anthropologist named Henry Fields had measured several populations in the Middle East, including groups about 70 or 80 miles south, but none in Azerbaijan, and certainly none in the Soldus Valley. I asked Bob Dyson if I could measure workers during lunch breaks or other slow times, and he said sure. So I'd go around and measure people who were on the crews, their stature, arm length, cranial length and breadth, and the height and width of their noses, which tended to be big and beak-like. After a few days, I noticed that people were lining up to get measured, not just workmen, but women and children who were walking out from the village, a 30-minute round trip. This puzzled me greatly, so I asked the interpreter to find out why my measurement project had made me so popular. It took some asking around for him to find out the truth, but eventually he learned the reason. Word on the street had it that I was measuring people for overcoats for the winter, and that everyone I measured would get a free coat. By that time, I'd measured 60 or 80 people, and I felt bad that, through no fault of my own, people's hopes were going to be raised and then, come winter, dashed. I tried to correct the misinformation. I asked the interpreter to explain that this was strictly science, that nobody from this area had ever been measured before, and that I wasn't going to be able to send overcoats. But the villagers simply wouldn't believe that, and they kept coming, so I stopped taking my measurements. Another reason I stopped taking measurements was that I got deathly ill. The intestinal bug I'd picked up in Tehran came roaring back with a vengeance, causing me to double over with cramps. My digestive system didn't know what hit it. Bouts of near-constant diarrhea alternated with spells of painful constipation. I was weak from hunger and dehydration because I was vomiting frequently, too. One moment I'd be shaking with chills and the next sweating with fever. I spent days in delirium. Just when I was starting to wonder whether I would survive, a diplomatic courier pouch reached Tabriz from the States loaded with powerful antibiotics that were brought to me in Hassanlu. The medicine didn't cure me overnight, but in the days that followed, I rallied. After I was back on my feet, we took our crew to spend several days excavating at a Kurdish site, a mountaintop fort that had been destroyed by an earthquake a couple of thousand years ago. The drive over was hot and dusty, so we stopped at a creek to cool down and clean up. We stripped to our boxer shorts to bathe in the creek. I looked up from the water and noticed a crowd of Kurdish women gathered on a nearby hill to look at us. We waved and they chattered excitedly, but I'm not sure what they were saying. The ruins of the Kurdish fort were terraced into a mountainside about 1,000 feet above a valley. During our lunch break, we wrestled a big rock to the edge and rolled it off, then watched and whooped as it crashed down 1,000 feet. From the pile of debris it shattered upon, I could tell we weren't the first to succumb to that boyish impulse. Back at Hassanlu, we began to wind down for the summer. We'd been boxing up the bones all along as they were excavated. Ted and I left before the expedition completely wound down for the summer. We left maybe a week or two before Bob did. School was starting soon, and we had families to get back to. Anne had given birth to our third son, Jim, and she and I were both eager to have me back home. I'd set out strong and confident. I arrived home weaker and less certain. Besides falling gravely ill, I'd encountered 2 serious problems in answering Bob Dyson's question about the 3 men with the bowl. We knew that the attackers had burned down the palace, but we didn't know if they had taken possession of the village and stayed put, or had simply destroyed the citadel and moved on. That was one problem. The other was a recent and drastic change in the region's migration patterns. For thousands of years, the population in the Soldus Valley had remained remarkably stable and isolated. Unlike Europe, where populations have long mixed and mingled, this area was remote and rugged enough to remain geographically and genetically insulated. Lake Urmia provided a water barrier to the northeast. The Zagros Mountains reared thousands of feet high to the west, limiting contact with Iraq, and even higher mountains to the north, including 18,000-foot Mount Ararat, blocked migration from Turkey. But in the 1900s, roads and powered vehicles breached these barriers as surely as Hassanlu's ancient attackers had breached the citadel's walls and chariot gate. Many of the modern inhabitants of the Saldus Valley had come down from Turkey during the past century. When I took the measure of some foreign-looking head or nose, I didn't know if I was recording a descendant of some ancient invader or the grandson of a 20th century transplant. Today, as anthropologists learn to use DNA to trace the ancient roots of modern populations, it might be possible to provide a more definitive answer to the identities of the three men with the bowl. Possible, but expensive. And I believe the answer would be the same as what my intuition told me back in 1964 as I pondered the death scene in a village where time, like the dead men, had been frozen for 3 millennia. I believe the soft-bodied guard with the bowl cradled in his right arm was in the company of 2 stronger, tougher palace guards, fighting men hand-picked for their size and strength. The one least able to fight was given the bowl to carry. The other 2 were watching his back as they raced to save the bowl from fire and invaders. I've seen scores of death scenes since then. Each one has told me a story, sometimes complete, sometimes fragmentary. Many have been more gruesome. None has been more memorable or more tantalizing than the 2,800-year-old tale whispered down through the ages by the golden bowl in the burning palace. One of the main missions of a forensic anthropologist is to restore names and identities to the unknown dead. Identity is an interesting notion. What is it that makes us unique as individuals? Is it the sum total of our thoughts and feelings? Is it our place in a family tree as offspring of a particular set of parents? Or the paper trail we create as we buy cars and houses, cash paychecks, file tax returns? The patterns of raised loops and whirls that help our fingertips grip objects more securely? The chemical composition of our DNA? The answer, of course, is all of the above and more. Forensically speaking, it's possible to make a positive identification of an individual in a variety of ways. In recent years, the gold standard has become DNA typing. Each of us carries within the nucleus of every cell in our body a genetic blueprint written in biochemical code, a coded message that's 3 billion lines long and different from every other person's. But DNA testing is far from the only technique for positive identification, and it's often not the fastest or most efficient. Despite what you might gather from television shows like CSI, DNA analysis can take weeks or even months and can cost thousands of dollars. Genetic testing is getting faster and cheaper, but it still has a long, long way to go to rival the speed and affordability of matching a skeleton's teeth, fillings, and other unique features with missing persons ante-mortem before death, dental records, x-rays, and other medical information. One morning in March of 1974, not quite 3 years after I moved to Knoxville to head the anthropology department at the University of Tennessee, 4 people showed up in my office beneath Neyland Stadium. The sheriff of Blount County, the coroner of Blount County, the president of the East Tennessee Pilots Association, and a reporter from the Maryville Daily Times. Actually, 4 people and 1 skull showed up in my office. The skull had been found partially buried in the sand by a boy walking along an exposed stretch of shoreline in Blount County. Every winter, the Tennessee Valley Authority, TVA, lowers the water level in the string of lakes it has created along the Tennessee River and its tributaries as a flood control measure so that when the spring rains set in, the reservoirs can accommodate the extra runoff. A drop of several feet is enough to expose large stretches of shoreline, prime territory for arrowhead hunters looking for souvenirs of the valley's prior pre-TVA inhabitants. I don't know whether this Blount County boy was looking for Indian relics. In any case, what he found was a human skull. He left it there by the river, but that evening he told his father about it. "We'd better go back and get it," said the boy's dad. Once they'd retrieved the skull, they contacted the Blount County Sheriff's Office, which was understandably anxious to determine whether the skull was ancient or modern, and whether it belonged to a murder victim. From the heavy, prominent brow ridge over the eyes, this was clearly a male skull. The narrow nasal opening and the vertical structure of the teeth and jaws told me that it was Caucasoid rather than Negroid. In black or African American people, the teeth and jaws tend to angle forward, a distinctive trait called prognathism. And the fact that the incisors were basically flat across the back rather than shovel-shaped ruled out the possibility that this was a Native American skull. Besides, except for the lack of a mandible or lower jaw, the skull was in remarkably good shape, far too pristine to have been stuck in the mud for decades or centuries. Amalgam fillings done by a good dentist, judging from the handiwork, confirmed the skull's recent vintage. The skull was unblemished. If it belonged to a murder victim, the murder was definitely not committed by a blow or gunshot to the head. From the wear on the teeth and the prominence of the cranial sutures, the joints between the bones of the cranial vault, I estimated the age to be somewhere between 30 and 34. Only two things about the skull appeared to be at all out of the ordinary. One was the presence of adipocere, a waxy or soapy substance at the back of the eye orbits. Adipocere, the Latin term translates literally as grave wax, forms when fatty tissue decays in a very moist environment, such as a basement or a riverbank. Most people don't realize it, but all of us, except for the extremely malnourished, have pockets of fat behind our eyeballs. If you've ever seen photos of concentration camp survivors, you'll notice that their eyes appear sunken, extremely deep-set in their skulls. That's because they've used up all of their fat reserves, including those small pads behind the eyes. So knowing where the skull had been found, I wasn't surprised to see the clumps of adipocere deep in the eye orbits. The skull's other unusual feature was its shape. The cranial vault was remarkably tall and narrow, with a sloping forehead and slanted openings or orbits for the eyes, which gave the skull an almost oriental appearance. What immediately sprang to my mind when I saw the high, narrow vault was a rare medical condition, a deformity of the skull called scaphocephaly, which results from premature closure of the sagittal suture, the joint between the frontal lobe, the forehead, and the parietal bones, the sides of the skull. That means that during childhood the skull can't grow wider, so it grows higher instead, to accommodate the brain's growth. If you take the top of the skull from someone who had scaphocephaly and turn it upside down, the inside of the cranial vault resembles the V-shaped inner hull or keel of a boat. Now, this particular skull wasn't quite tall and narrow enough to merit a diagnosis of scaphocephaly. If this individual were a child today, he probably wouldn't require surgical intervention. But its proportions were much closer to scaphocephalic than most people's. Of the 4 people who accompanied the skull, the most unexpected was the president of the East Tennessee Pilots Association, Jim Klein. Klein told me about a Knoxville man named Elmer Reynolds who had disappeared 2 years before in a small plane, Klein's plane, in fact, while taking a 16-year-old girl for what was supposed to be a brief sightseeing flight. The girl, Linda Hendrick, was from Michigan. She was visiting an aunt in Knoxville, an aunt who lived with her husband in the caretaker's trailer at Cox's Sky Ranch, a small grass airstrip tucked alongside the river about 4 miles upriver from where the skull was found. When the plane took off near dusk one afternoon in January of 1972, Reynolds said he was going to show Linda the lights of Knoxville. It would need to be a short flight as the plane had only about a half hour's worth of fuel on board. When they didn't return, the Civil Air Patrol launched a search from the air but failed to spot any sign of aircraft wreckage in the wooded terrain or the river shallows. The local rescue squad did some dragging in the river, also without finding anything. One theory that circulated among some law enforcement officers was that perhaps Reynolds, age 32, a man with a wife and 5 children, might have run off with the teenager. But inquiries at nearby airports where he could have refueled the plane also failed to turn up any signs of its whereabouts or flight path. The skull was the right age and race to be that of Reynolds. It was obvious from the good condition of the skull's teeth that this man had received regular dental care. What's more, one of the molars had a distinctive shape and a distinctive filling. Most people's molars have what's called a Y5 pattern. That means the chewing surface of the molar has 5 peaks, or cusps. The name comes from the fact that the valleys between the 5 cusps connect to form the shape of the letter Y. One of the skull's molars had a less common pattern, a 4+, in which the valleys between 4 cusps connect in the shape of a plus sign. These different patterns in molars date back millions of years in our evolutionary history, all the way back to our ancestors, apes of the Miocene epoch, about 27 million years ago. Between the Miocene epoch and the 20th century, dentistry evolved even more rapidly than primates did. By the 1970s, highly evolved dentists knew that if a patient developed a cavity in the central valley of a molar, it wasn't enough just to fill the hole itself. A lasting repair required drilling out along the valleys a ways and filling a larger area to make sure the filling was anchored to a solid foundation. This guy, who had a long, uniquely shaped filling in a 4+ molar, clearly had a highly evolved dentist. "I'm sure Elmer Reynolds' dentist could tell us if this is him," I told the small group in my office. One of them, I forget who, called Elmer's wife, who steered us to a dentist named Robert Greer. I called Dr. Greer, who had an office in an old house on Magnolia Avenue. "I may have the skull of one of your patients," I told him. "Could I bring it out and get you to take a look and compare it to your records?" He agreed, and asked me to bring the skull to his office early the next morning. I showed up at 9 a.m. with the skull in a brown paper grocery bag. "This might be Elmer Reynolds," I said. Dr. Greer reached into the bag, and as he lifted out the skull, he said at once, "Yeah, that's Elmer." He said it before consulting Reynolds' dental records. In fact, he said it even before inspecting the teeth. He, like me, was struck immediately by the skull's high, narrow vault, a vault the dentist had bent over at 6-month intervals for 4 years. If Greer had wondered why Elmer hadn't come in for his regular cleanings, his question was now answered. After recognizing the distinct shape of the skull, Dr. Greer pulled out a chart and confirmed that the teeth matched Elmer's dental records. I thanked him for his help, put the skull back in the paper bag, and walked out of his office. As I headed down the front steps toward my car, I passed 2 men on the sidewalk. We said hello in passing, and then one of them said, "Excuse me, are you the man trying to identify our brother?" Evidently, they'd heard a skull had been brought to me for identification, and when they called my office, my secretary told them I'd gone to consult Dr. Greer. I told the men who I was and acknowledged that I was trying to identify a skull found on the edge of the reservoir. Then they introduced themselves, and their last name was Reynolds, so I figured they probably were indeed Elmer's brothers and deserved to know where things stood. "I hate to tell you this," I said, "but we have made a positive identification, and it is Elmer Reynolds." We talked for a few moments, and then I noticed the men glancing at the bag in my hand. Now, as far as I know, neither Emily Post nor Miss Manners ever offered any etiquette advice about this particular sort of situation, so at this point I was forced to wing it. After a moment's thought, I said, "Would you like to see your brother?" They discussed it for a few minutes and finally decided they would. I took the skull out. This was on a sidewalk along Magnolia Avenue, a busy Knoxville street, and they both said, "Yeah, that's Elmer, all right." I found it interesting that people who knew him could recognize him even without the soft tissue. I never had any contact with Reynolds' widow, but I heard she was relieved that we had made an identification, which meant she could finally file a death claim and collect on his life insurance. With 5 children to support, she must have had quite a financial struggle over the past 2 years. And although there is nearly always sadness when a body or skeleton or skull is identified, there's also closure. and the opportunity, painful though it may be, to move from uncertainty and confusion to grief, resolution, and the process of getting on with life again. I'd received the skull on a Monday. On Friday, I sent the Blount County authorities my report detailing my examination of the skull and positive identification based on a distinctive filling in one of the skull's molars, which precisely matched Elmer Reynolds' dental records, as did an unusually shaped root in one of the teeth. The next week, I clambered into a flat-bottomed aluminum boat belonging to the Blount County Rescue Squad. They beached the boat on a small sandy debris-laden inlet tucked between rocky bluffs lining that stretch of the river, the site where the boy had found the skull. While rescue squad divers probed the depths and volunteers probed shallower waters with aluminum poles in search of the telltale clatter of metal wreckage, I sifted through sand and layers of washed-up twigs and trash, hoping to find bones from Elmer's postcranial skeleton, the portion below the skull, and anything from his passenger, Linda Hendrick. The rescue squad's efforts expanded. 6 other area rescue squads joined the search, extending it for miles upriver, but I found nothing more where the skull had washed up. In hundreds of hours of searching, the divers and pole probers found a tool bag Jim Klein said had come from the plane. But that was it. No aircraft, and no more bones. The river was not willing to give up its dead. One of the most revolutionary changes in forensic science in recent decades has been the advent of DNA testing, the ability to chart any person's genetic makeup, to take a genetic fingerprint, essentially, and compare that with all sorts of forensic evidence, ranging from body fluids to hair to skeletal elements such as soft tissue, teeth, and bones. DNA analysis isn't without its drawbacks. For one thing, it can be time-consuming and expensive, requiring weeks or even months to process some samples and costing as much as several $1,000s for a single comparison. For another thing, it's not always possible to obtain DNA samples, even if you have a complete skeleton. Immersion in water, burial in bacteria-rich or acidic soil, or incineration at temperatures hot enough to reduce a body to brittle, calcined bones can make it impossible to recover enough genetic material for a DNA analysis. Still, it's a remarkable and powerful new tool in the forensic scientist's toolbox, and I wish it had been available throughout my career. More specifically, I wish it had been available back in 1975 when I received a box of human bones that were found in a barren field in Kansas. But it wasn't. So instead I used a combination of ultraviolet radiation and chemistry to shed light on the case of a young murder victim. 30 years later, I took the witness stand and testified about the technique in the trial of a man finally charged with murder in that case. The box, which arrived by certified mail on January 20, 1975, came from Dr. James Bridgens, a Johnson County medical examiner in Shawnee Mission, a suburb of Kansas City. I knew Dr. Bridgens slightly from a case I'd worked several years before, in which I'd managed to identify Lisa Silvers, a 2-year-old murder victim, after finding her distinctively notched front teeth submerged in a sandy creek bed outside Olathe. The bones inside the box from Shawnee Mission had been stumbled upon 2 weeks earlier, scattered in a field outside Lenexa, about 7 miles away. I unpacked the box and inventoried its contents with the help of one of my Ph.D. students, Doug Owsley, who is now the senior physical anthropologist at the Smithsonian Institution. The box held just 14 bones, or less than 10% of a human skeleton. 6 ribs, 2 vertebrae, 3 long bones, a left femur and tibia, and a right humerus, a right ilium, part of the hip, a right scapula, and fortunately, the skull, minus the mandible. Dr. Bridgens had already matched the teeth and fillings that remained in the upper jaw with the dental records of Elizabeth Wilson, a 13-year-old girl from Shawnee Mission. Elizabeth had gone missing the previous July. She was last seen walking home from a public swimming pool near Shawnee Mission East High School. According to the story I heard, Liz's older brother was supposed to walk her home, but he went off with some friends instead, leaving her to make the walk alone. She vanished without a trace. Since Dr. Bridgens had already matched the teeth and fillings in the skull with Liz's dental records, he didn't need my help in identifying the girl. He needed help making sure that Liz was the only victim whose bones we had. On the surface, it might seem obvious that they were all hers, but when you've worked as many murder cases as I have, you learn that what's obvious is not always the same as what's true. Serial killers sometimes dump multiple bodies in the same location. In Knoxville's most notorious serial killing case, for instance, we found 4 women's bodies in the same patch of woods alongside Interstate 40. The darker question underlying Dr. Bridgens' seemingly routine request was this: could a serial killer be on the loose in northeast Kansas? Several quick observations led me to suspect that the bones came from only one person. First, there were no duplicate bones, only one left femur, only one right humerus, and so forth. Second, all the bones appeared similarly weathered, which indicated that they had probably been exposed to sunlight, heat, moisture, and cold for the same amount of time. And third, all the bones were consistent with the skeletal structure of a 13-year-old white female. The bones were all Elizabeth Wilson's. 28 years passed, and no one was ever charged with Liz's murder. Then in early 2004, I received a flurry of calls from Senior Special Agent Brad Kortz of the Kansas Bureau of Investigation. The KBI had gotten a tip about the identity of her killer and was about to make an arrest. They had a serious problem, though. During the nearly 3 decades that had elapsed since Elizabeth's bones were found and identified, Dr. Bridgens had died, and the KBI wasn't sure where the bone had ended up. Brad wondered if I might have retained the bones at UT. Unfortunately, I'd sent them back to Dr. Bridgens, according to the return receipt in my file, and he'd received them on February 7, 1975. I did have one piece of encouraging news for the KBI agent, though. My file included a copy of a cranial X-ray taken at UT Medical Center, while the bones were in my custody. As the last living link in the chain of skeletal evidence, I was the only person who could testify with direct authority that the remains had been positively identified as Liz's. On September 23, 2004, I stepped off a plane in Kansas City and got into a black Lincoln Town car that whisked me to the Johnson County Courthouse in Olathe, Kansas. There I met with Brad Kortz, the senior KBI agent. Brad brought several items with him to the meeting: my original report from 1975, the post-mortem X-ray of Elizabeth Wilson's skull, and last but far from least, a box containing 15 bones. The bones had never actually been lost, as the KBI briefly feared. Instead, they'd been returned to the family and buried in a grave in Iowa, from which they'd recently been exhumed during preparations for the trial. The man on trial for Elizabeth Wilson's murder was named John Henry Horton. At the time of Liz's disappearance, he was the 26-year-old janitor at Shawnee Mission East High School, the area where she was last seen. According to news reports, the police and KBI had long suspected Horton, but they lacked enough evidence to charge him. That finally changed in early 2003 when a woman came forward and told investigators that when she was 14, Horton drugged her with chloroform and sexually molested her. One theory of the crime in Liz's death held that Horton tried the same tactic with her, but gave her a lethal overdose of the drug. The day after I arrived and met with Agent Kortz, I was called to take the stand in John Henry Horton's murder trial. After the bailiff swore me in, Assistant District Attorney Rick Gwynn led me through a series of questions designed to help the jury understand what forensic anthropology is and what sort of qualifications I have to testify in court. Then he asked me to describe how I examined the bones back in 1975, and determined that they were all from the same young female. Finally, he asked if I could tell whether the bones I'd looked at the day before were the same bones I'd studied nearly 30 years before. "They are the same bones," I answered. "Fortunately, I did a pretty good job of the record. The 14 bones are numbered, or I had numbered them, the size and what was there, and we put them in anatomical order, and they all matched." I also described the cranial X-ray I'd taken in 1975 and explained how the air cavities that showed up in the mastoid process, the prominent bony areas just behind the ears, in the 1975 X-ray, matched the air cavities in a new X-ray taken after the bones were exhumed. Horton's defense attorney didn't challenge anything in my original analysis, nor did she question my certainty that the bones I'd examined the day before were the same bones. About all she did was ask whether I'd observed anything in the skeletal material indicating an unnatural manner of death. "There's nothing on those bones that'll tell you that," I answered. "And so probably there wouldn't be anything about those bones either that would indicate if that person had ever been molested?" "No, ma'am. Nothing in the bones. Not from the bones." The cornerstones of the prosecution's case against the former school janitor included the fact that Liz was last seen near the school and that Horton was at work at the time of her disappearance, and the testimony of the woman who charged that Horton had chloroformed and molested her at age 14. Although the case was purely circumstantial, the jury found it convincing, voting to convict Horton of first-degree murder. He began serving a life sentence with no chance of parole for at least 15 years. Then, in February 2007, the Kansas Supreme Court struck down the conviction, ruling that the district court should not have allowed testimony from the woman who claimed that Horton had chloroformed and molested her. Apart from that alleged prior bad act, the Supreme Court ruling said prosecutors lacked enough evidence even to charge Horton. The very day the Supreme Court struck down the conviction and ordered Horton's release, Johnson County District Attorney Phil Klein refiled a murder charge against Horton. "It is vitally important that we ensure that Elizabeth's cry for justice be heard," Klein told reporters. 4 months after the DA made that statement, I stepped off another plane in Kansas, an aging scientist testifying once more about a young girl's bones he first held in his hands nearly 35 years ago. Will Elizabeth's cry for justice finally be heard? I don't know yet. All I know is that I've done all I can to shed a ray of light on a sad, dark crime. A career in forensic science isn't ideally suited to finger-drumming, foot-tapping impatient sorts. Many cases involve weeks or even months of study, research, and meticulous drudge work by a team of methodical investigators, scientists, evidence technicians, lab techs, and detectives. Some cases resist closure for years, or, like that of Elmer Reynolds, even decades. But in a few rare instances, real-life forensic progress occurs with remarkable swiftness, almost as fast as it does on CSI. In one memorable case, I managed to identify a set of scattered, fragmentary skeletal remains in the field, and to begin piecing together the brutal way in which the young victim was killed. The key to the identification was forensic dentistry, a specialty that dates back centuries. One interesting footnote to the Revolutionary War, in fact, revolves around forensic dentistry. Paul Revere, the silversmith who became America's most famous Minuteman, was also a practicing dentist. After the Battle of Bunker Hill, he identified the body of General Earl Warren, who'd been buried in a mass grave, by means of a silver dental bridge Revere had made for the officer. Most fans of forensic books and television shows are aware that the biochemical building blocks of DNA can be assembled in many billions of different ways, ensuring that no two people, except for identical twins, will possess the same genetic fingerprint. Not many of those same people realize that there are likewise billions of possible combinations of tooth shapes, sizes, orientations, and anomalies, including cavities, fillings, chips, and distinctively shaped roots. Although identical twins can't be distinguished from one another by their DNA, they can be told apart by their teeth. Trauma analysis, interpreting marks on bone to unravel how a person was killed, is far newer than forensic dentistry. My renowned mentor, Dr. Wilton Krogman, who spent years teaching the intricacies of teeth, skipped right over skeletal trauma in the first edition of his groundbreaking forensic anthropology textbook, The Human Skeleton in Forensic Medicine, published in 1962. My initial education about skeletal trauma came not from professors but from Native Americans, from examining thousands of Arikara Indian skeletons, which I excavated during the course of 13 summers between 1957 and 1970. Among those thousands of skeletons, hundreds bore the signs of trauma. Skulls gouged across the forehead and at the base with the telltale cuts of a scalping knife. Other skulls crushed by war clubs, bones in which an arrowhead lodged for months or even years after a warrior was shot, as evidenced by the way a bone healed around the flint. Most of the Indian graves I excavated coincided with the rapid proliferation of horses throughout the Plains Indian culture, and the number of broken arms and legs soared when Indians began trying to ride horses. It's like teenagers in cars these days. My crash course in skeletal trauma, like my immersion at Dr. Krogman's feet in the intricacies of teeth, was to serve me well many times during my career. But the two converged as never before and never since, in a case 25 years ago. One afternoon in March of 1982, I got a call from Dan Cook, an assistant district attorney from the 21st Judicial District, a rural area located a couple 100 miles west of Knoxville. A skull had been found by a dog in rural Houston County, he said, and he hoped I could identify it. Cook asked if he could send the skull to me, in hopes I might be able to tell whether it could belong to a 16-year-old girl from a neighboring county who had been missing since the previous November. The girl, a pretty honor student who kept up her grades while holding down a part-time job as a waitress at a steakhouse, had vanished after dropping her boyfriend at his house. The next day, her locked car was found in a church parking lot just 2 blocks from her home. The missing girl's name was Kathy Nishiyama, and when I asked Cook whether one or both of her parents were Japanese, he told me that her father was. At that point, I figured there was a pretty good chance I could tell just by looking at the skull whether it was likely to be hers. Japanese people are classified by physical anthropologists as Mongoloid, descended from ancestors in Mongolia, with skeletal features that distinguish them from the other major groups or races, Caucasoid, white European, and Negroid, black, of African descent. In addition to including most Asians, the Mongoloid group includes Native Americans who are descended from Asians who crossed the Bering Strait many thousands of years ago and migrated down through North America and South America. One hallmark of Mongoloid skulls is their wide, flat cheekbones. Another is the distinctive shape of the central teeth, or incisors. The back side of the incisors is scooped or concave rather than flat. If you look at them from the biting edge, the cross-section resembles that of a garden spade or an old-fashioned coal scoop. For this reason, they're called shovel-shaped incisors. I can't explain why Mongoloid peoples evolved this particular dental characteristic many thousands of years ago. As far as I know, nobody has yet figured out the survival value of shovel-shaped incisors to people in ancient Asia, but their forensic value is quite high, since they can reveal a murder victim's race even if virtually no other skeletal evidence remains intact. I asked the prosecutor whether any of the incisors were still attached to the skull. Unfortunately, they were gone. The mandible and even the upper jaw had been chewed off, leaving only the cranial vault. But I still hoped I'd be able to tell whether the skull was Mongoloid. Cook arranged for Mike Dover, the chief helicopter pilot for the Tennessee Highway Patrol, to fly the skull to me that same afternoon. We hung up the phone around 1 p.m. 3 hours later, A big blue and white Huey helicopter bearing the official seal of the THP on either side settled onto the helipad of the UT Medical Center in a blast of rotor wash that buffeted me and two of my graduate assistants, Steve Symes and Pat Willey. Dover handed me the skull, and I cradled the top of the cranial vault in my hands. The zygomatic arches, or cheekbones, had been bitten away, making it difficult to tell if this person had the wide, flat cheekbones typical of Asian people. Still, I could tell a couple of important things from the vault. The small size, gracile, smooth shape, and sharp-edged eye orbits told me it was female, and the prominent cranial sutures, some of which hadn't yet begun to fuse, told me it was an adolescent. Nothing, in other words, excluded the possibility that this was a 16-year-old Asian American. So far, so good, if good can ever be applied to the quest to identify a missing and possibly murdered girl. The cranial vault wasn't all Dover brought to me. He also brought news that had been radioed to him while he was in flight. Down an old logging road near the trailer where the skull-toting dog lived, a team of searchers had found more bones and some clothing. Could I fly back to Houston County with Dover, the authorities wanted to know, and help identify the additional skeletal material? I agreed, and offered to bring Steve with me. I was wearing a suit, hardly the best clothes for crawling around in the woods at night, but Dr. Bob Lash, the Knox County medical examiner, whose morgue was located in the hospital basement, offered to loan me a jumpsuit, and within a few more minutes, we were airborne. By the time the helicopter reached Houston County, darkness was falling. In the twilight, from a couple thousand feet above the wooded hills, Dover was having difficulty pinpointing the search area and, more to the point, his landing zone. He got on the radio and made a request, and a few moments later, the dusk was pierced by the blue strobes of half a dozen police vehicles, arrayed around a small clearing. We landed and got out, and the search team led us to several evidence flags planted in the forest floor, marking the locations of several pieces of skeletal material and clothing they'd found scattered across several hundred yards in the woods. The most significant thing they'd found was the upper jaw, which contained 13 teeth, some intact, others broken. I immediately zeroed in on the incisors. Of the 4 upper incisors, the 2 central incisors and the 2 lateral ones flanking them, 2 were broken off at the roots and missing their crowns. 2, however, the right lateral incisor and the left central incisor, gave me the information I needed. The incisors were shovel-shaped, not dramatically, but about what I'd have expected in the child of one Mongoloid parent and one Caucasoid. The odds that this was Kathy Nishiyama had just skyrocketed. "You know," I said to Dan Cook, "if we could get in touch with Kathy Nishiyama's dentist and get a hold of her dental records, I bet we could make a positive identification this evening while we're out there at the scene." A few minutes later, as my students and I sifted through the leaves on the forest floor, I heard a turbine spool up and the helicopter ratchet skyward. Kathy Nishiyama's dentist had been located in her hometown of Clarksville, about 20 miles east, and Dover was dashing over to retrieve her dental records. The clothing found scattered in the woods consisted of a pair of blood-stained blue jeans which had been torn or cut, a purple sweater, a white coat, and a pair of blue and white tennis shoes. The additional skeletal material was 2 fragments of the right temporal bone from just above the ear, the midshaft of the left fibula or shin bone, and the crown of a tooth, an upper left central incisor, whose curving posterior cross-section resembled that of a shovel, and whose broken base fit perfectly with the corresponding root that remained embedded in the jawbone. But our work wasn't done for the night. To the east, we heard the thumping of helicopter rotor blades, and soon the landing light of Mike Dover's chopper swooped into view. In less than an hour, Dover had flown to Clarksville, retrieved Kathy Nishiyama's dental records, and returned. It took only a moment to make the comparison. I had already noticed in my initial examination of the skull that the teeth were in rather poor condition, and not just because several of them had been snapped off at the gum line. Of the 13 teeth in the upper jaw, 10 had fillings, and 1 had 3 fillings. In addition, one of the left molars had been pulled before death, long enough ago that the root socket had already begun to fill with bone. Cavity for cavity, filling for filling, the teeth from the skull matched the dental record. Within an hour after I had stepped out of the THP helicopter, and while we were still at the death scene, we had a positive identification of previously unidentified skeletal remains, swiftness I'd never experienced before, or since. By 11 p.m. that night, Steve and I were gazing out of the bubble of Mike Dover's cockpit once more, admiring the lights of Nashville, spread out like jewels on black velvet beneath us. It was one of the prettiest sights I've ever seen, and contrasted sharply with the ugliness of the death I'd been asked to help solve. Dover touched down in Nashville just long enough to refuel. By 2 a.m. I was back in Knoxville and asleep in my own bed. While I slept in my bed, Kathy Nishiyama's skull rested 50 feet away, though rested seems the wrong word, in my locked car in my locked garage. Identifying Kathy Nishiyama was only the first step. Determining what had killed her, and who, were the crucial next steps. I'd brought her skull back so I could study it closely, to be certain of her manner of death. But I'd seen enough already since the moment Mike Dover first handed me the cranial vault at the hospital helipad to form a fairly clear and horrifying picture. The broken teeth, 3 of the 4 incisors were broken off near the root, offered one important clue. They exhibited what's known as a hinge fracture. The front surface of each tooth had snapped completely across in a clean horizontal line, and the teeth had folded backward into the mouth like a hinge flexing. The hinge fractures meant they had been hit from the front with great force. The blow carried so much force, in fact, that not only did the teeth snap backward, but as they did, their roots acted as levers, bursting through the bones on the front anterior surface of the jaws. The right lateral incisor was the only one of the 4 central teeth that wasn't snapped off, but it was chipped on its medial surface, the corner closest to the midline of the jaw. That meant the blow probably came from slightly to Kathy's left, as it most likely would have if a right-handed person were swinging an implement horizontally. This blow, while certainly painful, would not have killed her, and might not even have knocked her unconscious. Another horizontal blow caught her on the forehead above the left eye. This one left an oval indentation in the outer table layer of the skull, but did not strike with enough force to fracture the innermost of the skull's 3 layers. The cross-section of the depressed fracture measured an inch long horizontally, by 3/5 of an inch high. The oval shape could have been produced by a blunt implement that was cylindrical or round in cross-section, something like a baseball bat, tire iron, or 4-cell flashlight. Another weaker blow caught her almost in the midline of her forehead, just above the eyebrows. This one also left an oval depressed fracture oriented vertically that was about half the size of the one over the left eye. Like the larger oval, this one did not fracture the inner table of the cranium. None of these 3 blows, in my opinion, was powerful enough to have killed Kathy Nishiyama, though either of the 2 frontal fractures could certainly have knocked her unconscious. Then came a 4th blow, an impact behind her right ear that was so powerful it completely sheared off the rear portion of the temporal bone in 2 pieces. Besides shattering the temporal bone, this blow created a fracture more than 3 inches long, extending through both the outer and inner tables of the skull. The geometry of these fractures differed from the others. As best I could tell, this blow came while she was lying on the ground with the right side of her head upturned. This blow could have come from a baseball bat or tire iron or flashlight. It could have also been inflicted, I thought, by a heavy boot, stomping down on the side of the girl's head as she lay on the ground. There was no way to tell, but I could only hope this poor child had lost consciousness early in her ordeal, so she didn't suffer for long. It didn't take the police long to identify a suspect. On Tuesday, just 1 day after her skull was found, and while I was diagramming the fractures on an outline drawing of the skull, investigators were questioning a local man. The suspect, 23-year-old Eddie Hartman, should have had an ironclad alibi. Hartman was an inmate of the Dickson County Jail, serving a 3-year sentence for burglary at the time of Kathy Nishiyama's disappearance. But while Hartman was an inmate of the jail, he wasn't an inmate in the jail. Not at least the night she vanished. Hartman was a trustee, one of your higher-ranking convicts, whose good behavior and dependable nature had earned him special privileges. One of those privileges was working outdoors in the fresh air on a tobacco farm owned by a Dickson County Sheriff's deputy, Sergeant Carol Pfizer. On November 16, 1981, the day Kathy disappeared, Hartman worked at Pfizer's farm until dark. Rather than drive the prisoner back to jail in town, the deputy gave Hartman the keys to his cruiser and told him to drive himself. With a population of just 800, Charlotte was a small, sleepy town, a sort of Middle Tennessee version of Mayberry. The deputy may have even been thinking of how Otis, the lovable town drunk in Andy Griffith episodes, would obligingly lock himself up whenever he needed to sleep one off. Except Hartman, who had been convicted of abducting a teenage girl in 1978, was no lovable lush, and this was no warm-hearted sitcom with a happy ending. Instead of driving straight back to jail, Hartman drove to Clarksville, whose 60,000 inhabitants made it a teeming metropolis in comparison to sleepy little Charlotte. He didn't return to the jail until 3:30 a.m., and when he did, he seemed real scared, the Dickson County Sheriff later said. Something resembling spattered blood was seen on the patrol car's right rear fender and trunk by 4 officers later that day, too. When Kathy Nishiyama's remains were found, people remembered Eddie Hartman's evening of freedom, his late return, his nervousness, and the stains on the car. 2 witnesses came forward to say that on the night of November 16, they'd been pulled over near Clarksville in Montgomery County by a man in civilian clothes who was driving a Dickson County Sheriff's cruiser. Another witness said he saw a patrol car, its lights flashing, beside a car in the church parking lot where Kathy Nishiyama's car was found. 3.5 months after Kathy Nishiyama's disappearance, the patrol car was impounded and turned over to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation to be searched for evidence. Not exactly ideal working conditions for forensic technicians. Despite the delay, their search yielded at least one noteworthy find. Behind the car's rear seat cushion they found a gold necklace, which Mrs. Nishiyama thought she recognized as Kathy's. They also found a tire iron and a large police flashlight, both of which a TBI agent was able to verify were in the vehicle on the night of November 16, and either of which could have caused the fractures in her skull. Eddie Hartman stood trial for kidnapping and first-degree murder. In addition to my testimony about the identification and the skull trauma, the prosecution produced a string of witnesses who testified to seeing Hartman in the patrol car in and around Clarksville on the night of Kathy's disappearance. The testimony of one other witness proved especially damaging to Hartman's case. A prison inmate who said that Hartman had described luring Kathy into the patrol car with a bogus story about a serious illness in her family. After that, the inmate said, Hartman detailed how he raped her in the cruiser's back seat, killed her, and then sexually abused her body. Toward the end of the trial, Hartman's attorney described the lead prosecutor as a desperate lawyer grasping at a straw, then added, "That straw is out of reach." The jury did not agree with him. The 12 jurors deliberated for just 45 minutes before finding Hartman guilty on both counts. He was sentenced to death. When he appealed the death sentence, I testified again. As I described the skeletal trauma to the jury, my wife, Carol, kept her eyes on Eddie Hartman. She later told me that as I described each injury and how I thought it had been inflicted, she saw Hartman nod repeatedly. For years, Eddie Hartman continued to appeal his death sentence, though as far as I know, Kathy Nishiyama never got the chance to appeal hers. On May 24, 2007, Hartman, age 49, died in a Nashville hospital of natural causes, according to a prison spokeswoman. In a way, it's as if cosmic justice stepped in to carry out the death sentence Hartman had been avoiding. But then again, None of us gets out of here alive. Identifying one body can be a daunting challenge. Identifying a dozen and having to find their pieces and reassemble them first can be overwhelming. It's the sort of nightmarish scenario that mass fatality teams now train for against the possibility of airliner crashes and terrorist attacks. And it's the first scenario I suddenly found myself confronting on a warm Friday in May nearly 25 years ago in a part of Tennessee so rural and sleepy I would never have imagined a small-scale apocalypse unfolding there, requiring swift, coordinated response by half a dozen local, state, and federal agencies. Shortly after noon on May 27, 1983, I was just finishing lunch at the UT Faculty Club. The spring semester had ended, and summer classes had not yet begun, so I was winding down for a quiet weekend. Or so I thought. Then Annette, my secretary, called from her office under the football stadium and had me summoned to the phone. "Tima just called," she said. Not a good sign. Tima was the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency, and if Tima had a problem, it was likely to be a big one. "They want you to call this number in Nashville." I took down the number and called. I didn't get much information from the call, but what little I got confirmed my worries. There had been an explosion in nearby Polk County, the Tima official on the other end of the line said. They needed my help identifying an unknown number of mangled bodies. They had already dispatched a plane from Nashville to Knoxville to pick me up. The explosion had occurred around 11:30. They reached me at 1. The airplane would be touching down in half an hour. I quickly rounded up 2 of my best graduate students, Bill Rodriguez and Steve Symes. Both were well-trained in osteology, how to identify bones, and even fragments of bone. In addition, Bill had conducted a pioneering study of insect activity in human corpses, and Steve was on his way to becoming an expert in bone trauma. The 3 of us had just arrived at the General Aviation Terminal at the Knoxville Airport when the plane landed. Less than an hour after my lunch was interrupted, Bill, Steve, and I were airborne in a twin-engine state plane. We had 2 more passengers to pick up on our way to the site, Dr. Cleland Blake, a forensic pathologist, and his assistant, Lane Moore. Blake and Moore boarded the plane at the small airport in Morristown, about 40 miles northeast from Knoxville as the crow flies. And then we turned southeast, skirting the western flank of the Great Smoky Mountains and then the lower foothills of the Appalachians. Polk County lies roughly 100 miles below Knoxville, in the extreme southeastern corner of Tennessee. Bordered on the south by Georgia and on the east by North Carolina, much of the county is mountainous and very little of it is populated. Back during the Civil War, Copper Hill was a booming mine town that provided 90% of the copper used by the Army of the Confederacy. Between the mining itself and the acid runoff resulting from it, Copper Hill came to resemble a moonscape, devoid of vegetation, its barren contours a bright, unnatural-looking orange. The mines began closing down in the 1970s, though, and in recent decades the focus in Copper Hill has shifted to restoration, healing a landscape that was laid waste by mining, erosion, and toxic chemicals. Apart from the Copper Hill Basin, much of Polk County is farmland and forest, including 50,000 acres of the Cherokee National Forest. 2 beautiful rivers flow out of the mountains within the forest. The Ocoee, whose pounding Class 4 and 5 rapids attract hardcore kayakers and thrill-seeking rafters, and the Hiwassee, a gentler river whose Class 1, 2, and 3 rapids draw people in canoes, rafts, and even inner tubes. Despite the stop in Morristown, we still touched down in Cleveland by 2:30 p.m. State troopers met us at the airport and drove us east to Benton, the town of about 1,000 people that serves as the county seat of Polk County. We took a 2-lane blacktop south from Benton. As the highway patrol cruisers careened around the winding road at 80 miles an hour, it occurred to me that there might soon be a few more casualties before the sun set. I cleared my throat and said to the trooper at the wheel, "You know, these folks are already dead. They're not going to get any deader if we slow down a little bit." He didn't take the hint, and we continued to rocket along. Within a few miles, I saw 15 or 20 vehicles, ranging from police cruisers and ambulances to sightseers' pickup trucks lining the roadside. A large sign at the edge of the road identified the property as Webb's Bait Farm, offering red worms and fishing tackle for sale. The owner, I learned, was a 30-year-old man named Dan Webb. Dan Webb raised happy worms, it appeared. A big grinning worm dominated the sign, wearing a floppy fishing hat and carrying a rod and reel over what would be his shoulder, if he'd had a shoulder. Dangling from a line in his right hand — he actually did have hands, this remarkable worm — was an enormous fish. Atop one corner of the sign, up near the worm's head, was a video surveillance camera aimed at the driveway. Not the sort of thing I'd have expected to see at a worm farm, given that I'd never heard of a worm farm robbery, but then again, I'd never heard of a worm farm explosion either, so perhaps there was a lot I didn't know about worm farms. As we parked along the shoulder joining the fleet of other vehicles, I noticed wreckage scattered across 100 yards or more of hillside, cleared land mostly, bordered on the south by a stand of young pines. There was a gap in the tree line. A closer look revealed that trees littered the ground there, felled by the force of the blast. Between me and the fallen trees, about 50 yards from the smiling worm, lay a lumpy white shape which I recognized at once as a body covered by a body bag. 100 yards beyond that was a trail of splintered lumber and twisted roofing tin, beginning at a shattered foundation, running toward the gap in the trees and continuing deep into the woods. Only a few hours before, a large barn had occupied the foundation. Now, it looked as if a ferocious tornado had touched down and decimated with pinpoint precision a single unlucky structure. As soon as I saw the devastation and heard that a dozen or more people were thought to have been working in the barn when the explosion occurred, I knew that Steve, Bill, and I had our work cut out for us. At first, the cause of the explosion was a mystery, and the locals were reluctant to answer questions, but before long the truth emerged. Webb's Bait Farm, it turned out, produced more than just worms. It also produced fireworks, illegally and obviously dangerously. Although the factory was set in a rural area and all the workers were related to Dan Webb by blood or by marriage, including his wife, his mother, his brother, and his uncle, this was no small-time mom-and-pop operation. It was the largest illegal fireworks factory ever found in the United States, churning out millions of M80 and M100 firecrackers, which contained the equivalent of a quarter stick of dynamite apiece. The main part of the operation was housed in the barn, or what used to be the barn. To one side of the barn, several dozen grave-sized enclosures stood knee-high off the ground. The rectangular beds that produced the operation's legal product, fishing worms. A stone's throw from one end of the barn's foundation, a white house still stood. A long, skinny building, it had been cobbled together over time. Alternating regions of horizontal clapboards and vertical board and batten siding suggested at least 3 additions to the tiny original structure. One end was stripped of siding and the long rear wall was buckled, but the house had fared remarkably well considering how efficiently the nearby barn had been rendered to matchwood. TEMA wasn't the only agency, and not even the ranking agency at the scene. Overall responsibility lay with the Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, ATF, which enforces federal laws governing explosives. The Polk County Sheriff's Office was out in force, controlling access to the scene. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation was coordinating the recovery and identification of people killed in the explosion, which is where Dr. Blake and I came in, along with our assistants. I was anxious to get started. We had a lot of bodies to recover, and on a hot afternoon like this, decomposition and blowfly activities start fast and gain momentum with dismaying speed. I told one of the TBI agents we'd need some refrigeration, and he radioed in a request for 2 refrigerated semi-trailers, which, amazingly, arrived in a matter of hours. We would work in stages, I decided. First we'd do a quick search for bodies or torsos. so we'd know how many victims there were. Then we'd go back and do a more detailed search for missing hands, feet, arms, legs, and other parts. Miraculously, a teenaged boy working in the barn had survived the blast. He, like almost everyone else inside, had been blown through the roof. His trajectory carried him over the house, and he landed in the front yard. When the first emergency personnel arrived, he'd been wandering around the yard, shell-shocked. He'd already been taken to the hospital by the time I arrived, but as I began surveying the carnage, I marveled at his luck. His good fortune was underscored by the fate of body number 1, a large woman who had also been blown over the house. She hit the carport roof, punched through the corrugated fiberglass as if it were tissue paper, then skidded across the concrete, her path marked by a wide streak of grease. Shreds of fabric clung to her shoulders and arms. The rest of her body, such as it was nude. Her clothing ripped away by the force of the blast, and her buttocks turned silvery gray, the color of gunpowder. She lay face down, her upper body on the edge of the concrete, her lower body on a piece of the roofing she had shattered. Her left leg looked like a pirate's peg leg. The foot had been blown off, and all the flesh stripped from the bones of the lower leg. Her right leg was largely intact. The shoe had been torn from that foot, but it had stayed on long enough to protect the sole of her foot. Her toes were undamaged, though her ankle was shredded. The worst damage was at the other end of her body, though. The occipital bone, the base of the skull, was there, but the rest of her head was simply gone. Body number 2 had crashed through the metal roof of the house itself, splintered the 2-by-10-inch rafters, and come to rest in the attic. Another large white female, she too had been stripped by the blast. A 2-inch drywall screw lay beside her. A piece of foam board insulation was beneath her, while particles of the white foam and splinters of rafter were sprinkled atop her seared, bloody torso. She was lying on her stomach, her right arm tucked beneath her and across her body, emerging near her left shoulder. Her left shoulder did not have an arm attached to it. The arm had been sheared off about 2 inches below the head of the humerus. Large smears of blood and tissue marked the spot where the woman's head had impacted. The top of her head was missing, and her brain lay 4 feet away, next to a Christmas video, Here Comes Santa, whose box featured a cartoon train smiling at me from beside the brain. Body number 3, yet another nude female, was the only one that was not hurled from the barn by the blast. She was lying face up, her arms flung back over her head as if she'd been sitting near the origin of the explosion, as if when it happened, it toppled her backward. Her flesh was burned to a crisp, grayish-black, brittle and crumbly. Her lower legs were both missing from mid-shin down. Her forearms and hands were gone, too. By now the refrigerated trailers had arrived, and since many of the bodies were disarticulated or blown apart, I decided to designate one trailer for torsos, the other for appendages. We had no tables to work on, so we covered the floor of each trailer with plastic tarps to keep the wood from getting soaked with blood. Out in the pasture, between the barn and the woods, a line of flattened grass and a gouge in the earth marked the place where a body had hit, then skipped another 15 feet before coming to rest. This one was a young, slim, white female, a 19-year-old girl, we learned, who had just graduated from high school a week before and was working to earn money for a trip to Europe. All the deaths were a shame and a waste, of course, but hers struck me as particularly poignant. Unlike the older women, she was not nude. She was wearing blue jeans, and denim is pretty tough. The right leg of the jeans showed little damage, but the left pants leg had shredded, and the concussion had split open the left thigh. Her shirt had been peeled up over her head, her arms still caught in the sleeves. Her bra was undamaged. Her legs, back, and shoulders were mottled with patches of pale, almost white skin where the searing heat had blanched the flesh. I knew from my research that victims of mine explosions also tended to have blanched skin. Sadly, her mother was also one of the victims. As my students and I worked to find bodies and body parts, The arson investigators and explosives experts were combing through the debris in search of what caused the explosion. Eventually, they found the charred remnants of an electric drill with a mangled paint-stirring attachment still cinched in the drill's chuck. Their theory was that one of the workers was using the drill to mix a slurry of explosive ingredients when a spark from the drill's motor, and an electric drill produces a lot of sparks, as you know if you've ever used one in the dark, touched off the mixture. At the edge of the woods, we found the guy who might have been doing the mixing. He was lying face down, or at least his upper body was, but his torso had been twisted 180 spine-snapping degrees, so his pelvis was facing up. That put his right leg where his left leg should have been. His left leg was nowhere near his body. His abdomen had been ripped away, some of his entrails were exposed, and the rest were missing. So was all but the top few inches of his left arm. Surprisingly, his face was relatively undamaged. Perhaps he had looked away, maybe stealing a glance at the attractive 19-year-old as the fateful spark shot downward and the world exploded around them all. The variations on the theme of catastrophic force were striking. Body number 10, one of the 3 male bodies, was nude except for his leather boots, still tightly laced around his feet and ankles. When we took off the boots, we saw that his feet were purple with bruises. One of his hands lay detached but nearby in the grass. His head was nowhere in sight. Body number 11 was perhaps the most bizarre of all. The explosion hurled him the farthest, nearly 100 yards, skipping across a pasture and into the woods. As he entered the tree line, he snapped a branch on a pine sapling. The jagged end of the branch pierced his abdomen and snagged a loop of his small intestine, and as the body continued into the woods, the intestines unspooled like fishing line. Once he reached the end of the line, so to speak, he was yanked to a stop. We found him there, that is to say, we found his torso, at the end of 20 feet of intestine, still stretched tight as a rope. By the time the sun set on the scene of destruction, we had found 11 bodies or torsos, along with dozens of arms, legs, hands, and feet. We locked the trailers for the night, not that anyone in their right mind would have been tempted to steal their contents, then drove from Benton to the nearby town of Cleveland. You might think the day's horrific sights and smells would have killed my appetite and made sleep impossible, but the truth was, I was starving and exhausted. I ate like a pig, then slept like a baby. Saturday morning we began by making another sweep of the property, this time looking in more detail for smaller body parts, combing through shattered boards, looking under pieces of roofing, even scanning the trees overhead. My oldest son, Charlie, a high school teacher with a master's degree in anthropology, came up from Atlanta to help us search. We did find additional pieces, a few ears and teeth and skull fragments amid the debris, a mandible and a foot-long section of spine, 6 vertebrae, in the woods. But after a while it became clear that we'd recovered everything that was reasonably recoverable. It was time to piece the dead back together again, determine their sex, and identify them. But where to begin? We clambered up into one of the chilly trailers and surveyed the mangled torsos. Normally, when a forensic anthropologist is confronted with an unknown corpse or skeleton, the first step, before attempting to identify the victim, is to answer 4 key questions. What's the race? What's the sex? What's the stature? And what's the age? In this case, though, we were trying to match victims with a list of names the police had assembled from relatives, neighbors, and onlookers who had known some of the victims. That would simplify the task of identifying the bodies considerably. The bigger challenge would be reassembling them correctly. Although many of the bodies were disarticulated and battered, it was still easy to distinguish the 3 male torsos from the 8 females. Next came the tougher problem of matching a daunting stack of severed arms and legs to the proper torsos. We would start, I decided, with legs. To simplify the task, we divided the legs into lefts and rights, then further subdivided those into shaved and unshaved legs. That way, if a female torso and the majority of the dead were women, was missing a left leg, for instance, we could go to the pile of shaved left legs and look for one whose break or length or girth matched the torsos. We had no tables to work on. We were simply crouching and slipping around on the bloody plastic lining the cold trailers. The work went surprisingly quickly. Within a few hours, we had paired all the loose parts with torsos, and I felt certain that even without DNA testing, which wasn't yet available back then, we had matched things up correctly. We hadn't found everything. A few fingers and toes and ears eluded us, and substantial portions of several faces and skulls were simply decimated by the blast. But we found most of almost everyone, which was remarkable considering the force of the explosion. In a community as small as Benton, giving names to the dead proved simple in the end. Although the locals had been reluctant to tell the authorities about the illegal activities going on at Webb's Bait Farm, they were extremely helpful in identifying victims of the explosion, victims who, after all, were locals too, neighbors and friends and family members. By Saturday afternoon, with all the dead reassembled and identified, my work was done. We squeezed into the cab of a UT pickup truck for the drive back to Knoxville. It was slower than my flight down, but that seemed fitting, given the widespread mourning we were leaving in our wake. A month after the explosion, Dan Lee Webb was charged by the state with 11 counts of manslaughter, one for each death, as well as 1 count each by the federal government of manufacturing and possessing illegal explosives. He ended up pleading guilty to the manslaughter charges and received a 10-year sentence, which he served concurrently with a 10-year federal sentence for possessing and making illegal explosives. He also received a much tougher sentence for life, the lifelong burden of knowing that his dangerous and illegal enterprise had killed his mother, his brother, and his uncle. 6 weeks after my hasty flight south, Independence Day arrived. Skyrockets bloomed and boomed against the night sky of Knoxville, to the cheers of thousands of spectators. But I couldn't help thinking of a dozen people launched heavenward by a stray spark 100 miles to the south. Prosecutors, like forensic anthropologists, are often involved with murders. Seldom, though, are they playing the part of the homicide victim. One notable exception I encountered was Assistant District Attorney Ted Barnett. On many occasions I have estimated time since death, TSD, for a prosecutor. In Barnett's case, I was asked to estimate TSD of a prosecutor. Barnett, age 31, was prominent both in legal circles and in Knoxville's African-American community. His father was a math teacher at Austin East High School, where Ted had made good grades and had excelled at basketball. After law school, he'd worked briefly in the public defender's office in Nashville, but he returned to Knoxville to be close to his family. He bought a house in the College Hills neighborhood, adjacent to Knoxville College, where he often played basketball with the students. In December of 1987, Barnett took 2 weeks of vacation before Christmas. When he failed to show up for work the following Monday, December 28, his boss, Attorney General Ed Dossett, got worried. That's not surprising, since Barnett's job putting criminals in jail would naturally tend to make enemies among some of Knoxville's less savory citizens. By the second day, with no word from Barnett and no answer to repeated phone calls, the DA and his staff were truly alarmed. Barnett's colleagues kept trying to phone him. They also went to his house and knocked on the door. Barnett's car wasn't there, however, so they weren't surprised when he didn't answer. They left notes at the house, asking him to call as soon as he returned. By the third day, they were sufficiently concerned to take more drastic steps. In a quick search of the house, the DA and his staff found nothing to indicate foul play. The place was messy, with evidence of some partying. There were empty wine and liquor bottles and what appeared to be traces of semen on the bed, but there was no bloody body in the sheets, or face down on the living room floor, or slumped at the kitchen table. The next day, Dossett and his staff went back to the house. This time they took it slowly. They opened doors they hadn't bothered to look behind during their first hasty search. One door, which appeared to lead to a closet, actually opened onto a small bathroom, tucked into a shed-like addition at the back of the house. There, on the bathroom floor, his head near the base of the commode and his feet in the shower, lay the district attorney's young assistant prosecutor. Shortly after that, my friend Art Bohannon, a senior criminalist with the Knoxville Police Department, received an urgent message from KPD headquarters. I didn't learn of Art's involvement with the case until much later, but the details remained vivid in his memory when he was free to tell me. "Call the DA's office ASAP," the dispatcher told Art. "They asked specifically for you." Art called the DA's office and spoke with Bob Jolly, another assistant district attorney. Jolly explained the reason for the urgent message and asked Art to come to Barnett's address right away. "Don't tell anybody," he added. "The chief is the only other person at KPD who knows about this." Art raced to the scene, where Barnett lay just as Dossett and his staff had found him. The body was bound, the hands and feet tied up with television cable, and was covered with stab wounds, dozens of them. As he studied the body, Art noticed that some of the wounds were beginning to pucker at the edges, early stages of healing, and he realized with horror that Barnett had been killed slowly, perhaps over the course of several agonizing days. As soon as the body had been photographed, examined, and taken to the morgue, Art set to work seeking fingerprints and other evidence. He found plenty. Besides not finding the body in their initial search, the DA's office had overlooked a blood-stained carpet, a bloody mop, and a chandelier not yet installed and sitting in an open box that was smeared with blood and fingerprints. In hindsight, District Attorney Dossett acknowledged, the initial search should have been conducted by trained investigators, not lawyers. With the discovery of the body in the bathroom, the missing car took on new significance, and the police reported it stolen. As it turned out, the man who had stolen it was already in custody, some 300 miles to the south in Columbus, Georgia. On Monday, January 28, the day Barnett failed to return to work, an acquaintance of his was visiting Columbus and spotted what appeared to be Barnett's car, a blue 1982 Oldsmobile with a Knox County tag. Suspecting something was amiss, the sharp-eyed Knoxvillian called the Columbus Crime Stoppers hotline, giving the car's description and location. The car hadn't yet been reported stolen, but the Columbus police acted on the tip anyway and pulled it over. The man behind the wheel, Jeffrey Charles Middlebrook, quickly explained that his friend Ted had loaned him the car. But when the police checked his records, they found that he was wanted on burglary charges, so they took him in and detained him. On December 31, when the car was reported stolen, the Columbus police called Knoxville, and 2 homicide investigators, Tom Stiles and Gary Moyers, drove down to talk to Middlebrook. Middlebrook admitted to Stiles and Moyers that he had killed Barnett. He gave 2 explanations why. One statement indicated that robbery was the motive. In the days after the murder, he said, he sold and gave away clothes and furnishings from Barnett's house. Middlebrook also acknowledged stabbing Barnett repeatedly over several days to see if he was still alive. Art had found evidence of partying in the house, and Middlebrook confirmed that he had not been the only one in the house with Barnett. 2 women and 2 other men were with him, he said, though he gave conflicting accounts of whether anyone else was involved in the slaying. In one statement, he claimed another man helped him kill Barnett. In another, he claimed that no one else even knew Barnett was in the house. Middlebrook's other statement to Stiles and Moyers hinted at a darker motive for the killing and a darker side to the prosecutor's private life. Barnett made sexual advances, Middlebrook claimed, and wouldn't take no for an answer. A struggle ensued, and Middlebrook claimed Barnett was getting the better of him. That, he said, is when he stabbed him for the first time. The story rang at least partially true. Ted Barnett wasn't openly gay. For an assistant district attorney in 1987, coming out of the closet could have been a costly career move. But friends and even some of his colleagues suspected that he was gay. What's more, during Art's work at the crime scene, he found a letter Middlebrook had written to Barnett months before the killing, a letter Middlebrook sent from Brushy Mountain State Penitentiary, where he was incarcerated at the time. "Dear Teddy Bear," the letter began. Such intimate correspondence painted a startling picture of a prosecutor's relationship with a convicted criminal. The part of Middlebrook's statement that rang less true in light of his affectionate nickname for Barnett was the implication that he was surprised or offended by sexual advances from the attorney. Still, despite some inconsistencies in his statements, the fact remained that Middlebrook had confessed to murdering Barnett. The case, it would seem, was open and shut. But just as there is many a slip between the cup and the lip, there's often a snag between the confession and the conviction. As months passed, that would prove true yet again in this case. Normally, a homicide in Knox County would be prosecuted by the district attorney and his staff. But not only was a member of the DA's staff the murder victim in this case, the DA himself, along with several members of his staff, had gotten directly involved in the case when they searched Barnett's house and eventually found his body. As a result, they had not one but two conflicts of interest. First, their potential bias against the admitted killer of their colleague, and second, their unusual role as witnesses. DA Ed Dossett had no choice but to recuse himself, along with his entire staff, from the case. In such circumstances, the Tennessee Association of Attorneys General, the network of all the DAs in the state, assigns a prosecutor from another judicial district to take the case. This time, the association's executive director called on Paul Phillips, the district attorney from the 8th Judicial District, which encompasses several rural counties to the north and northwest of Knoxville. I had worked with Paul in several cases, and his quick grasp of forensic anthropology had impressed me strongly. In the Ted Barnett case, Paul called me for help as the trial was drawing near. After Middlebrook confessed to the murder and returned to Knoxville, the court appointed a defense attorney, Gordon Ball, who sought to suppress the defendant's incriminating statements. If the defense attorney's strategy proved successful, Paul would be forced to build his case from scratch, essentially, a task that would be greatly complicated by the autopsy the Knox County Medical Examiner's Office had performed on Ted Barnett's body. The M.E. at the time was a physician named Randy Pettigo. Dr. Pettigo was a smart and capable doctor, but he was a surgeon, not a pathologist, and his usual patients were alive, if not exactly well. Barnett's body bore dozens of stab wounds. In addition, the corpse was too cold to allow an easy temperature-based estimate of TSD, time since death. When a body is still warm, it's possible to estimate TSD by taking the corpse's internal temperature with a rectal thermometer. As a general rule of thumb, a body's temperature drops by roughly 1.5 degrees Fahrenheit every hour after death. So a corpse, whose temperature measures 83 degrees, for example, has likely been dead somewhere around 10 hours. If the body's in a warm environment, obviously it won't cool that quickly. Ted Barnett's body, on the other hand, had cooled to the temperature of the bathroom where it was found, a temperature that one of the investigators likened to a meat locker, and there was no way to calculate how long its temperature had matched the bathroom's ambient temperature. What's more, the cold had also slowed the chemical processes of decomposition, so the body had not yet progressed to the bloat stage of decomposition, when internal gases cause the abdomen to swell. Outdoors in midsummer, the combination of heat, humidity, and insect activity can reduce a body to bare bone in less than 2 weeks in East Tennessee. In an uninsulated room, the temperature of a meat locker, though, that same body could last for months without dramatic decay. In his initial examination of Ted Barnett's body at the death scene, Dr. Pettigo had speculated that death could have occurred weeks prior to the body's discovery. But he enlisted a pathologist at UT Medical Center, Dr. John Evans, to perform the autopsy. In his autopsy report, Dr. Evans estimated the TSD at 5 to 8 days. The problem with Dr. Evans' estimate was that Jeffrey Middlebrook had witnesses who could testify that he was in Columbus, Georgia for part of that period. And he had an ironclad alibi beginning December 28 when he was stopped by the police at the wheel of Ted Barnett's blue Oldsmobile. A good defense attorney, and Gordon Ball was a very good defense attorney, might be able to use the witness testimony and even Dr. Evans' TSD estimate to create reasonable doubt in the minds of a jury. Paul Phillips didn't tell me the prosecutorial problems the autopsy's TSD estimate created for him. He simply mentioned the discrepancy between Dr. Pedigo's assessment and Dr. Evans', and then he asked me two questions. Could I comment on the difficulty in estimating the length of time since death? And, drawing on my research on human decomposition, could I make a scientifically reliable estimate of when Barnett was killed? By this point, nearly 18 months had passed since Ted Barnett's bound, wound-riddled body had been found in that chilly bathroom. All I would have to go by would be the crime scene photos, weather data, and the recollections of investigators who had worked the crime scene. It would be a challenge, but I assured Paul I would do my best. Paul's criminal investigator, Normal Akers, rounded up everything that might provide me with data. The files included 31 color photographs taken at the crime scene the day the body was discovered, 15 color Polaroid photos of the house, yard, and openings under the house taken later by Akers, a copy of Dr. Evans' autopsy report, the KPD's drawing of the bathroom layout, including the body's position, notes from an interview with Detective Gary Moyers, one of the investigators who had worked the death scene alongside Art Bohannon, and a National Weather Service report, Local Climatological Data Monthly Summary for December 1987. In addition, Dr. Evans was kind enough to loan me his complete file, which included additional color photos he took at the time of the autopsy. The National Weather Service data was almost enough to make me shiver. During the period between December 16 and December 31, 1987, there were 5 days in which the average temperature was in the 30s, 6 in which the average temperature was in the 40s, and 4 days in which the average temperature was in the 50s. Besides corroborating Detective Moyer's impression that the bathroom was as cold as a meat locker, the temperature data told me that the body would have decayed very little during that 16-day interval. What's more, besides slowing the chemistry of decomposition, the assaults of bacteria and the body's own cellular self-destruction called autolysis, the cold had shut down the other key contributor to the corruption of the flesh, insects. Maggots, which are the worm-like larvae of blowflies, normally play a huge role in human decay, consuming up to 40 pounds of soft tissue per day. But maggot feeding frenzies of that magnitude occur only when the weather's warm and blowflies have unrestricted access to a body. Ted Barnett's roughly finished bathroom had enough gaps in the floorboards for blowflies to get in, but at those temperatures, the insects wouldn't have tried. Blowflies are dormant if the temperature is below 52 degrees. In short, judging by the state of decomposition depicted in the crime scene and autopsy photos, Ted Barnett might just as well have been in the cooler at the morgue. But the photos were far from useless. They contained dramatic visual evidence I realized could be compared to research corpses at the body farm. The crime scene pictures showed mold colonies growing on the right side of Barnett's face and on his neck. In addition, Dr. Evans' autopsy photos revealed additional mold on the chest and the feet. The mold colonies on the face were small to mid-sized, with the largest being roughly the size of a quarter. Those on the neck were larger. As I studied the crime scene photos, I saw other mold colonies in the bathroom as well. There were large patches of mold under the sink. Barnett's head lay near the base of the toilet and part way under the sink, and in the shower where his feet were. Detective Moyers had reported there was water running in the toilet, water dripping in the sink, and there was a slight drip of water in the shower stall. Clearly, Barnett's body was in a prime environment for mold growth, except for one thing. Mold growth is like decomposition. It happens faster in warm environments, slower in cool environments. So the fact that sizable mold colonies had formed on Barnett's body in that cold bathroom meant that quite a bit of time had elapsed since his death, considerably more, I felt sure, than the 5 to 8 days Dr. Evans had estimated. For a more objective perspective, I consulted my files of color slides of decaying corpses at the body farm. I looked at photos of our first 3 research bodies, which decayed in the spring, summer, and fall of 1981. The bodies were numbered 181, 281, and 381. For consistency, I looked at photos taken 15 days after the bodies were placed in the research enclosure. Body 181 showed no indication of mold. Body 281 showed extensive mold, and body 381 showed a medium-sized colony on the right wrist. When I stepped back and weighed all the data that seemed significant, the lack of soft tissue decay, the cool temperatures in the bathroom, the dampness of the environment, and the sizable mold colonies on the face, neck, and chest, I felt confident that Barnett had been dead at least 10 days before his body was found, and probably closer to 15. In other words, he likely died somewhere around December 18. In view of the fact that he survived for several days after he was first stabbed and tied up, his fatal ordeal probably began very early in his 2-week Christmas vacation, certainly well before Christmas. Sadly, Ted Barnett was home for the holidays, and dead for the holidays. Jeffrey Middlebrook's trial was scheduled to begin on July 17, 1989. Thanks to the solid crime scene and investigative work, Paul Phillips had built a strong case against Middlebrook. Even apart from Middlebrook's admission of guilt, which his attorney was still hoping to suppress, there was no doubt that he had been drinking in Barnett's house, no doubt that he had sold, stolen, or given away many of Barnett's possessions, and no doubt that he had handled the bloody chandelier that had struck Barnett in the head sometime during the assaults that had gradually killed him. And judging from the weather data and the body farm's studies of decomposition and mold formation, there was no doubt that the murder had occurred well before Middlebrook had a police-certified alibi down in Georgia. Faced with the mountain of evidence and the possibility of a death sentence on the eve of his trial, Middlebrook pled guilty to second-degree murder and armed robbery. He received a 60-year sentence, 35 years for the murder charge and 25 years for armed robbery, the maximum allowed. According to the Tennessee Felony Offender Information Lookup, a website run by the state's Department of Correction, he will be eligible for parole in 2041. The guy at the junkyard in Corsicana grinned and shook his head when I told him why I was there. "There ain't nothing in that car," he said. "I've looked." "Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to take a look anyhow," I said, "as long as I'm here." He didn't mind. In fact, he seemed to find the prospect amusing. He opened the gate and I drove inside in the car I'd rented at the Dallas airport. I could almost hear what the guy was thinking. People from Tennessee, hell, even the college professors are idiots. What I was thinking was, we'll see about that. Of all the hundreds of forensic cases I've worked over the years, few have been as challenging as a handful in which I was asked to identify someone on the basis of small fragments of incinerated bone. Killers sometimes think they can destroy a body completely by burning it, but the truth is, that's extremely difficult to do. In one memorable case, when my graduate students and I searched the rubble of a house that had burned down with such fierce heat that even the copper wiring melted, we still found an identifiable skeleton, with a melted bullet lying alongside the spine. We could even tell that the body had been blown apart with a stick of dynamite before the house was torched. I'm telling you, a body is hard to burn. If you decide to murder somebody, don't think that you can cover your tracks with fire. Even a cremation furnace, a high-temperature gas-fired apparatus designed specifically and solely to incinerate human bodies, doesn't completely destroy a body. All of this is by way of background to explain why I offered some hope to a State Farm insurance investigator, Larry Patterson, who called me in June of 1989 to ask if I might be able to tell whether or not the incinerated remains in a burned car were those of a man who held a $250,000 life insurance policy. Both the car and the policy belonged to a man named Owen Rutherford. The burned vehicle was found in a distant corner of a 25-acre field on Rutherford's property outside Corsicana, and the man had not been seen since one day in February when he announced that he planned to do some drinking to forget the financial worries that were plaguing him at the time. On the face of it, it appeared plausible that the burned remains were indeed Owen Rutherford's. However, insurance companies don't like to pay out big life insurance claims on the basis of mere plausibility, and they've got good reason to be cautious. If Owen Rutherford had faked his death in a car fire, he wouldn't be the first person to try that trick, nor would he be the last, even in my own limited experience. When the charred shell of Rutherford's car was searched that February, a badly burned torso was found inside, along with a few other incinerated parts. These were sent to the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences, the Dallas County Crime Lab, for examination. A forensic pathologist there, Dr. Violet Nilica, autopsied the remains, x-rayed the charred torso, and attempted to match the images to x-rays taken of Owen Rutherford during his life. She did not succeed in finding a match, so she was unable to confirm that the remains were Rutherford's. That's when State Farm called to ask if I could help. As a first step, I asked to see both sets of x-rays, ante-mortem and post-mortem. Through a judge in Corsicana, the insurance company arranged to have the films sent to me from Dallas. They arrived on July 31. I signed an evidence receipt to confirm I had them and mailed it back to the crime lab, keeping a yellow copy for my own files. When I compared the sets of x-rays, I could see why Dr. Nilica had been unable to make a positive identification. The best ante-mortem x-rays were of Owen Rutherford's head, and judging from the autopsy report, no head was recovered from the burned car, only a few small skull fragments. The envelope also included an ante-mortem chest x-ray, but the orientation of the chest in that one was different from the orientation of the post-mortem chest x-ray, so it was impossible to match the two. Just to be sure, I asked one of the senior radiologists at UT Medical Center, Dr. Kenneth Rule, to compare the sets of images as well. Ken couldn't find anything to compare directly either. The x-rays didn't rule out the possibility that this was Owen Rutherford, mind you. They just didn't offer any basis for either a yes or a no. When I delivered the bad news to Larry Patterson on August 1, I cushioned the blow with a glimmer of hope. The burned vehicle might contain some additional skeletal material. With luck, maybe even a piece that would allow a positive identification. The best means of identification is at the death scene, I said, repeating a mantra I've chanted countless times to police and forensic technicians. Patterson asked me to talk to his boss, a claims administrator named Chris Johnson, so I did. If I could search that vehicle myself, I might be able to find something, I told her. Finally, she agreed to fly me and Murray Marks, one of the Ph.D. students on my forensic response team, to Texas to see what we could find. Corsicana was a small city 60 miles southeast of Dallas. It was 11 a.m. and already hot as hell. It was East Central Texas in August, after all, when we arrived at Haney Wrecker Service and met the dubious Mr. Haney. The burned vehicle was a two-door Pontiac 2000, which had been towed to the fenced-in area behind the junkyard's office. The car was, as the saying goes, a mere shell of its former self. The doors and trunk lid and even the roof had been cut off, removed with a torch at the scene to allow the torso and other remains to be retrieved. Haney also told me that he'd known Owen Rutherford, that Rutherford had a gap between his two upper front teeth, and that the remains removed from the car had a similar gap. This revelation came as quite a surprise to me because the autopsy report hadn't mentioned any teeth, and I had received no post-mortem x-rays of teeth. The wreckage was surrounded and practically hidden by waist-high grass and weeds. After doing a quick check for snakes, Murray and I began combing the debris that had collected in the vehicle's floor pan. It wasn't long before we hit pay dirt, or bone, rather. In the area of the driver's seat, we found bone fragments from the hands and feet, as well as the distal end of the left fibula. As Murray continued to excavate, I began sifting material through a wire screen I'd brought. The material, a mixture of dirt, ash, embers, rusty metal, and bone fragments, was wet and crumbly, so it was a bit like teasing cookie dough through the screen. Just behind the right front seat, Murray started finding more bones. These were phalanges, or finger bones, from the right hand, as if Owen Rutherford, or whoever it was, had died and burned with his arm draped over the seat back. In the rear, behind the driver's seat, actually in the back seat, where the seat had fallen through to the frame, Murray began finding what I'd particularly hoped we might find in the vehicle, pieces of the cranium. The biggest and easiest to identify was the right zygomatic arch, or cheekbone. The other pieces, about 50 in all, were fragments that ranged from small, roughly the size of a quarter, to tiny. The skull consists of 3 layers, a hard outer layer, a spongy middle layer, called a diploid, and another hard inner layer. In a particularly hot fire, the air spaces and moisture in the diploid can create tiny pockets of steam and pressure, and these can cause the layers to separate. That's what happened in this car fire. Of all the dozens of bone fragments from the skull, none were intact through all 3 layers. Instead, all had fractured in the diploid. At mid-afternoon, as Murray and I mopped our brows and prepared to wrap up our excavation, we suddenly hit the mother lode. The trunk of the car contained enough burned human material to fill a 5-gallon bucket, numerous pieces of ribs, long bones, fingers and toes, though not, alas, any teeth or pieces of skull. This treasure trove of bones and fragments was wrapped in a sheet labeled Corsicana Regional Hospital, which is where Dr. Nilica, the pathologist, had conducted the autopsy. I didn't understand why skeletal material from an active death investigation had been dumped back in the trunk of a burned car in a junkyard, but then, as Mr. Haney had intimated, I was just a moron from Tennessee. How could I possibly grasp the sophisticated forensic ways of a big-league state like Texas? By the time Murray and I left Corsicana at 3:30 that afternoon, we'd recovered and boxed up nearly 300 pieces of bone from the car, including 18 rib fragments, 4 skull fragments, 78 bones or fragments from the hands and feet, 40 pieces of long bones, 1 left patella, kneecap, and 97 fragments too small to identify. But would any one of these pieces tell me with certainty whether or not the body, like the car, belonged to Owen Rutherford? I pondered this on the plane ride back from Dallas that night. The round trip plus the excavation had made for a long damn day. But I was glad to be out of Texas and back in Tennessee. Back in the bone lab beneath Neyland Stadium, Murray and I began sorting through the material we'd brought back from Corsicana. To make sure we had pieces of only one person, we laid out the fragments, the 200 we could identify, in anatomical order, looking for any duplicates. There were none, so I was confident that the fire had claimed only one victim. The pieces were shattered and distorted, as is normally the case from a hot fire. Exposure to extremely high temperature causes the moisture in fleshed bone to turn to steam. The steam leaves the bone so fast that the bone itself shrinks, twists, and splinters. Indeed, the pieces of long bone, fragments from the femur, tibia, fibula, radius, ulna, humerus, and bones from the hands and feet, had twisted, split, and even shattered from the pressure of the steam in the marrow cavities. Other bones, including pieces from the cranium, vertebrae, ribs, pelvic girdle, and the base of the foot, had come apart at the seams, where an intermediate layer of spongier bone was sandwiched between the 2 harder layers. Obviously, this extreme damage from the fire complicated the effort to make a positive identification. It also pointed to an extremely hot fire, and made me wonder if accelerants were used, and if we were looking at a murder rather than an accidental death or suicide. The bones were obviously human. From the large size of the patella, kneecap, it seemed likely that the sex was male, A bit of arthritic lipping on the bones of the foot suggested that he was middle-aged, as Rutherford had been. Nothing so far contradicted the possibility or even the likelihood that this was Rutherford. Unfortunately, State Farm and Judge Stewart needed more than possibility or likelihood. They needed certainty, a positive identification, and that was proving positively elusive. We'd found no teeth or even fragments of teeth in the car, a surprising omission considering what the junkyard's owner had told us about a gap in the burned body's teeth. With what we had, our only hope of determining whether this was Owen Rutherford lay in the few fragments we'd found from the cranium and face. All we needed to find was one distinctive, identifiable feature or shape we could match to an ante-mortem X-ray of Rutherford. Try as we might, however, we couldn't find it. Not a single diagnostic structure or form that would allow a positive ID. On August 18, 9 days after our whirlwind trip to Corsicana, Murray and I signed a report detailing our inconclusive findings. We sent it to Larry Patterson and Chris Woodson at State Farm and to Navarro County Justice of the Peace Beatty Stewart. There might be one final possibility, we noted at the end of the report. Out in Corsicana, we'd learned that after the original autopsy, parts of the body, including the torso, had been sent to Chicago for burial, alongside Owen Rutherford's mother. It seems to us, we wrote, that the only means of making a positive identification, either from dental comparisons or a change in the orientation of the torso, were buried with the body. The buried body would need to be exhumed and careful comparisons made with before-death X-rays. On August 23, I spoke with Dr. Nilika, who delivered yet another piece of surprising news, this one welcome. The Dallas Crime Lab had retained some of the skeletal material the forensic techs had recovered from the burned car, including half of the mandible and some teeth. On October 6, I got a carton from Dallas containing 2 plastic bags with fragmented and incinerated human skeletal remains. What excited me most were 8 small, jagged fragments from the frontal bone or forehead. Murray and I managed to reassemble these like tiny pieces of a miniature jigsaw puzzle. When we were finished, we had a piece of frontal bone that spanned much of the forehead, including the prominent brow ridge above the eyes. That region of frontal bone also contains the frontal sinus, one of 4 sets of air-filled cavities in the bones of the face and skull. It's not entirely clear why we have sinuses, aside from their role in providing a huge revenue stream for pharmaceutical companies and over-the-counter drug makers. Some scientists think sinuses evolved mainly to lessen the weight of the front of the skull. Others to protect the eyes and brain against physical blows or rapid temperature changes. Still others to humidify air as we breathe in. An even more out-of-the-box theory holds that their role is to give the human voice more resonance. Forensically, what matters isn't so much why we have frontal sinuses. What matters is how we have them, uniquely. Just as the loops and whorls and arches of fingerprints vary from person to person, so do the cavities and edges of frontal sinuses. In Owen Rutherford's ante-mortem X-rays, the upper edge of his frontal sinus appeared scalloped, rather like the ends of leaves from a ginkgo tree, with a wavy vertical line, the sinus's septum, meandering up the center of his brow ridge to divide the right side of the frontal sinus from the left. When we X-rayed the portion of frontal bone we'd pieced together from the 8 burned fragments, I felt a thrill of excitement. The wavy line of the septum tracked Owen Rutherford's exactly. So did 3 of the scallops marking the edges of the sinus cavity. That wasn't all. The pieces of mandible that arrived in the package contained 2 impacted third molars, wisdom teeth, which were visible to the naked eye, since the soft tissue around them had been burned away. Owen Rutherford's ante-mortem X-rays clearly showed these same 2 impacted molars, in exactly the same orientation. Judge Stewart's cryptic comment, "It won't surprise me if it isn't him," had hinted that there might be more to this case than met the eye, and maybe there was. But I hadn't been asked to figure out whether this man had committed suicide, had passed out and dropped a lit cigarette onto the car's upholstery, or had been murdered. All the insurance company and the judge wanted to know was it Owen Rutherford who burned up in that car? On October 11, I sent a second forensic report to State Farm and Judge Stewart. Yes, I said, it was Owen Rutherford. Positively. I wish I had sent a copy to the guy at the junkyard, too. By 1991, I had spent 35 years studying bones. I had learned how to interpret blunt force trauma. For example, the way skull fractures radiate from the spot where a hammer or an iron pipe has slammed into a victim's head. At a glance, I could recognize the conical beveling that made a bullet's entry wound wider on the inside of the cranium than on the outside, and that made the exit wound bigger on the outside of the skull than on the inside. I could spot or feel tiny nicks in ribs marking where a thin blade had slipped through the protective cage of bone to pierce the heart or lungs. I felt at home with bones. But when FBI Special Agent Don Provancha asked me to examine the evidence of a high-profile Knoxville murder case in 1991, he didn't bring me bones, or flesh, or even insects. He brought me the butts of 2 small cigars, which the FBI had labeled Q65 and Q124-133. The butts of these ordinary, inexpensive cigars, Havana jewels, could make or break the government's case. One of the butts, Q65, had been found near the spot where a Tennessee Department of Public Safety officer had been gunned down at point-blank range. The murder was a top priority for the Bureau because the victim, Michael Rector, was working for the FBI as an undercover informant. Rector was the linchpin of an 18-month racketeering investigation that was bearing down on one of the biggest automobile chop shops in the Southeast, a chop shop owned by Rector's own brother-in-law, Roy Lee Clark. Westwood Enterprises, a junkyard and used auto parts business, occupied several acres of hillside and hollow just outside the Knoxville city limits. The area was known as Rocky Hill because it was elevated and, well, rocky. Although Knoxville's suburbs were creeping in that direction, Rocky Hill retained a fairly rural character, with small frame houses and the occasional mobile home rubbing shoulders with a few larger, grander homes set on multi-acre tracts. Westwood Enterprises was situated off the lower end of Darris Drive, a narrow ribbon of unstriped asphalt that snaked up a wooded ravine between Wright's Ferry Road and Duncan Road. In addition to hundreds of cars and trucks in various stages of disassembly, the Westwood compound held several motley buildings. A 2-story brick ranch house, whose second-floor windows had been bricked up. Another 2-story brick house, a long series of adjoining sheds, and farther up the hillside, a barn-sized garage and workshop. The property was surrounded by woods, and the only way in or out was a gravel driveway protected by a chain-link gate. Roy Clark and his wife Carol lived up on Duncan Road about a mile away and considerably higher both topographically and architecturally. The Clarks occupied a substantial house set on the brow of a hill. Their driveway was gated too, not with chain link, but with a pair of wrought iron gates, each monogrammed with a foot-high C. Carol Clark's brother, Michael Rector, had worked briefly for the Knox County Sheriff's Office in the 1980s. After losing that job, he'd gone to work for Roy, stealing and dismantling cars, and had lived in one of the oddly customized buildings on the Westwood property. Then he'd gotten a job with the Public Safety Department's Motor Vehicle Enforcement Division, which inspected commercial trucks for excessive payloads and other safety violations. Rector was assigned to the truck scales on Interstate 40. Not the most glamorous job in law enforcement, but it was honest work and it paid the bills. Rector and his wife, Sally, lived in a middle-class subdivision in West Knoxville. Their home on a corner lot at the intersection of Penwood Drive and Sedgwick Road was a tidy, two-story split foyer rancher. A two-car garage occupied one end of the basement. Across the back, a large elevated deck ran the length of the house, looking out on a backyard dotted with maple trees and white pines. It was a sizable step up from Rector's former quarters at the junkyard. In April 1988, Rector had contacted the FBI and offered to provide information about illegal activities by his brother-in-law. It was exactly the sort of inside help the agency needed. Clark had been under scrutiny by local and state authorities for years, but building a case against him had proved difficult, perhaps partly because several law enforcement officers in East Tennessee had reportedly purchased vehicles from Clark at bargain basement prices. But by the late 1980s, his sales of vehicles and parts had expanded beyond Tennessee into neighboring states. If he was trafficking in stolen property across state lines, as Rector said he was, Clark was vulnerable to federal racketeering charges. For a year and a half, Rector held secret meetings and telephone conversations with agents detailing how Clark stole cars and disassembled them in his chop shop and sold the parts. Sometimes Clark reversed the process too, Rector said, assembling vehicles out of stolen parts. Occasionally, he simply resold the stolen vehicles after destroying or altering their serial numbers. By December of 1989, the FBI had laid the foundation for a massive case against Clark. The stakes were high, and not just because Clark was running a huge chop shop. This would be the Justice Department's first use of the RICO racketeering statutes to prosecute a property theft case. To cement the case, Provenza asked Rector to wear a hidden tape recorder, a wire, and record incriminating conversations with Clark. Rector agreed. Over the next 3 months, he taped Clark repeatedly, sometimes at Westwood, sometimes in Roy's car or Rector's truck, as the two men rode around scouting for cars for Clark to steal. On December 28, Rector recorded Clark in the act of stealing a vehicle, which he then took to Westwood. The information on the recordings could potentially put Clark away for years, but the FBI was taking no chances. The agents wanted an ironclad case. In one of the taped conversations, Clark asked Rector to help him find a Chevy Blazer. Not long after that, Rector did. On March 2, 1990, he led Clark to a West Knoxville motel where a black Blazer was parked. Later that evening, Clark drove into the motel's parking lot in his Cadillac Coupe de Ville, parked beside the Blazer, and got out. He took out a flat metal tool called a Slim Jim, used by tow truck drivers, police officers, and car thieves to open locked doors, and slid it down between the driver's window and the door frame. He wiggled the tool back and forth and then gave a slight upward tug, popping the Blazer's lock. Then he opened the door, peered inside, and closed it again without locking it. He got back into his Cadillac, drove around to the other side of the motel, and parked. A few moments later, he walked to the Blazer, got in, and began fiddling with the steering column. In less than 30 seconds, the Blazer started, and Clark drove it away to Westwood, where it was dismantled with equal efficiency. The Blazer's owner witnessed the theft from start to finish, witnessed it, photographed it, and videotaped it. The Blazer's owner was the United States government, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, to be specific. Clark had just stolen federal property, and a cluster of FBI agents in a second-floor room of the motel had watched in amazement at the swiftness and coolness with which he'd done it. The Bureau could have swooped down on him immediately. Instead, they chose to keep biding their time and building their case. Clark's automotive wish list also included a black Cadillac Eldorado. On March 23, Rector obligingly found him one, again with the help of the FBI, which had parked the car at the Clubhouse Inn. Once more, as Clark pulled up beside the government's lure, Provenza and other agents were watching through night vision lenses. When Clark pulled out his Slim Jim, Provenza started timing. It took Clark barely 10 seconds to open the locked door. As before, he bent over the car's steering column. This time, however, the car did not start swiftly. Several minutes passed, and then, to the agent's surprise, Clark emerged from the Eldorado, closed the door, and walked away, scowling. The Cadillac's anti-theft device was better than the Blazer's. Roy Lee Clark had met his vehicular match. Clark had met his investigative match as well. On April 1, a caravan of unmarked FBI and TBI cars, highway patrol cruisers, Knox County Sheriff's cruisers, and Knoxville Police Department cruisers turned up the narrow asphalt of Darris Lane, ascended the gravel driveway of Westwood Enterprises, and descended on Roy Lee Clark like the wrath of God, or at least the wrath of the criminal justice system. Accompanying the agents was Mike Rector, a fact whose significance might not have been clear to Clark, since numerous other state officers had been assigned to the bust as well. Over the next 5 days, guided by Rector, law enforcement agents swarmed over the hillside junkyard like flies around a corpse. Rector pointed out stolen vehicles as well as parts that had come from vehicles dismantled in the chop shop. Chaperoned by a state trooper, Clark monitored their progress from a distance, pausing occasionally to urinate in the weeds and speculate about who had sold him out. By the end of the search, the FBI had hauled off 5 tractor-trailer loads of evidence, valued at $700,000, engine blocks, fenders, doors, bumpers, wheels, and transmissions, as well as boxes of documents detailing Westwood's transactions with customers in Tennessee, Georgia, Kentucky, Alabama, and other states. At the end of the 5 days, Mike Rector walked up to his brother-in-law, the man who had turned him for a time into a car thief, and said, "It's me, Roy. I'm the one who's been working with them. I wanted you to hear it from me and not them." Clark looked stunned. The federal prosecutor, Assistant U.S. Attorney Russ Dedrick, gave Clark a deadline: negotiate a plea bargain by June 1 or take his chances with a jury. With the audio tapes, videotapes, photographs, seized documents, and Rector's damning testimony, Clark's chances in a jury trial didn't look good. On the night of May 30, Roy and Carol Clark, driving separate cars, rendezvoused at Naples, an Italian restaurant a few miles from their home. After dinner, they drove their cars to the home of some longtime friends, Richard and Carol Maples. Carol Clark drove up the long gravel driveway and parked near the house. Roy parked out on Bluegrass Road, roughly 100 yards away. No one was home at the Maples house, but the Clarks let themselves inside anyway. Late in the evening, Richard and Carol Maples returned home to find the Clarks waiting for them. Over the next several hours, as the Carrolls visited in the house, Roy drifted in and out of the house and the garage, where Richard and a friend began working on a car, a vintage street rod. Meanwhile, Mike Rector was finishing up his shift at the I-40 truck scales. At 11 p.m., Rector clocked out and climbed into his pickup truck, but as he started down the ramp to the interstate, he realized that one of his tires was flat. To make matters worse, the spare was at home in the garage. Rector reparked the truck, went inside the scale house, and got permission to borrow one of the state's cruisers to go home and retrieve a spare. His home was half a mile from the house of Richard and Carol Maples, the house where Roy Lee Clark was coming and going, indoors and out. 2 hours later, having returned the cruiser and changed the tire, Rector turned onto his street in his truck. He stopped at the curb to collect the mail from the mailbox. Then he backed into his driveway, parked, and got out. He started up the sidewalk leading from the driveway to the front door, carrying the mail and his gun belt, a Smith & Wesson semi-automatic pistol snapped securely into the thumb brake holster. The assailant's first shot caught Rector under the chin, perhaps as Rector was looking his killer in the eye, maybe even talking to him. 4 more bullets tore into him, including 2 in the back. Rector fell face down in the grass beside the sidewalk, his arms tucked beneath him, his right foot behind his left ankle. The day's mail landed on the sidewalk, still bundled neatly together, and the officer's unbuckled gun belt sprawled beside the mail. 2 red circles on Rector's shirt marked the gunshot wounds in his back. He lay there unseen in his green uniform on the green grass. Sally Rector was worried because Mike was long overdue. He hadn't returned a page, and his co-worker said he'd left hours before. Shortly before dawn, Sally walked outside and found her husband's body. Later that morning, Roy Lee Clark was arrested not for murder but simply for auto theft. He was denied bail, though, an unusual precaution for a car thief. Not until October 1991, nearly 17 months after Rector was killed, did a federal grand jury indict Clark for the murder. One reason for the delay in the indictment might have been the virtual lack of any evidence tying Clark directly to the crime. No gun, smoking or otherwise, no ballistic matches between the fatal bullets and any bullets Clark was known to have fired, no relevant fingerprints or DNA evidence, no telltale bloodstains on Clark's clothing or vehicles, no eyewitnesses. The government would need to build a strong circumstantial case against Clark. The case would hinge on motive, opportunity, and the 2 cigar butts brought to me by Special Agent Don Provancha. In 1991, DNA testing was still in its infancy. The technology was not yet sophisticated enough to detect trace amounts of genetic material in dried saliva. What made the cigar butts potentially useful as evidence was their wooden tips that bore the faint impressions of teeth. The tip labeled Q65 had been found a block away from Rector's body during a careful search of the neighborhood by FBI agents and state and local police, just hours after Rector's wife found him and called 911. The unsmoked portion of the cigar appeared fresh when it was found. It was also dry, which seemed noteworthy since a rain shower had passed through the area just 2 hours before the shooting. The other cigar tip, Q124-133, had been recovered that same day from an ashtray in Roy Lee Clark's kitchen. Was it possible, Provancha asked, when he brought me the tips, to determine whether the same individual had smoked both cigars? Was it possible, in other words, to use the cigar tips to show that Clark had been lurking near Rector's house around the time of the shooting? One of my graduate assistants at the time seemed ideally suited to help me compare the cigar butts. Mark Gilboa was a methodical, meticulous student with mechanical aptitude and steady hands. And if ever a project called for steady hands and meticulous work, this was it. Our first step would be to make a mold of the cigar tips using powdered alginate, a hard, fast-setting rubbery gum extracted from seaweed. When reconstituted with water to about the consistency of pancake batter, alginate can conform to the most minute, subtle textural details, capturing even fingerprints and skin pores. For that reason, the material was widely used in dentistry and also in Hollywood, where it was used to make molds of actors' faces as a step in creating special effects makeup. After making alginate molds of the cigar tips, we could then make exact replicas of the tips out of dental stone, a fast-setting, tougher version of plaster of Paris. The replicas would allow us to study the tooth marks to our heart's content without risk of damaging the original evidence. The consistency of the alginate mixture was crucial. Too runny, and it wouldn't set properly. Too thick, and it wouldn't capture the subtle details that would be crucial for any meaningful comparison. Not surprisingly, there's no custom-engineered gizmo on the market for making molds of potentially incriminating cigar tips. Lacking that, we'd have to improvise. I looked around the lab and my eye happened to light on some empty 35mm film canisters, small plastic cylinders about 1 inch in diameter and a couple of inches tall. They were the perfect size to encase the cigar tips in about 1/4 inch of alginate all the way around. What's more, the cylindrical shape and slick plastic surface would make it easy to slide the molds out once the alginate had hardened. Then we'd use a scalpel to slit the molds, open them like a clamshell or a book, with one half capturing the contours of the cigar tip's upper surface and the other half mirroring the details of the tip's underside. Everything was working beautifully, until Mark slid open the molds and pulled the halves apart. As he did, wood fibers weakened by the teeth that had clamped down on them tore free from the cigar tips and clung to the hard, rubbery molds. Ironically, In trying to preserve the evidence, we had irreversibly damaged it. True, we had close-up photos of the tips with the tooth marks side-lighted at a low angle to bring their details into dramatic relief. But a two-dimensional photograph was no substitute for a three-dimensional object. The FBI had entrusted us with the only physical evidence that might physically link their chief suspect to the crime scene, and we had inadvertently damaged it. As Mark studied the fiber-fuzzed molds, however, he saw a ray of hope. Although fibers clung to the hard, rubbery compound, they didn't appear to be embedded in it. Mark had a pair of tiny Swiss-made jeweler's tweezers. Working carefully with the tweezers, he might be able to detach the fibers without damaging the molds. Again, his meticulous nature and steady hands proved invaluable. Peering through a magnifying glass, he painstakingly plucked out all traces of the fibers. But were the molds undamaged? There was only one way to be sure. Fitting the two halves of each mold back together again, Mark reinserted them into the film canisters, then drizzled a thin mixture of dental stone down into the molded-in tunnels left by the protruding portion of the cigars. The wait for the dental stone to harden seemed interminable, although it was less than an hour. Finally, when plenty of time had passed, he removed the molds from the film canisters, pried them apart, and popped out the casts of the tips. Side-lighting them just as the wooden tips had been when photographed, we inspected them under a magnifying glass, comparing them with the photos. Feature for tiny feature, texture for subtle texture, they matched the photos perfectly. Now we could try to answer the question Provenza had posed. Could we determine whether the tooth marks in the two tips had been made by the same person? A casual inspection suggested they had not. The marks in Q65, the butt found in the grass near Rector's house, were much deeper than the marks in Q124-133. But as I looked closer, I noticed 3 distinctive notches in both sets of tips. They were deeper, to be sure, in the crime scene butt, yet the angles and relative positions and even the placement in the wooden tips were the same. The notch in the upper surface of the tips appeared to have been made by an upper lateral incisor on the right side, the second tooth to the right of the upper jaw's midline. The notches on the underside appeared to have been made by the lower canine and first premolar. The more I thought about it, the more sense the difference in depth made. If I were a killer, waiting in ambush for my victim, I'd probably be feeling a lot of tension that would probably tend to make my jaw clench tighter. The photos and the casts were consistent with this explanation. They showed considerably more damage to the wooden tip from the crime scene than the one from Roy Clark's residence. When I told Provenza that the bite marks matched, he was elated. It wasn't direct evidence of Clark's guilt, but it suggested at least that he had been near Rector's house sometime around the time of the shooting, and after the 11 p.m. rainstorm. I thought of one additional test that could be done to confirm or refute the theory that these were indeed Clark's tooth marks. "You know," I said, "I bet if we got a cast of Roy Clark's teeth, we could see if these bite marks matched his teeth." I knew a Knoxville orthodontist, Marshall Parker. He had straightened my son Jim's teeth, and I suggested Provenza ask Dr. Parker if he'd be willing to take the impressions. Most of Parker's patients were crooked-toothed teenagers. I figured he'd consider a murder suspect an interesting change of pace. Just to be on the safe side, the FBI also secured casts of Richard Maples' teeth. Maples was Clark's alibi witness, after all. If Clark had done the shooting, it was possible that Maples had accompanied him and had tossed the half-smoked cigar in the grass. It was even considered possible that Maples, rather than Clark, was the shooter. And if the cigar tips matched Maples' teeth rather than Clark's, better to find that out now than during the defense's case at trial. When Provenza brought me the casts of the two men's teeth, I could tell at once that Maples' teeth could not have left those marks in the cigar tips. No matter how I angled and skewed the replicas of the tips, there was simply no way to match the indentations with the teeth. Maple's canines were not the right size, shape, or orientation. Clark's, on the other hand, fit almost like a key in a lock. The lower premolar canine, in particular, nestled perfectly in that triangular indentation. What's more, the cast of Clark's teeth showed an interesting wear pattern slightly to the right of center. Clamping Hava-Tampa jewels between the same teeth year after year had left their mark not just on the wooden cigar tips, but on the teeth, too. On the morning of March 5, I arrived in my office at the University of Tennessee to find an urgent message awaiting me. Russ Dedrick's secretary had called. She said Dedrick needed to let me know what time I was scheduled to testify that day. I reported to U.S. District Court right after lunch and was sworn in as a witness around mid-afternoon. The prosecutor who would question me on the stand was not Dedrick, however, but Lee Weddle, one of Dedrick's colleagues in the U.S. Attorney's Office. Weddle began, as prosecutors always do, by asking me a long series of questions about my education, experience, and qualifications, not because he didn't know all that already, but so the jury would figure that maybe I really did know what I was talking about. Then he began asking me about the cigar tips. I explained how we had taken the molds of the cigar tips and compared the replicas with the photos and then with the casts of Roy Clark's teeth. I also described how Mark Gilboa and I had measured the angle of the two lower teeth with respect to one another. On a photographic enlargement of the bite marks from the crime scene cigar, we drew a line parallel to the biting edge of the canine and a line parallel to the biting edge of the first premolar. Those lines intersected, I explained, at an angle of 107 degrees. Then we did the same thing with the bite marks from the cigar butt recovered from Clark's house. That angle also measured 107 degrees. Next, Weddle produced a box containing the casts of Roy Clark's teeth. "Tell me," he said, "whether you received these dental castings for comparison purposes?" "Yes, sir," I answered. "My name is on the box and also on the cast." I aligned the upper and lower casts so the teeth lined up in what's called the occlusal plane, the orientation Roy Clark's teeth were in as he sat at the defense table, and pointed to the right side of the casts. The lateral incisor in the upper jaw, which would be this tooth right there, and the canine and the first premolar in the lower jaw are the teeth that made these impressions in this cigar butt, I told the jurors. Several nodded in understanding. They match up perfectly. Then Weddle lobbed the key question over the plate, being careful to remind the jury that I wasn't a complete ignoramus. "Based on your education, training, and experience as you have described them to us and your examination, do you hold an opinion as to whether or not Roy Lee Clark made the teeth marks on those two cigar tips?" "That is right," I said. "The impressions and the cigar butt found at the scene and in the Clark home were made by Roy Clark." Clark's attorney, Stephen Shope, stood up to cross-examine me. He began by trying to get me to admit that forensic dentistry had long been considered unreliable and unacceptable in court. I told him that I had been testifying about teeth since the 1960s. "I don't know about acceptable," I said, "but they didn't throw me out." That got a laugh from the jurors and a frown from Shope. Then he implied that all 32 teeth were needed to identify an individual, or at least more than a mere 3. "You could identify an individual from really only one tooth," I responded, "if you had the before-death and after-death record of that tooth." "Are you saying an individual can be identified with one tooth?" He asked the question with a mixture of disbelief and scorn. I felt like thanking him for giving me a chance to emphasize my point. "Yes," I said, and explained how one tooth and its relationship to the jawbone was sufficient basis for a positive identification. "Actually," I added, "you can do without all of them and still make an identification if your root sockets are good." He would have done well to remember the advice given to every law student in trial class. Never ask a witness a question to which you don't already know the answer. Shope's final angle of attack was to make the point that wood was not the ideal material for capturing bite marks. "It would be better than glass or steel," I said, "but it's probably not as good as chewing gum or cheese." If only Roy Lee Clark had been considerate enough to leave a half-eaten chunk of cheddar out by the crime scene, and another on the kitchen counter. After 2 more questions from Shope, Lee Weddle got his chance to redirect. As before, he ended with a softball question. Dr. Bass, based on what Mr. Shope has asked you in cross-examination, do you have any reason to change the findings that you reported to this court and jury? No, I said. I am positive that the teeth on Q65 found at the scene and the dental impressions found in the Roy Clark house are made by Mr. Clark. I am positive of that. No further questions, said Weddle. Shortly afterward, the government rested its case. After 2 days of deliberations, the jury foreman sent a note to Judge Jarvis saying they were unable to reach a unanimous verdict. Judge Jarvis sent back a note urging them to keep trying. Late the following day, the jury sent out another note. This note informed the judge that they had reached a verdict. The atmosphere in the courtroom was electric when the jury filed back in. As Clark stood, Judge Jarvis read the verdict, guilty of murder in the first degree. Clark looked stunned and raised his hands as if in disbelief or horror. At his sentencing hearing, Clark was offered the opportunity to speak. He seized the occasion to deliver a harangue that rambled on for 20 minutes. In it he said, among other things, that he had been crucified, that when he died and saw Mike Rector in heaven or hell, he would ask Rector who had killed him, and that Assistant U.S. Attorney Dedrick had no heart and was working for the devil. After Clark finally wound down, Judge Jarvis pronounced sentence on Clark. In view of the heinous nature of the murder, the federal judge sentenced Clark to life in prison without the possibility of parole. I've spent decades listening to bones, harnessing my academic training, field experience, and mental faculties to hear the stories that bludgeoned, burned, or otherwise damaged skeletal material can whisper. To hear what they have to tell me, I have to pay close attention to the bones and tune out all the background noise. Not surprisingly, that background noise often includes the buzzing of blowflies, the first and most prolific of the critters that come to feed on a human body. In some cases, though, the fly's buzzing isn't background noise to be swatted aside. The buzzing itself is the story, or at least an important part of it, pointing to the manner or timing of someone's murder. Forensic entomology, finding evidence in insects and insects' activity, dates back 8 centuries, although that long interval hasn't exactly been a period of rapid or even steady advances. In a remarkable forensic text written in 1247 A.D., a Chinese death investigator named Sun Tzu told how a murderer was caught by flies. A man in a small village had been murdered, his throat cut. The investigator suspected that the murder weapon was a sickle, a sharp-edged implement used by rice farmers to harvest their crop. Summoning all the men of the village, the investigator ordered them to bring their sickles and place them on the ground. Soon 70 or 80 sickles lay before the assembled crowd. A swarm of flies immediately converged on one of the blades, whereupon the investigator confronted that sickle's owner, charging that his blade bore the blood of the murder victim. Confronted with the entomological evidence, an accurate reflection of the blowfly's keen nose for blood, the man promptly confessed, according to Sun Tzu. 7.5 centuries later, and half a world away from that ancient Chinese village, flies would play a pivotal role in Case 9123, the UT Anthropology's 23rd forensic case of 1991. The case would hinge on flies and 50 yards, 50 yards being the distance that spelled the difference between being burned in Alabama and being burned in Tennessee. From a murder victim's perspective, of course, 50 yards and a state line are irrelevant. Dead is dead and burned is burned, no matter which side of an invisible boundary you're on. From the victim's perspective, the only meaningful boundary is the one between life and death. From the perspective of law enforcement, though, The dividing line between Alabama and Tennessee meant that a Tennessee district attorney picked up the phone and called the anthropology department at the University of Tennessee. And that meant that my students and I were faced with the challenge of sifting through a set of incinerated human remains in an effort to identify the victim, determine the time since death, and decipher whatever clues had been left behind by the bugs. One of the Tennessee counties that borders Alabama is Lawrence, a mostly rural county of farmland and forests. The county seat of Lawrence County is Lawrenceburg, a town of about 11,000. One of those 11,000 people, and the one I know best, is District Attorney Mike Bottoms. On Tuesday, June 4, 1991, Mike called to ask for help recovering and identifying a burned skeleton which was found in a torched car about 50 yards north of the Tennessee-Alabama border. Early Wednesday morning, two of my graduate students, Teresa Waltansky and Bruce Wayne, loaded up the anthropology department's pickup truck and headed southwest for Lawrenceburg, about 275 miles southwest of Knoxville. Normally, I would have been eager to go supervise the forensic team, but my wife Ann was battling colon cancer, and I wanted to stay close to home and to the hospital. At the courthouse in Lawrenceburg, Teresa and Bruce met District Attorney Bottoms and investigators from the Lawrence County Sheriff's Department, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, the Tennessee Highway Patrol, and the Tennessee State Fire Marshal's Office. The group's caravan headed south toward Alabama, passing through St. Joseph and Iron City, towns that made Lawrenceburg look immense by comparison. A couple of miles beyond Iron City, Butler Creek Road curved to the left. Just past that, the law enforcement vehicles turned south on a narrow dirt track and bumped south another 150 yards. There, a stone's throw from the Alabama line, was a burned-out Buick Skylark, a four-door 1968 model. The car was gold, or had been. Now it was a rusted, charred shell. The windshield had melted from the intense heat of the fire, a telltale sign of arson. The front tires had burned, and the interior had been reduced to rusting metal seat springs and floor pans. The paint had blistered off from the heat of the fire, and both the interior and the exterior were heavily rusted, with rust already starting to flake from the underside of the roof. The guy in the car had clearly not died at the wheel, or at least had not burned at the wheel. His charred skeletal remains were in the back seat, lying face up, or what would have been face up if he still had a face, atop the rusting coils of springs. The head lay on the right side of the seat, and the feet angled down into the footwell behind the driver's seat. The right arm and hand were flopped down into the right rear floorboard. Teresa and Bruce opened a body bag on the hood of the car to contain the skeletal elements, then began by leaning in through the car's windows. Once they'd plucked out the larger bones, that technique got more difficult, requiring them to crawl halfway through the windows and hang head down. The car's doors wouldn't open, though, so Scott Brandon, the Tennessee Highway Patrol investigator, retrieved a pair of bolt cutters from his trunk, and he and the other officers cut the left rear door from the burned car. The floor pan contained a soupy mix of burned bones, charred debris from the car, and standing water left over from rainfall during the previous weekend. Teresa and Bruce recovered all the skeletal elements they could find in the muck. The rest, which probably contained smaller fragments of bone, would be sifted by the TBI crime lab and chemically tested for the presence of gasoline or other accelerants. They brought the skeletal remains back to UT. The first thing we did was to X-ray them. Over the years, I've learned to always X-ray burned bodies because sometimes they contain evidence that's not visible to the naked eye. In one case, for instance, an X-ray of a burned skull revealed a bright white spot of radio-opaque material in the frontal sinus above the eyes. That spot turned out to be lead from a bullet, which melted in the fire set by the killer, then trickled into the sinus. If we hadn't X-rayed that skull, we'd never have known the dead man was killed by a gunshot to the head. The X-rays of 9123 revealed a bit of radio-opaque material. However, It appeared to be small, random particles rather than the dense smears or blobs that characterized the lead wipes or melted slugs left by gunshots. Because of their size and random distribution, as well as the condition of the car the remains came from, we judged the particles to be flakes of rust. If 9123 had been killed by rust particles, this would be a case for the textbooks, maybe even the Guinness Book of World Records. Although the fire had been hot enough to fracture, shrink, and warp the bones, it hadn't come anywhere near destroying them, as the killer or killers may have hoped it would, and Teresa and Bruce managed to recover most of the skeletal elements. The pelvis was classically male. It exhibited no ventral arc and no concavity in the subpubic region. In other words, it wasn't designed to incubate or deliver a baby. Other distinctive male features included a prominent bump at the base of the skull, the external occipital protuberance, and a large diameter ball or head on the proximal end of the humerus, where it joins the shoulder. The humeral head measured 48 millimeters, or nearly 2 inches in diameter, well above the recorded maximum for females, 47 millimeters. Two other distinctive skeletal features that had survived the fire were a well-developed nasal spine, the hallmark of a narrow nose, and a nasal sill, a sort of flange or dam at the base of the nasal opening. Both of these features are characteristic of Caucasoids, or whites. To estimate age, we used two methods. First, we inspected the face of the left pubic symphysis, where the left pubic bone meets the right pubic bone at the midline of the body, and compared its texture to the reference standards included in a landmark study by anthropologists Tom McKern and T. Dale Stewart in 1957. On the basis of the pubic symphysis, 9123 appeared to be a young man between 22 and 28 years old. Next, we looked at the maxillary sutures, the joints in the roof of the mouth. Two of these sutures, which normally fuse during the early 30s, were completely fused or obliterated. A third, which normally doesn't close until the early 30s, showed no signs of obliteration. Combining and averaging out the age ranges indicated by these two methods, we estimated the age at 25 to 30. Estimating the man's stature was a bit more complicated. Normally the femur, thigh bone, provides the best basis for calculating stature, but neither femur was intact. Both were missing the distal portions of their shafts. Fortunately, just a year before, Richard Jantz and one of our Ph.D. students, Tal Simmons, had refined a mathematical formula for calculating stature by measuring the breadth of the proximal upper femur. Using this formula, we estimated the stature of 9123 to be around 5 feet 6 inches, plus or minus a couple of inches or so. It wasn't as precise a calculation as we could have done if we'd had an intact femur, but at least it told us we weren't dealing with the skeletal remains of, say, a midget or an NBA basketball center. The X-rays made it appear unlikely that a gunshot had killed 9123, but the thermal stresses created by the fire complicated our search for signs of skeletal trauma. Fleshed bone, also called green bone, tends to fracture and warp as the moisture inside heats rapidly and vaporizes into steam. Some of the bones were smoked and blackened, others were completely calcined, reduced to their dry, brittle mineral matrix, as if they had been burned in a cremation furnace. The limbs and the cranium in particular were badly damaged. The limbs are surrounded by oxygen and are normally the first part of the body to burn. The head has only a thin layer of flesh to protect the bone, and once that burns, the layers of the skull tend to delaminate or peel apart. Not surprisingly, the skull was highly fragmented and largely calcined. As a result, we couldn't tell whether any cranial trauma had been inflicted before the fire. Luckily, the bones of the torso, the ribs, the spine, and the pelvis are better protected by thicker flesh and tend to survive fire better than the limbs and the skull do. As we examined the spine, we found two very clear cut marks on the third lumbar vertebra, in the lower torso, a few inches below the protective framework of the rib cage. The larger of the two cuts measured nearly half an inch long, extending across the ventral part of the vertebra. The other cut measured only about a fifth of an inch long on the ventral surface, but it extended deeper into the bone, angling upward and emerging out the upper surface. In other words, it carried enough force to punch through a quarter-inch of dense vertebral bone. We also found a large defect on the sternum or breastbone, which could have been caused by a blow from a sharp instrument, though its cause wasn't as clear as the cut marks in the vertebra, which had obviously been made by a thin, sharp blade at least several inches long enough to pierce the belly, transect the abdomen, and slice into the spine. We had quickly established, despite someone's efforts to destroy the evidence, that the victim was an adult white male, aged 25 to 30, of medium height, who had been stabbed at least twice through the abdomen. He'd possibly been stabbed in the sternum as well, hard enough to break the bone apart, but not hard enough to pierce it entirely. But who was he, 9123, and how long ago had he been stabbed to death? To answer the first of those questions, we went straight to the horse's mouth, so to speak. 9123's teeth and dental work might be able to tell us who he was. Although most of the front teeth had been fragmented by the intense heat of the fire, those farther back in the mouth had been better protected and remained largely intact. We took the skull and mandible to the UT Dental Clinic, where two dentists, Drs. Wilson and Hurley, made X-rays at the same angles used for living patients. One of the upper premolars, they noticed, had a distinctive pinch in the root, and one of the third molars, or wisdom teeth, had an unusual twist in the root. Drs. Wilson and Hurley, who also noticed that a lower premolar was slightly rotated in the jaw. And then there was the bridge. Amid the burned debris in the car, Teresa and Bruce had found a golden dental bridge, two gold teeth spanning a gap in the left lower jaw between the second molar and the second premolar. On June 6, just one day after Teresa and Bruce had excavated the burned car near the Alabama state line, TBI Special Agent Bob Schlafly sent a set of dental records for comparison to the post-mortem X-rays we'd taken and the gold bridge found in the car. The dental records documented the teeth and dental work of the man who owned the car, Richard Jameson, a 28-year-old who worked for Reed Marine Construction in Florence, Alabama, a riverfront city about 400 miles downstream from Knoxville. According to Jameson's employer, Belinda Reed, who filed a missing person report on May 22, she last saw him on May 17 on the shore of Wilson Lake. He'd been working for the company for about a year, she said, and had never missed work or even been late. He left work at mid-afternoon on a Friday and didn't show up for work the following Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. Jameson's dental records came from a dentist in Vernon, Texas, where he lived before moving to Alabama. I don't know how the TBI agent managed to track down the dentist or get the records so fast, but however he did, it was impressive. The records included a set of X-rays taken in 1984, which showed a pinched root in a premolar, a familiar-looking twist in a wisdom tooth root, and a rotated lower premolar. Tucked in with the X-rays was a note from Dr. Joel Lowry, the dentist, noting that after the X-rays were taken he had pulled Richard Jameson's lower left first molar and put in a gold bridge with two gold crowns. So it was official. We could positively identify this stabbed, incinerated murder victim as Richard Jameson, a 28-year-old white male. In life, Jameson was several inches taller than we'd estimated. However, considering that burning can shrink bone by up to 25%, we'd gotten pretty darn close, given that all we had to go on was the breadth of the femur. We knew who our victim was, and we knew how he had died. All that remained for us to figure out was when he had died. By the time Richard Jameson's charred bones were plucked from the hulk of his torched Skylark, we'd conducted a decade of systematic research on human decomposition at the body farm. We'd closely observed the changes in the human body during the extended post-mortem interval, correlating those changes with both the passage of time and the cumulative effects of temperature. By looking at a bloated or shriveled corpse, and then studying temperature records from the National Weather Service, I could tell, with reasonable accuracy and certainty, how many days or weeks had elapsed between the moment someone was killed and the moment their body was found. But that research, and the certainty and the accuracy, was based on nature taking its course with a body. And an accelerant-fueled fire did not count as nature taking its course. The fire that consumed Richard Jameson's flesh did not conceal his identity, but it did disrupt the normal decomp process. Paradoxically, as it burned, the fire also froze another piece of evidence we could use to estimate Jameson's time since death. Within moments of his murder, Jameson had begun to decay. He ceased to smell like a living person, and began very faintly to smell like a dead one. Although we humans might not notice the odor of death for hours or days, blowflies can detect it almost instantly. They flock to a body if they can get to it and seek out moist orifices and bloody wounds. There the females lay grainy white clumps of eggs which, in late spring along the Tennessee-Alabama border, can hatch within 24 hours or less into thousands upon thousands of worm-like larvae called maggots. Roughly 10 to 12 days after hatching, the maggots have grown from tiny specks to nearly an inch in length. At that point, they encase themselves in cocoons called puparia, their version of a butterfly's chrysalis, where they undergo a remarkable metamorphosis, transforming from wriggling larvae into winged adult blowflies. The entire cycle, from the time a female lays a clump of eggs until the moment the tiny adult flies chew their way out of the puparia, normally takes around 14 days, a day or so more in cooler weather, a day or so less in hot weather. By collecting and examining the maggots on a body, it's possible to estimate how far along the larvae are in that 14-day development cycle, and therefore how long ago the first blowflies landed on the fresh corpse and laid their eggs. The key to accuracy is to collect the largest, most mature maggots because they represent the first of the eggs to hatch. I've seen that process, the blowfly's predictable and consistent life cycle, unfold countless times by now. But until 1981, I'd never had a chance to observe it systematically in a steady stream of human corpses. No one had. I don't mean to imply that no one had conducted studies or made forensic use of the life cycle of flies and maggots. During the 1800s, physicians and scientists in France and Germany made noteworthy strides in documenting and forensically interpreting insect activity in corpses. In America, a major entomological study was conducted in the 1890s by Murray Galt Motter, who examined the numerous bugs that came to light when a cemetery in Washington, D.C. was moved, requiring the exhumation and relocation of some 150 bodies. But Motter's research focused on bodies that had been sealed in coffins and buried in a cemetery for years, not bodies recently tossed in the woods or burned in cars. As a result, it wasn't terribly useful in forensic cases, at least not for determining time since death. The creation of the Body Farm gave us an unprecedented opportunity to fill that research gap. In fact, one of the earliest and most influential research projects at the Body Farm, one that began as soon as we'd completed the research enclosure and obtained our first research body in 1981, Body 181, was a study by graduate student Bill Rodriguez. Over the course of many months and several bodies, Bill documented which insects fed upon corpses and when each species arrived at the feast. That study, which created a sensation at the conference where Bill presented his results, became a landmark reference in the development of modern forensic entomology. Ever since, crime scene investigators, including my graduate students, have known to collect maggot specimens off bodies and to divide them into 2 batches. One batch should be placed immediately in a kill jar, a container with enough ethyl acetate or alcohol fumes to kill the bugs, to halt their development. The other batch should be brought back to the lab and allowed to complete their development to see how much longer it takes to complete the 14-day life cycle. Teresa and Bruce knew all this and arrived at the scene equipped to bring back maggots both dead and alive. Most of Richard Jameson's flesh had been consumed by the fire, but the small amount which escaped the flames had been enough to attract nearby blowflies. Teresa and Bruce dutifully collected the fattest of the maggots that had hatched from the blowfly eggs. They also collected a number of small cylindrical objects they'd been trained to look for, the puparia in which maggots encased themselves to undergo their metamorphosis into flies. The mere presence of the puparia was significant because they told us that somewhere around 14 days had already elapsed between the murder and the time the body was found, possibly as few as 10 or 12, given the summery weather that had already engulfed southern Tennessee and northern Alabama by late May and early June. As we studied the puparia, though, we noticed something unusual, something I'd never seen in any other case. The puparia from the car were black. Actually, that's not precisely true. They weren't black, but blackened, charred, just like the car itself and just like Richard Jameson's bones. The implications were startling. Jameson had been dead and clotting on the back seat of his car for the complete duration of the blowfly life cycle before his car was torched. His killer, or killers, in other words, had hidden the car and the body in the woods, gone away for nearly 2 weeks, then come back, doused the vehicle and the body with gasoline, and set it ablaze. Neither the TBI nor the Alabama authorities investigating the murder ever managed to arrest a suspect. Richard Jameson may have been a model employee at Reed Marine Construction, but he was not a model citizen. In his off hours, the TBI found he was apparently a small-time drug dealer and a bigger-time drug user, with a penchant for owing money to unsavory characters. Before moving to Alabama, he'd reportedly gotten deeply enough in debt to sufficiently unsavory folks to receive death threats. It wasn't hard to imagine the same thing happening in Alabama, with the ultimate payment coming due before Jameson had a chance to pay up or relocate again. That's just a theory, mind you, but it fits the other evidence. Regardless of the motive for the murder, whoever killed Jameson made a concerted, incendiary effort to destroy evidence of Jameson's identity and manner of death. They came pretty close to succeeding, too. They only missed it by a scant 50 yards, and a thick swarm of flies. For virtually my entire half-century career, and for many decades before I began my studies in osteology and anthropology, the skull was considered the only reliable basis for determining the race of an unknown victim's skeleton. In fact, as recently as 2006, I retained this passage in a new updated edition of my Guide to Bones, Human Osteology, a Laboratory and Field Manual. The skull is the only area of the skeleton from which an accurate estimation of racial origin may be obtained. In hindsight, I think I should have reworded that passage, made it less sweeping, because techniques for determining race are changing. One reason for the change stems from research by one of my former graduate students, Dr. Emily Craig, who now serves as the forensic anthropologist in the State Medical Examiner's Office in Kentucky. For her Ph.D. dissertation, Emily x-rayed hundreds of femur bones, and found that Bloom-Satz line, the angle at which the shaft of the femur meets the condyles, the femur's broad load-bearing surfaces at the knee, is consistently different in blacks than in whites. Another of our graduate students, Jennifer Sinsteline, did a master's degree thesis several years ago that demonstrated that innominates, hip bones, also exhibit consistent racial differences, being generally smaller and shorter in blacks than in whites. Another enormous factor in our growing ability to determine race from a variety of bones is the Forensic Anthropology Data Bank, created at UT in 1986, whose measurements of thousands of individual human skeletons provide an ever more detailed picture both of ancient racial differences and of rapid modern changes. The Forensic Data Bank allows us to detect subtleties we hadn't known existed. It also provides the foundation for a powerful new computer tool called 4-disk, which can analyze those subtleties in milliseconds to confirm what a seasoned anthropologist already knows, or to challenge that anthropologist's experience and intuition with cold, hard numbers. One afternoon in the fall of 1991, I got a call from the Roane County Sheriff's Office saying that a bundle of plastic containing human skeletal remains had just been found in Polecat Creek, which fed into the Tennessee River near the boundary of Roane and Loudoun counties. I wasn't there to take the call. My wife Anne was losing her battle with cancer, and I was spending as much time as I could with her. But by this time, 20 years after I'd arrived in Knoxville, and a decade after we'd created the Anthropology Research Facility, we had a well-established routine for handling forensic cases, whether I was in town or on the other side of the globe. 3 of my graduate students were on call this particular November day: Bill Grant, Teresa Waltansky, who later married Bill, and Juliet Cleaves. They climbed into the cab of the Anthropology Department's pickup truck and headed south on I-75 to exit 72, where they took River Road to the bridge over Polecat Creek. This was our 42nd forensic case of 1991. That meant the victim would be designated until we could discover his or her identity simply as 9142. They got there at about 2:15. By that time, divers had already cut an opening in the plastic and recovered a pair of shoes and socks, which contained the bones of both feet and a sacrum, the wedge-shaped lower end of the spine consisting of 5 fused vertebrae. The law enforcement officers had been steered to the spot by an anonymous caller. The caller described seeing a pregnant woman being shot and thrown into the creek from the bridge. The woman had been missing for 10 months. As soon as Bill saw the sacrum, he told the officers, "That looks like a male sacrum." The officers corrected him, pointing out that they were searching for a female and that the caller had specifically described the missing pregnant woman. Bill repeated his belief that the sacrum appeared to be male. It was quite robust, but the officers were confident that they had found the missing woman. The shoes were in such bad shape they offered no help in resolving the argument. The bones in the socks could have been a man's or a woman's. In addition to these loose items, the divers had brought up 2 pieces of adipocere, fatty tissue that had been transformed by chemical reactions in the water into a waxy or soapy substance. All these came from a large bundle wrapped in heavy black plastic, which they'd slid open under the water. The bundle was fastened with wire cable to 5 cinder blocks. When someone drowns, or when a body is thrown into a lake or river, the corpse often sinks initially. Eventually, though, as the body's own acids and enzymes begin to digest it from the inside out, the process of decomposition creates gases as a byproduct. During the bloat stage of decomposition, these gases build up in the abdomen, causing it to swell and transforming a submerged body into what is commonly called a floater. In earlier times, people believed that firing a cannon near the site of a drowning could cause the victim's body to rise to the surface, and it could, if the cannon shot just happened to coincide with the precise moment when the buildup of gases created positive buoyancy in the corpse. But weighted down by nearly 200 pounds of cinder blocks, the body tossed into Polecat Creek would have required a buoyancy nearly equal to the Goodyear blimps to float to the surface. Clearly someone who knew something about decomposition wanted to make sure this body never became a floater. As the divers described the trussed-up plastic bundle resting on the bottom of Polecat Creek, the students stressed the importance of not losing any of the skeletal material as the bundle of plastic was hoisted. To minimize the risk of tearing the plastic and scattering bones in the muck of the creek bed, 2 of the divers lowered a metal basket-style litter into the creek. Next, they cut the cables that held the bundle to the cinder blocks, eased the bundle into the litter, and brought it carefully to the bank. The bundle was held together by more of the cable wire that had tethered it to the blocks, so after the team took photos, they cut the wires and slid open the plastic. Inside was a nearly complete skeleton. Upon inspecting the skull and pelvis, all 3 of the graduate students, who had extensive experience in identifying bones, told the officers that the skeleton appeared to be male. Again, despite the graduate students' expertise in osteology training and the lack of a fetal skeleton, the officers insisted that the victim was a female. To complete a forensic examination, the team needed to bring the remains back to the UT Medical Center and the morgue so the corpse could be x-rayed and the soft tissue removed from the bones. The bundle of plastic was carefully zipped inside a body bag, stowed in the back of the truck inside the camper shell, and brought back to the anthropology department. We would examine them the following day. First thing the next morning, we set to work. The remains were almost completely skeletonized, which made them easier to clean and study. The skull still contained part of the brain, and adipocere clung to some of the bones. But it was far less messy than the dozens of floaters I'd examined over the years after they'd surfaced in one of Tennessee's numerous lakes and rivers. 2 of the Roane County officers arrived, still convinced that these bones belonged to a white female. Well, they were half right, I said. The skull was white, but there was no doubt that it was male, not female. The brow ridge above the eyes was pronounced and heavy. The external occipital protuberance, the bump at the base of the skull where several neck muscles attach, was prominent as well, another distinguishing male trait. The pelvis was also unambiguously male. For starters, the pubic bones were far too narrow to allow a baby's head to pass through. In addition, the rest of the pelvic geometry was consistent with the narrow pelvis of a male. To underscore the point, I brought out other male skulls and pelvises from the skeletal collection, as well as female skulls and pelvises, and showed them the obvious differences. Reluctantly, they finally accepted the fact that they hadn't found the pregnant female they were looking for. To estimate the man's age, we first examined the pubic symphysis, the joint at the midline of the body where the left pubic bone connected to the right pubic bone. Using a method devised by Tom McKern and T. Dale Stewart in 1957 based on a study of 349 pubic symphyses from males of known age, we looked at 3 parts of the pubic symphysis from 9142. The dorsal demiface, the ventral rampart, and the symphysial ring. The dorsal demiface is the roughly semicircular face of the symphysis that's closer to the spine. In 9142, the dorsal demiface showed pronounced degeneration, the sort of wear that occurs during several decades of aging. The ventral rampart is the symphysial surface that's closer to the front of the abdomen. In 9142, the ventral rampart, too, was extremely worn, as was the symphysial ring, the raised ridge around the circumference of the symphysis. According to McKern and Stewart's method, this amount of wear corresponds to an age of at least 36 years. However, I didn't have complete faith in the accuracy of that age estimate because both of the pubic bones were somewhat eroded from their long immersion in water. For that reason, we also looked at the auricular surface of the ilium, the large ear-shaped portion of the innominate or hip bone. The ilium was less eroded than the pubic symphysis and showed classic signs of middle age. The surface looked extremely dense and smooth, having lost most of the micropores, striations, and granules that characterize this surface in a younger person. These textural features helped narrow our victim's age to somewhere between 40 and 49. Determining what killed him came next. To find out, we took radiographs of 9142's head, chest, and pelvic regions using a portable X-ray machine in the morgue at UT Medical Center. When the films were developed, the manner of death was obvious. In and around the skull were several smears of bright white material that was too dense for X-rays to pass through. The smears were lead from one or more bullets. 9142 had been shot in the head more than once. When we cleaned the skull, we found the copper jacket from a bullet embedded in the brain. We also found what appeared to be a copper jacket within the leather coat that the skeleton was still wearing. The skull was heavily damaged. The left side of the maxilla, or upper jaw, had a semicircular fracture and was highly fragmented, and most of the palate was missing. So was the floor of the left eye orbit. The top of the orbit had a linear fracture running through it. The two upper left incisors were broken away, with two small cracks extending along the top of the maxillary plate of bone. This pattern of damage indicated that the bullet had entered the skull through the left cheek, probably right beside the front teeth. Once it had blasted through the face, the bullet continued through the skull, angling slightly downward and to the right. It struck the occipital bone, which forms the base of the skull, in the area of the foramen magnum, the large opening through which the spinal cord exits, and also hit the first cervical vertebra, fracturing it. The bullet's impact caused multiple fractures in the rear of the skull, as well as knocking loose a chunk of bone around the foramen magnum and another chunk farther back, at the right rear base of the skull. At some point, as it ricocheted inside the skull, the bullet split. We found one fragment stuck in the soft tissue of the scalp on the exterior surface of the occipital, while other fragments remained inside the cranium. While the cause of death was easy to determine, the murder victim's race was not. Some of his skull's features were characteristic of black people, other features of whites. In recent years, the concept of race has come under intense scrutiny and even severe criticism, even, maybe especially, from other anthropologists. Most cultural anthropologists today regard race as a cultural or social construct, not a biological distinction. I'm not a cultural anthropologist, though. I'm a physical anthropologist. Over the past half-century, I've studied thousands of skulls, and I can say with great certainty that there are clear and consistent differences between the skeletons, especially the skulls, of people in the races or the groups or whatever label you prefer to apply that anthropologists a century ago labeled Caucasoid, Negroid, and Mongoloid. Even within those broad racial groups there are differences. Our plastic-shrouded gunshot victim, 9142, was racially ambiguous. He possessed some Negroid features, including a long, low skull, wide-set eyes, and a short nasal opening, but he also exhibited Caucasoid features, including a sill at the base of the nasal opening, a sharp nasal spine, the bone that forms the bridge of the nose, and a hooked inion, the point on the end of the external occipital protuberance, which is the bump men have at the base of their skull. One logical explanation for this ambiguity could have been racial mixing. If a black male and a white female, or vice versa, breed and produce 10 children, each of the 10 will inherit a slightly different combination of racial features or traits. Some will inherit broad noses, others will have narrow noses, some will have thick lips, others will have thin lips. Skin coloring will vary, too. It's not like pouring red food coloring into water, which creates a uniform pink liquid. The results will be different every time. If just the noses changed, for instance, determining race or racial mixing wouldn't be that difficult. But since everything changes, it's fluid. In the case of 9142, then, it was certainly possible that one of his parents was white and the other black, but I didn't think that was likely. After all, he'd been born somewhere between 1942 and 1951, and back then, interracial couples were rare, at least in the South. It was a tough call, but on balance, my hunch was that our victim was white. Captain Moldenhauer searched his memory for any missing person reports describing a white male aged 40 to 49. He quickly drew a blank. Had I been wrong? If Dr. Krogman were still around, I'd have consulted him about the skull, but Krogman had died 4 years before. So, instead of consulting my mentor, I consulted a protégé, Richard Jantz. Richard, in turn, consulted his protégé, a new computer program he'd just developed. I had met Richard 3 decades earlier when he took my introductory anthropology course at the University of Kansas. Dick was a Kansas boy, born and bred. His father worked at a grain elevator in Halstead, a little prairie town about 30 miles northwest of Wichita. Dick was the oldest of 3 boys. He and his younger brother both attended college in Lawrence, and I taught both at one time or another. Dick got interested in anthropology and took a number of undergraduate courses. Eventually, he decided to get a Ph.D., and I ended up as his thesis advisor. Like me, Dick found bones more interesting than cultural rituals and customs. Unlike me, he also loved statistics and data. During graduate school, Dick spent a summer with me in the plains of South Dakota excavating Arikara Indian graves. In the course of that summer, Dick cataloged and measured thousands of Indian bones. When I came to Tennessee in 1971 to head UT's anthropology department, Dick, who was an assistant professor at the University of Nebraska at the time, was one of the 2 bright young faculty members I'd negotiated to bring with me. Plant enough seeds, and sooner or later something's going to take root. Eventually, all those bone measurements took root in Dick's numerically inclined brain, and as we entered the computer age, Dick got interested in using computer software to analyze skeletal measurements and provide new ways of determining the race, sex, and stature of unknown skeletons. Dick wasn't the first to think about approaching these questions from a rigorous statistical standpoint. An English scientist named R.A. Fisher had invented the statistical tools years before, but the complex and seemingly endless calculations made the system virtually unusable. During the 1960s, anthropologists Eugene Giles and Orville Elliott devised and published ways to make those more usable. By the 1980s, the revolution in personal computing, steadily shrinking computers packing ever faster processors, made it possible to perform in minutes calculations that would have taken days or weeks for Giles and Elliott, or other scientists using their technique to perform. Dick enlisted one of his own graduate students, Steve Owsley, to help write a computer program that would be able to calculate the probable sex, race, and stature of an unknown skeleton by comparing the unknown's skeletal measurements with those in a database that contained thousands upon thousands of other measurements from skeletons whose sex, race, and stature were known. Initially, the measurements in the database came from the skeletal collection we were building from bodies that came through the body farm. Then Dick and I, along with graduate assistant Bill Rodriguez, visited other modern skeletal collections to expand the database. The real turning point came when Dick began receiving skeletal measurements from anthropologists all over the world, so that the software would not be limited by the narrow cross-section of humans we continued to collect in Knoxville. After adding an easy-to-use interface so non-statisticians could readily run the software, Dick named the program 4DISC, short for Forensic Discriminant Function Analysis, a name that doesn't roll quite as trippingly off the tongue as 4DISC. It took a couple of years to create and refine 4DISC. Dick spent the fall of 1990 and the spring of 1991 on sabbatical in Germany, where he wrote the lion's share of the software. So 4-disc 1.0 was basically finished but as yet untested in November of 1991 when divers retrieved a bundle of plastic-wrapped human remains from the muck at the bottom of Polecat Creek. When I called Dick into my office, he was intrigued by the case and thought it would be an interesting test for 4-disc. He took the skull and long bones back to his office. Pulling out calipers and osteometric measuring boards, he quickly measured key landmarks on the skull and the lengths, diameters, and other dimensions of the tibia, femur, and humerus. When he plugged those numbers into 4-disc, the software compared the numbers with the database and rendered its analysis. After comparison to thousands of other measurements from hundreds of other skeletons, the computer begged to differ with me. 9142 was more likely black than white, according to 4-disc. Like me, the software found ambiguities in the skull. Initially, 4-disc gave a 55% probability that 9142 was black. Looking just at the measurements of the postcranial skeleton, though, the bones from the neck down, 4-disc was far more confident in its prediction, assigning a probability of 95% that our victim was black. Performing two different calculations based on measurements from 4 bones, the clavicle, the radius, the humerus, and the tibia, 4-disc estimated his stature to be 6 feet, an inch taller than I'd estimated. Armed with this new data, Moldenhauer left and refocused his search. Instead of trying to pin down the identity of a white female, or even a white male, he was now looking for a black man, one who'd been missing for at least 2 years, maybe considerably longer. It didn't take long to find someone who fit the description. In March of 1980, a Lenore City man named William Austin Goley had disappeared. Goley, a black male, was 41 at the time of his disappearance. But was this Goley? The body was completely skeletonized, so there were no fingerprints. DNA testing was still in its infancy, and the odds of recovering usable DNA from bones that had been immersed in bacteria-laden waters for more than 11 years seemed slim. We couldn't find dental records for Goley to compare against the teeth in the skull. As it turned out, though, none of that mattered because we had a right knuckle and a left wrist. In addition to the massive cranial trauma caused by the gunshot that killed him, 9142 had 2 distinguishing skeletal features, both of which predated his death. One was a healed fracture in his right hand at the base of his little finger. If you close your hand into a fist and you hit a person really hard, you're likely to fracture one or more of the bones that fan out through your hand. Those bones are the metacarpals, and this type of metacarpal fracture is called a boxer's fracture, since the most common way of getting one is to punch someone really hard. In the head of his 5th pinky metacarpal, 9142 had a healed boxer's fracture. According to William Austin Goley's medical records, he was diagnosed with just such a fracture in the summer of 1976 after he did strike another individual or object. But far more noticeable than the healed boxer's fracture was the wrist. Goley had been a patient at Knoxville Orthopedic Clinic between 1971 and 1978. Moreover, he'd been a very frequent patient. His medical record for that period ran to nearly 50 pages, containing a litany of injuries and complaints, including back pain, knee pain, soreness in his right wrist, pain in his left hip, and the boxer's fracture in his right hand. One of his many doctor's visits occurred in June of 1974 when he came into the clinic complaining of pain after his wife hit him with a figurine in his left wrist. After 2 years, multiple visits, and repeated treatment for inflammation and dislocation of the wrist, Goley had a damaged scaphoid bone removed and an artificial one put in its place, a prosthesis made of celastic, silicone plastic. Our victim, 9142, had a celastic scaphoid implant. Considering the astronomical odds against 2 40-something-year-old black males in Loudoun County having a boxer's fracture of the right 5th metacarpal and also a celastic scaphoid implant in the left wrist, I felt confident making a positive identification. UT Forensic Case 9142 was definitely William Austin Goley, age 41, height 5 feet 11 inches. I also felt confident that Fordisk, which had made such an impressive debut in its first real-world case, would prove to be a valuable new tool in forensic anthropology. I was right about that, even if I wasn't initially right about the race of 9142. In several subsequent U.S. murder cases that I know of, Fordisk has played a pivotal role in focusing or refocusing efforts to identify unknown victims. It has also proved extremely helpful to anthropologists excavating mass graves in Kosovo, Argentina, and other countries where authoritarian governments or ethnic cleansing movements have massacred people in droves. More and more anthropologists around the world are recognizing the importance of expanding Fordisk's database. Still, Fordisk inevitably lags one step behind the world's living, breathing, blending peoples. You do have to be dead, after all, to have your skeletal measurements taken and entered into the database. Nevertheless, Fordisk grows more sophisticated and powerful with each new version, and we're now at version 3.0. That version, a $395 program that can be downloaded with a credit card or shipped on a tiny flash drive, is in use around the world at organizations as varied as the Smithsonian Institution, the U.S. Army Central Identification Laboratory, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and anthropology departments and medical examiners' offices throughout North America. As a forensic tool, Fordisk is getting better and better, and the better the tools we have, the better we'll be able to hear the dead whisper in our ears, and the more likely we'll be able to hear their stories, answer their pleas, and bring their killers to justice. One steady trend in science, virtually all science, not just forensic science, is the development of new tools and techniques for looking ever closer and closer at ever smaller things, whether those things are biochemical reactions occurring in the brain as it processes various images or sensations, viruses that threaten to kill millions of people, or microscopic fractures or cut marks in the bones of murder victims. I remember the murders that got solved and successfully prosecuted. I'm haunted by those that remain unsolved. Some haunt me more than others. None haunts me more than Letha Rutherford's. In her case, a powerful modern technology, electron microscopy, gave us remarkable insight, literally, into her manner of death. But insight, sadly, can be a far cry from justice. In August of 1992, I got a phone call from Brenda Wilson, the mother of an 18-year-old girl named Letha Rutherford. On December 16, 1991, Letha spent the day working on a farm stripping tobacco. At the end of the workday, she caught a ride home with some co-workers who dropped her off at her house. She wasn't seen again until 4 months later, on April 14, 1992, when her body, decomposed and partially skeletonized, was found beneath some roofing tin and other debris in a trash heap, a stone's throw behind the small frame house she shared with a friend. Letha had grown up in the house. It was quite possible she had also died in it. The body was found by Jimmy Hager and his son James, both cousins of Letha's, while James was riding an all-terrain vehicle in the woods behind the house. Ironically, police had searched the area the previous December on horseback and with dogs, but found nothing. The discovery of the body behind an isolated house on a dead-end road prompted Letha's brother Maurice Rutherford to speculate that she was killed by someone who knew her. Who else would go down there, he asked a Lexington newspaper reporter at the time. One possible answer to his question came 3 months after the body was found. In July, police pulled up and burned nearly 1,000 marijuana plants growing on 100 acres of irrigated and fertilized land off Dry Branch Road. The marijuana crop, which police estimate would have been worth almost $1 million, was the largest pot seizure in or near Lexington in 5 years. According to Letha's mother, Letha suspected a relative of growing the plants and had threatened to call the police. After Letha's remains were recovered, the state's deputy medical examiner, Dr. John Hunsaker, turned them over to the state's forensic anthropologist, Dr. David Wolfe, in hopes that Wolfe might be able to find some telltale evidence amid the bones, clues to how she had been killed. Unfortunately, Dr. Wolfe was gravely ill at the time. He died without ever being able to conduct a detailed examination of the skeletal material. The Kentucky Medical Examiner's Office ruled her death a homicide of undetermined nature and retained some material from the remains, including the pelvis, a few ribs, and the neck, including the hyoid, a delicate arched bone in the throat, which is often fractured in cases of strangulation. On April 29, the rest of Letha's skeletal remains were buried. Her mother scraped together the money for an inexpensive burial. Letha was interred in a cloth-covered coffin with no headstone to mark her grave. 3 months after the burial, Letha's mother saw an episode of ABC's 48 Hours that featured my work in forensic anthropology. That's what prompted her to call me in August, which she followed up with a letter, pleading for my help in determining how Letha had been killed. Her daughter's case had fallen through the cracks of the justice system, Mrs. Wilson believed, because they were poor. Maybe she was right, or maybe not. In any case, she was understandably distraught about Letha's unsolved murder, and I agreed to help if I could. Mrs. Wilson had struggled to raise the money to bury Letha. Now she faced a struggle to raise the money to unbury her. An exhumation would cost close to $700, and for Brenda Wilson, $700 was a lot of money. Accompanied by one of my graduate assistants, Murray Marks, I drove to Frankfort the morning of Monday, December 21. Our first stop was the Lexington-Fayette County Urban Police Department, where we met with Detective Larry Etherington, the lead investigator, and Sergeant Dan Gibbons. They let us examine the crime scene photos, which showed Letha Rutherford lying face down, wearing only a yellow T-shirt pulled up around her neck. Her legs were apart, with her right leg aligned more or less with her spine, and her left leg angled up roughly 90 degrees to the side. Most of the bones were exposed, although soft tissue remained on her lower back and hips. The police had also taken a video documenting the recovery of the body. Although I always prefer the opportunity to examine a crime scene in person, in this case, when that clearly wasn't possible, the police department's crime scene images were excellent. That afternoon we met with Dr. John Hunsaker, the state's associate chief medical examiner. Dr. Hunsaker, Murray, and I looked at the skeletal material and discussed the soft tissue that the ME's office had retained, and the three of us made a plan for cleaning and examining the exhumed remains the following day. The next morning, Murray and I met Dr. Hunsaker at the ME's forensic laboratory, where we were joined by David Jones, the director of the state ME's office. Also on hand were an officer from the Lexington-Fayette County Urban Police Department who came to videotape and photograph the examination, Dr. George Nichols, the state's chief medical examiner and forensic pathologist, several members of Dr. Hunsaker's and Nichols' staffs, and Dr. Mary Powell, an anthropologist and the curator of human osteology at the University of Kentucky Museum. At 9 a.m., as we all gathered around, Letha Rutherford's coffin was opened. Inside was a sealed body bag, which we removed and unzipped. Then everyone but the police videographer pitched in to help sort and clean the remains, starting with the skull and working our way down. It was not a pleasant task. The remains had been badly decayed when they were found, and 7 months underground, sealed in a body bag, had only furthered the putrefaction. A moderate amount of soft tissue remained on the bones. It was slimy, smelly work to scrub the bones under warm water and lay them out in their proper anatomical position, but with all the help, it took us only a couple of hours. Luckily, considering my line of work, I have a poor sense of smell. so the processing was more bearable for me than for the others. While most of us scrubbed bones, Dr. Hunsaker carefully dissected the patch of skin and tissue surrounding the hyoid bone, which the ME's office had retained for the past year so it could be examined for fractures. When we were done, all the bones were there. Some showed evidence of gnawing by rodents and other carnivores, but amazingly, none had been dragged or scattered during the months the body had lain in the trash heap. The ME's office had x-rayed the remains right after they were found, but nothing that pointed to a cause of death showed up in either the x-rays or the cursory examination Dr. Wolf had made shortly before his death. I had reviewed the x-rays, too, and could see nothing out of the ordinary on the films, but as soon as I saw one of the bones, I felt my adrenaline spike, and I had a hunch what had killed Letha Rutherford. The second right rib up near the top of the rib cage curves around behind the clavicle or collarbone. In the post-mortem x-ray of Letha Rutherford's torso, the second rib was partially masked by the clavicle. That's why Dr. Wolf hadn't been able to see what I could now see and feel, a small, sharp nick in the rib, the sort of nick a thin-bladed knife might make as it slipped through the rib cage and into the lungs. I looked at it under a dissecting microscope, then showed it to Dr. Nichols and Murray, without commenting on what I'd seen, and both of them reached the same conclusion I had. The location, direction of force, and shape of the notch in the bone appeared to have been made by a slicing or stabbing motion. I'd seen numerous cut marks in human bones by this point in my career, scalped Native American skulls, surgically amputated limbs, crudely dismembered torsos. I'd perused dozens of micrographs of saw marks in human bones made by one of my Ph.D. students, Steve Symes, in the course of a pioneering dissertation cataloging the varieties of marks saw blades can leave as they push, pull, spin, and otherwise chew through the skeleton. This mark had clearly not been made by the back-and-forth motion of a handsaw, or the rotating blade of a circular saw. This cut mark had been inflicted in one motion with a sharp, thin-bladed implement. I asked Dr. Nichols if I could take this rib back to UT for a closer look, and he agreed. He also let me take the hyoid so we could check for microscopic fractures that might tell us if Letha had been strangled. I signed evidence receipts for the two bones I thought might shed light on the girl's murder, then we placed the rest of the bones in anatomical order in a new body bag. The following day, 2 days before Christmas, 18-year-old Letha Rutherford was buried for the second time. Mercifully, her waterlogged coffin was replaced by a new one, donated by a local funeral home. Back in Knoxville, things were quiet at the university over the Christmas break, but several of my graduate assistants were around, taking advantage of the lull to catch up on research and writing. One of those was Emily Craig, a woman who'd worked some years as a medical illustrator before deciding she wanted to become a forensic anthropologist and entering our Ph.D. program. For a closer look at the notched rib and the hyoid bone, I asked Emily to take the bones over to the biology department for a series of micrographs, extreme close-ups taken with an electron microscope. The electron microscope, invented in the 1930s, illuminates its target with a highly focused beam of electrons. Because electron beams are much finer than optical light, electron microscopes can magnify images millions of times, revealing structures as small as individual atoms. One type of electron microscope, the scanning electron microscope, or SEM, yields particularly crisp images of three-dimensional objects at magnifications of 10,000 times or more. The SEM's resolution and clarity, I hoped, would reveal conclusively whether Letha Rutherford's hyoid had been fractured by a killer's grip, and whether the nick 3 forensic scientists had tentatively identified as a cut mark could have been a fatal stab wound. The biology department's scanning electron microscope had one other sophisticated capability. Besides providing remarkably vivid images of tiny three-dimensional features, the SEM could also be coupled with an element probe, an analytical instrument that can identify even minute quantities of chemicals present in a sample. Emily took the hyoid and the rib to Dr. David Joy, a microscopist in UT's biology department, who agreed to take SEM images and do X-ray element analysis of the rib's damaged region. The rib was first wrapped in parafilm to keep out contaminants. Then a short section of rib containing the nick was cut with a bandsaw and placed in a vacuum chamber. There it was coated with a film of carbon so thin as to be essentially invisible, to conduct electrical charges off the sample and keep them from interfering with the images. The hyoid, which was small enough to fit in the vacuum chamber in its entirety, also got a carbon coating. The SEM images of the hyoid were completely normal. The bone itself was free of fractures. In addition, the cartilage that joins the projecting horns of the bone to the central arch or body appeared undamaged. The rib was another story. The bone's outer layer, the cortex, also called cortical bone, showed a thin, sharp, well-defined groove. It was clearly not caused by a dog's tooth. The long bones had plenty of bite marks, and they were nothing like this. It was also clearly not an antemortem fracture, as it showed no signs of healing. At a magnification of 6 times, the cylindrical section of rib appeared nearly as thick as my wrist, with the cut slicing across roughly half of the rounded side of the bone that was visible in the image. At 14 times, the sample looked as thick as my forearm, and the torn cortical bone fibers, all forced in the same direction toward what would have been the upper lobe of Letha's right lung, looked like splinters in a freshly gashed tree branch. Even those low-power images were potentially crucial evidence. They were completely consistent with a stab wound and did not fit any other explanation I could think of. But those were features we could discern with a hand-held magnifying glass. What we could never have discerned with a magnifying glass or even with the world's best optical microscope showed up when the cut was magnified thousands of times. Nestled within the groove in the bone was a pale, rounded particle that, magnified to 3,330 times, looked to be about the size and shape of a piece of aquarium gravel. In reality, it was less than 1/10,000th of an inch in diameter. Another image, taken at nearly 5,000 times, showed 2 additional smaller particles which appeared roughly the size and shape of rock salt. They were distinctly different from the fibrous bone. But what were they? The answer came from the element probe, which used X-rays to identify the chemical signature of the particles, the specific wavelengths of energy the particles gave off when struck and excited by X-rays. The element analysis showed at least 2 metal particles not normally found in bone. One particle contained chromium, iron, and nickel, constituents of steel. The other particle contained cerium, a metallic element used to harden steel, and also in its oxide form to make knife sharpeners. The cortical bone adjoining the cut was checked carefully, but no additional similar particles were found on the undamaged bone, only in the cut. The implications were chilling. The element analysis not only corroborated the evidence that Letha Rutherford had been stabbed to death, it also hinted that she might have been stabbed with a freshly sharpened knife. On February 13, I sent a report detailing these findings to the Lexington Police, the Kentucky ME's office, and to Letha's mother, Brenda Wilson. Along with the written report, I included copies of the SEM micrographs and the X-ray element analysis. Detective Etherington, the lead investigator, forwarded this information to the FBI laboratory and asked if they could match the particles to a particular knife or knife sharpener. I heard a rumor, unofficially, that the police had their eye on a potential suspect and that they had actually found a cerium knife sharpener in his kitchen, so I was hopeful that an arrest was imminent. But the FBI's response, which arrived 2 months after I submitted my report, was frustratingly noncommittal. "To determine the possible source of the cerium," wrote the Bureau's analyst, "both the distribution and form of the cerium should be determined. Inasmuch as I have no information as to the crime scene or condition of the victim's body when found, environmental acquisition of a compound of cerium should not be overlooked." In other words, the analyst said, something from the trash heap where Letha's body was hidden might have contaminated the cut mark in her rib without contaminating the surrounding undamaged region of bone. As for the iron, chromium, and nickel, the FBI report read, with the limited data presented resulting from presumably a bulk analysis, it cannot be assumed that all three constituents are combined or even related. The data presented are not sufficient to support a conclusion that the three metals are in association, and if they are, that they are from a knife. In any event, a brand of knife would not be identified by any metallurgical analysis. I wasn't ready to give up. Not long before, Knoxville's chief of police, Phil Keith, had consulted research scientists at Oak Ridge National Laboratory in a murder case. The Oak Ridge scientists had analyzed a smear of lead from the victim's body and successfully matched the lead's composition and trace contaminants, its chemical fingerprint, in other words, to one specific gun which was owned by a suspect, even though they did not have traditional ballistics markings to compare. I relayed this information to the Lexington police and suggested that they consult the same scientists to see if they could perform a similar scientific feat in this case. As weeks turned to months with no contact between the Lexington police and the researchers in Oak Ridge, my hopes for a breakthrough in the case began to fade. In August 1993, 8 months after we exhumed Letha Rutherford and found the cut mark containing traces of metal and cerium, I received a letter from Brenda Wilson. "I'm still hearing rumors," Letha's mother wrote, "that the second cousin who found Letha is making brags to other people that he's the one who killed her. I've been telling all this to Detective Etherington, but I haven't heard from him since you were up here." In person and in her letters, Mrs. Wilson had repeatedly shared with me her belief that her daughter's murder simply fell through the cracks because the family was poor. I'm inclined to agree with her. If someone wealthy or prominent had been the victim, I suspect the authorities might have made more efforts to match the chemical fingerprint we found in the cut mark to a particular knife or sharpener. Somewhere out there, perhaps just down the road from that dead-end dump and pot patch on Dry Branch Road, a murderer remains free. Somewhere in his house, maybe in a drawer of ordinary kitchen implements, the knife that killed Letha Rutherford might be tucked amid a jumble of other cutlery, lying atop a well-worn cerium sharpener. I don't know that, and I probably never will. But I'll probably never stop wondering about it. It's remarkable that science could bring us so close to solving a case that had gone so cold, but for Letha Rutherford and her mother, close just wasn't good enough. In 1953, British scientists James Watson and Francis Crick solved a puzzle that had baffled geneticists and chemists for decades. What was the structure of the huge molecule containing life's biochemical blueprints and operating manual? The answer, which Watson and Crick deduced from micrographs taken by Rosalind Franklin as she fired X-rays through crystallized specimens, was elegant but surprisingly simple. That molecule, deoxyribonucleic acid, commonly known simply as DNA, was shaped like a microscopic ladder 3 billion rungs high, its uprights corkscrewed into the double helix that is now one of the most familiar shapes on Earth. The breakthrough insight won Watson and Crick the Nobel Prize in 1962. It also paved the way over the next 3 decades for the complete mapping of all 3 billion rungs of the twisted ladder and the development of analytical techniques capable of isolating any individual's unique genetic fingerprint. But capability in real-life forensics doesn't necessarily lead to reality. Red Oak Mountain isn't particularly noteworthy as mountains go. It tops out at 3,200 feet, less than half the height of some of the peaks in the Great Smoky Mountains, 50 miles to the southeast, less than half the height of some of the peaks in the Great Smoky Mountains, 50 miles to the southeast. But somehow, through some startling confluence of geology, bulldozing, and paving, the narrow switchback road I was on seemed to hang about 3,199 of those 3,200 feet above harrowingly steep, breathtakingly wild valleys. And guardrail seemed to be an idea whose time had not yet come to the southern end of the Cumberland Mountains. It was a muggy August morning in 2005, and I was on my way over Graves Gap, down the north side of Red Oak Mountain to exhume a grave in a family cemetery in a remote, rugged corner of Anderson County. I'd gotten a call 3 months before from a recent UT graduate named Michelle Adkins, who had heard my guest lecture in chemistry class one day. Michelle asked if I might be able to help answer a long-standing question for her family, one created by the disappearance and apparent murder of her grandmother more than 25 years before. She had my attention, and I told her I was willing to try. Michelle gave me some of the background, and a few days later one of her aunts, Frankie Davis, called from Texas to fill in more details. The story the 2 women told me was this. Leoma Patterson, Michelle's grandmother and Frankie's mother, went missing from the town of Clinton, located about 20 miles north of Knoxville, back in October 1978. 5 months later, some children playing along the bank of Norris Lake found part of a human skeleton. Animals had scattered or eaten most of the bones. What remained on the wooded hillside was a skull, some ribs, a couple of long bones, a section of the spine and neck. The hair mat, which had sloughed off the skull as the scalp decayed, lay nearby as well. Dr. Cleland Blake, a medical examiner who served several East Tennessee counties, examined the skeletal remains and tentatively identified them as Leoma Patterson's. It would have been difficult to make a positive identification in this case. There were no fingerprints to compare. For one thing, the corpse's hands were missing. For another, Leoma Patterson had no fingerprints on file. She also had no dental or medical x-rays on file, nor any other unique skeletal features that her family knew of. The case remained unsolved for more than 5 years. Meanwhile, Dr. Blake held on to the bones against the possibility that the case might take a turn or come to trial someday. And indeed, both of those came to pass. In 1985, a great-nephew of Leoma Patterson's, Jimmy Ray Maggard, confessed to killing her. They'd quarreled over a drug deal, he said, and the 19-year-old Maggard struck the 56-year-old Patterson with a tire iron. The case was closed. Maggard pled no contest to voluntary manslaughter, and the skeletal remains were finally buried in September 1985 with a headstone bearing Leoma Patterson's name to mark the grave. But Leoma's children, 4 daughters and 3 sons, were never completely convinced by the medical examiner's report. Over the next 2 decades, they'd often wonder whether those really were their mother's bones in that hillside grave. Eventually, as their own children, Leoma's grandchildren, grew up, they heard the story of their grandmother's death, including the doubts about the identification. And by the time granddaughter Michelle Adkins heard me lecture in chemistry class, DNA testing had become routine, and television shows like CSI had made millions of people conversant with phrases like mitochondrial DNA. Hell, the top forensic scientist on CSI even had a body farm where he studied human decomposition, according to occasional snatches of dialogue. So this had to be a rigorously researched, incredibly accurate show, right? Well, not exactly. I'm often asked what I think about CSI and similar shows. I also answer that those shows have done a great job of educating people about the importance of carefully preserving and searching a crime scene for evidence. They've also gotten countless young people interested in careers in forensic science. If I had $1 for every student or parent who has come up to me in the past few years and expressed an interest in a forensic career, I'd be a rich man. But I have to say, there are some enormous differences between television forensics and real-life forensics. For one thing, on television, they always solve the crime in an hour, actually in 40 minutes if you subtract the commercials. The investigators almost never feel the need to ask questions. They already seem to know everything. And on those rare occasions when they do feel the need to ask a question, they make one quick phone call and get an immediate answer. Similarly, they get DNA results almost instantly. Ask 100 real-life homicide investigators how quickly they get DNA results, and I guarantee you not a one of them will tell you it's a swift process. In real life, it takes weeks, even months, because certified DNA labs are terribly backlogged. There's such a gap between how forensic science is portrayed on TV and how it is practiced in real life and in real murder trials that beleaguered police officers and prosecutors have given the gap a name, the CSI effect. And almost any time one of them utters the phrase among colleagues, head-shaking and eye-rolling and muttering are sure to follow. So it was with some reluctance that I negotiated the winding road up and over and down the north side of Red Oak Mountain to disinter a mountainside grave, and that reluctance wasn't entirely on account of the corkscrew switchbacks and dizzying drops. Shortly after my guide led me down the last rampart of Red Oak Mountain and onto a short, straight stretch of road running along a valley floor, we turned off the pavement onto a steep gravel track angling up another hillside. A quarter-mile up, we pulled off and parked behind a handful of other pickup trucks and SUVs. Leoma Patterson's 4 daughters were already at the cemetery. So were 3 of her granddaughters, along with sundry husbands and boyfriends. They'd arranged to have a backhoe trucked in, and by the time I got there the grave was already excavated and the lid of the coffin exposed, though it remained sealed. I shook hands for a few minutes, described what I was about to do, and then clambered down into the grave to open the coffin and see what lay within. The metal lid was slightly dented and somewhat rusted, but it opened easily. Inside, the fabric liner was soggy, stained with mold, and coming loose from the lid. There wasn't much else inside the coffin, only a dozen or so bones tucked into a couple of plastic bags. I'd brought 2 assistants with me, Kate Spradley, a Ph.D. candidate in anthropology who was skilled in the use of UT's 4-disc software, and John Jefferson, my co-author, to take photographs and make a list of the bones in the coffin as I removed and named them one by one. Kate had brought along a laptop computer and a 3-dimensional digitizer, which she would use to take measurements of the skull there in the field. She would later plug these measurements into 4-disc and see how 4-disc classified the skull as white, black, Asian, or some ambiguous mix of races. The computer and digitizer would be powered by a portable generator, which I had brought along in the back of my pickup. This was my first forensic case of 2005, so in keeping with the numbering system I'd been using for decades, I assigned it the case number 0501, although I also mentally equated that with Leoma Patterson. As I took each bone out of the coffin, I identified and described it to the dozen or so family members gathered around the edge of the open grave. They, like me, were most intrigued by the skull. The skull was small in size and smooth, gracile in texture. It also lacked the heavy brow ridges and prominent muscle markings that characterize male skulls. The upper edges of the eye orbits were sharp, the mastoid processes behind the ears were small, and the occipital bone at the base of the skull lacked the protruding bump that is common in men. In short, the skull was clearly female. So far, so good. One feature of the skull jumped out at me. The teeth showed considerable wear on their occlusal surfaces. the edges that do the work of biting food and fingernails and pencils and wooden cigar tips. When I fitted the mandible into its normal position beneath the skull, I saw why. This woman had an edge-to-edge bite. That is, rather than having a slight overbite, as most white people do, her top and bottom teeth lined up and made contact all the way around her mouth. During decades of chewing, those occlusal surfaces had done more than just tear meat and grind corn. They had also ground away at each other, wearing down the enamel a tiny bit each year. Native Americans tend to have edge-to-edge bites. So I asked the family members whether Leoma Patterson might have had any Indian ancestors. Yes, someone told me she was supposedly part Cherokee. So the edge-to-edge bite and occlusal wear seemed to support the notion that this was indeed Leoma. To answer the question that had haunted Leoma Patterson's family all these years, was this really her, would require DNA samples, and I'd come equipped to take those. When exposed to the elements, to bacteria, and perhaps to the body's own decomposition processes and products, DNA gradually degrades, so our best bet for good DNA samples would be from within molars or within the midshaft of the long bones. Using a pair of pliers, I carefully extracted 2 teeth from the jaws, the right first molar from the mandible and the left second molar from the maxilla. I placed each tooth in a sterile plastic sample vial, which I labeled and gave to Frankie Davis, Leoma Patterson's youngest daughter, who'd made arrangements with a DNA lab to analyze the teeth and compare their genetic material with that of Frankie and one of her sisters. Extracting the teeth was easy. What was slightly harder was getting a DNA sample from the long bones. I'd brought a Stryker autopsy saw, along with a 100-foot extension cord. We plugged the cord into the portable generator I'd brought, and with John holding the bones steady atop Leoma Patterson's granite headstone, I cut small cross-sections from the shafts of the right humerus and the left femur. I sealed each of these in a sample vial and handed them to Frankie Davis as well. While I was collecting the DNA samples, Kate Spradley had set to work taking skull measurements. It made for quite a study in contrasts to see Kate's laptop and 3D digitizing probe, a sophisticated self-contained forensic computer system, perched on the tailgate of a pickup parked in a clearing on this rugged, remote mountainside. The probe made quick work of the cranial measurements. Unlike calipers, which have to be carefully aligned on 2 points simultaneously, the probe can simply be touched to one point after another. Somehow the computer plots each point in 3D space relative to every other point touched by the probe, so the software can easily calculate, say, the distance between the eye orbits, or the width and height of the nasal opening, or the degree of prognathism in the mouth structure, and so on. Back when I was a graduate student working at the Smithsonian Institution, taking thousands of skull measurements every week, I could make 3 to 4 cranial measurements per minute, as long as I had someone with me to record the measurements as I called them out. Using the 3D probe, Kate could take the same number of measurements in a matter of seconds, single-handedly and with greater precision, because the digitizer's sharp tip is easier to position than the ends of calipers, which can slide off the skull's domed surfaces or prove difficult to fit into small openings. Once Kate had finished the measurements and I had answered many more questions from Leoma Patterson's descendants, I sealed the skull and other bones back in the plastic bags I'd found them in, placed them back in the coffin, and closed the lid. Someone reached down to help me out of the grave, and the backhoe operator fired up the machine and began filling in the hole. I turned my truck around, eased down the gravel road to the valley floor, then snaked back up, over and down Red Oak Mountain once more. A few days later I wrote my report. In the summary section I concluded, "There is nothing in the skeletal material that I looked at that would not be expected in the skeleton of a 50-year-old white female with American Indian ancestry." 4 months after I wrote that, Frankie Davis called me from Texas. She'd just gotten a report from GenQuest, the DNA laboratory that compared the samples from Frankie, her sister, Pearl, and the skeletal material. According to the laboratory, which examined 10 different regions of mitochondrial DNA from the various samples, the woman in the grave was not the mother of Frankie and Pearl. She was not who the granite headstone proclaimed her to be. According to GenQuest, she was not and never had been Leoma Patterson. So, where was the real Leoma Patterson? And who was this mystery woman hidden in Leoma's grave for the past 20 years? On December 2nd, 2006, 15 months after my first unnerving journey over Red Oak Mountain, I traced the switchbacks again, this time in my Honda minivan. Once more surrounded by Leoma Patterson's descendants, I opened the battered coffin again and removed the bones. This time the coffin was empty when we reburied it. This time the bones were coming back to Knoxville with me. Like the family, I was now confused and frustrated, and I was determined to find out whose bones were nestled in the box tucked under the van's rear floorboard. To identify an unknown victim through DNA fingerprinting, or conventional fingerprinting for that matter, you must compare two sets of fingerprints, the unknown person's and those of someone you think might prove a match. In the case of the bones we had twice exhumed from beneath Leoma Patterson's headstone, we had no idea where to look for a potential match. No other middle-aged white women had gone missing in the late 1970s in East Tennessee and remained missing. We searched the database of the National Crime Information Center for a possible match, but found nothing promising there. That left us with one last long shot for nudging a fading memory to the surface of someone's consciousness, creating and publicizing a facial reconstruction, restoring a face, and maybe a recognizable identity to this bare skull. Down one level from the offices and classrooms of the anthropology department, down in the very basement of Neyland Stadium, is a large room with one wall of windows, 2 computers, a pair of desks, half a dozen or so long work tables, and hundreds of Native American skeletons from the Great Plains, unearthed back in the 1950s and 1960s, when dams on the Missouri River began creating vast lakes and flooding Indian villages dating back centuries. This room, the osteology laboratory, the bone lab, everyone in the department calls it, is where the skulls and skeletons of the unknown and the murdered get measured, examined, and discussed on a daily basis by the anthropology department's forensic faculty and graduate students. On any given day, in fact on this particular day, the work tables include bones from several forensic cases, including an unknown teenage girl whose bones were found just 50 yards from the city maintenance garage in a city 100 miles from Knoxville. The bone lab has a single door which is kept locked during the rare occasions when no one's there working on a case or studying bones. Beside a wall opposite the door, tucked into a nook between the work tables and the racks of boxed-up Indian skeletons, sits a smaller table normally decorated with 1 or 2 striking sculptures. The dead brought back to life, in a way, by a talented young forensic artist named Joanna Hughes. Joanna is, as far as I know, the only person in the United States with a degree in forensic art. She earned it at UT, creating the program herself by combining traditional art and sculpture classes with extensive study of anatomy and anthropology. Joanna's rare but valuable talent is to restore the faces of the unknown dead, working only from bare skulls, raw clay, extensive knowledge, and artist's intuition. Clay facial reconstructions are among the last long-shot efforts to identify the unknown. In most cases, by the time Joanna starts layering clay on bone, years have passed since the final smile or tear or moan or plea. Not surprisingly, the odds are slim that an identification will ever result from an artist's best guess in clay at the face a skull once carried years before. That makes Joanna's track record rather remarkable. Of the 9 reconstructions she's done in the past 5 years, 3 have led people who saw photographs of the sculptures to come forward and say, "I know who that is." or more precisely, who that was. The DNA report from GenQuest, which concluded that the DNA from the bones and teeth in Leoma Patterson's grave did not match the DNA from two of Leoma's daughters, opened a frustrating and fascinating can of worms. Instead of confirming that one old closed case had indeed been solved, the DNA report raised two maddening questions. Where were the real Leoma's bones, and whose bones had we removed from her grave? With luck and a skillful reconstruction, Joanna might help us answer the second question. Paul Phillips, the district attorney for Campbell County, where the bones had been found, opened a new case file and assigned a Tennessee Bureau of Investigation agent, Steve Vincent, to the case. But whose case would Vincent be investigating? Whose killer might Paul Phillips someday prosecute? To help answer those questions, I took the skull to Joanna in hopes that a reconstruction and a photo in the newspaper or on the evening news might trigger a 30-year-old memory of a long-missing woman and allow us to identify the woman who'd actually been buried in Leoma Patterson's grave. Joanna began the reconstruction by simply looking at the skull, noticing its general shape and unique features in something of the same way I key in on distinctive traits in individual bones. Two characteristics caught her trained eye right away: the high, wide bridge of the nose and the broad, strong chin. Most women have sharp chins, but not this one. Then came a tedious, time-consuming step in the process, cutting tissue depth markers and gluing them onto the skull to guide her as she applied the clay and began to shape its contours. To understand the importance of this step, do a simple experiment. Press the center of your forehead with a fingertip. There's not much tissue between your finger and the frontal bone, is there? Now feel your cheekbones. There's more flesh on those, but still not a lot. Now drop down between your cheekbones and lower jaw. There's a lot of flesh and muscle there, including the muscles you use to smile and those you use to chew. Starting in the late 1800s, a series of German anatomists took careful measurements from thousands of cadavers of the thickness of tissue at numerous points on the head, especially the face. Their technique was simple but ingenious. They inserted a needle through a small cork until the tip of the needle was starting to emerge through the other side of the cork. Then they pushed the needle through the skin until it hit bone at each of dozens of landmarks on each cadaver's skull. Landmarks with catchy names like Nasion, where the nasal bone joins the skull; Pogonion, the most anterior or forward point at the center of the chin; Bregma, the top of the skull where the frontal bone joins the two parietal bones; Ectomolare, the point in the upper jaw where the second molar meets the bone; and Glabella, the most forward point in the forehead between the ridges above the eyes. They carefully withdrew the needle and measured how far the tip of the needle extended beyond the cork, which had stopped at the surface of the skin. Being Germans, the needle-wielding anatomists were meticulous and thorough, gathering data on men, women, and children of various ages and races. However, their simple, ingenious measurement technique did have one built-in flaw. The slight bit of friction between the needle and the cork caused the cork to depress the skin slightly as the needle was inserted, so their measurements consistently understated the thickness of the tissue, a shortcoming that can now be avoided by measuring tissue thickness with magnetic resonance imaging, MRI studies. For her work, Joanna has the benefit of the original German studies as well as modern MRI measurements. Using the data for adult women of European descent, she measured and cut depth markers from long cylindrical erasers, the type used in click-it mechanical erasers by artists and architects, then glued them to 17 landmarks on the skull. Her markers for the white female skull originally identified as Leoma Patterson's ranged from a mere 2.75 millimeters, just over a tenth of an inch, at the end of the nasal bones, to 17 millimeters, 2/3 of an inch, alongside the occlusal line, the fleshy region where the upper and lower teeth meet. Cutting the markers and gluing them onto the skull took hours, but without them, she'd be working at random with no idea how closely the clay was approximating the depth of human tissue. It's a painstaking process, one that seems a prime candidate for computerizing. You might think it would be a simple matter to program a computer to put a face on a skull. After all, isn't it simply a matter of adding so many millimeters here, so many there, smoothing the transitions, tinting the surface, and plugging in eyes, lips, and a nose? Well, it might not be terribly hard to program a computer to do those things, but it's devilishly difficult to program one to create a lifelike result. Over the years, I've looked at the results from several attempts to computerize facial reconstruction, and invariably they look like claymation figures or lifeless masks. Science can provide the foundation for a good facial reconstruction, but, at least from what I'd seen so far over the years, only art can bring it to life. I took the skull to Joanna in December 2006, shortly before Christmas. In mid-January, she was ready to show me what she'd done so far. It wasn't finished, she said, but it was getting there. When I walked into the bone lab and saw what she'd done, you could have knocked me over with a feather. Joanna's reconstruction, based solely on the shape of the skull, published data on tissue depth, and the information I'd given her about the age and race of the woman exhumed from Leoma Patterson's grave bore an uncanny resemblance to Leoma's daughter, Barbara. It also looked strikingly like a photo of Leoma Patterson herself when she was in her 20s, before her face puffed up and sagged, as it had in photos taken in her 40s and 50s. The more I compared the clay reconstruction with the photo of Leoma, the more remarkable the resemblance seemed, and the more troubling. What were the odds that two women, both in their 50s, would go missing in the same area of East Tennessee, and that they would look enough alike to be able to pass for sisters? I'd promised to send pictures of the reconstruction to various members of the Patterson family as soon as they were available, and Joanna made it easy by taking digital photos and emailing them to John, who was more computer-savvy than I am. John, in turn, relayed them to three of Leoma's children, Frankie Davis, Barbara Adkins, and Ronnie Patterson, who appears in the 50-year-old photo as a small and very solemn-faced baby sitting on Leoma's lap. And to two of her grandchildren, J.R. Roach, the son of Leoma's oldest daughter, and Nancy Albert, the daughter of her youngest daughter. Nancy was the first to weigh in. "I was shocked," she said. "As soon as I saw it, I thought that looks like my mother." J.R., at 44, the oldest of the grandchildren, was next. He was far less certain. "I don't see a whole lot of resemblance," he said. Barbara was the daughter I thought the reconstruction most resembled. Dead ringer, no pun intended, was the phrase that came to mind. So I was startled when Barbara said, "That's not her." Her brother Ronnie then got on the phone. "That don't look anything like our mama," he said. The strong difference of opinion took me by surprise, though maybe it shouldn't have. Memory is a tricky, unreliable thing. Facial reconstructions are approximations at best, and resemblance is in the eye of the beholder. What's more, there had always been some disagreement within the family about the original identification. Frankie Davis and her daughter Nancy were convinced that a turquoise ring found with the remains in 1979 had belonged to Leoma. "I saw a picture of my grandmother wearing that ring," Nancy says. But other descendants insisted that the only ring Leoma ever wore was one her brother had fashioned for her from a silver dime. Within the anthropology department, opinion was more unanimous, though less passionate. Kate Spradley, the Ph.D. student who'd accompanied me on the first exhumation to take digital measurements of the skull, took one look and said, "That looks like the family members." And Lee Jantz, who runs the Bone Lab, compared the reconstruction to a photo of Leoma and raised her eyebrows, saying, "That is very interesting." But the DNA test had been conclusive. Or had it? Alarm bells began to ring in the back of my mind, and I took out the GenQuest report and pored over it. In a footnote to the data about the bone sample, I read this. The presence of multiple probes prohibited the identification of a single mitochondrial DNA profile. It is not recommended to use this information for sole identification or comparison purposes. The more I studied the GenQuest report, the more contradictory it seemed. On the one hand, it seemed to say that the woman in the grave was not glioma. On the other, it seemed to say that the conclusion wasn't particularly conclusive or reliable. DNA isn't my field of expertise. If you hand me a shattered skull or a knife-marked rib, I feel reasonably confident that I'll see what's forensically important there. But if you start talking about nucleotides or restriction enzymes, pretty soon it starts sounding like Greek to me. I decided to consult an expert, and luckily one was right at hand, unpacking her books and files. About the same time Joanna Hughes began gluing depth markers onto our baffling skull, Graciela Cabana, Ph.D., arrived in Knoxville and began unpacking boxes in her new offices beneath Neyland Stadium. Graciela was an important addition to the anthropology department, a molecular anthropologist specializing in DNA. I desperately hoped Graciela could give me an objective reading and clear explanation of the GenQuest report. We met in the office of Pam Poe, an administrative assistant in the anthropology department, because Graciela's office didn't yet have a desk, a phone, or even a chair. We were joined by Dr. Lee Jantz, who oversees the Bone Lab and the Body Farms donation program, as well as Lee's husband, Richard, who heads the anthropology department's forensic center. This case was a head-scratcher, and Lee and Richard were getting caught up in it just as I was. Graciela began slowly, cautiously. "I can't quite tell," she said, "what GenQuest did and how they did it." She'd studied the report itself. What's more, she'd called the lab and, without indicating exactly why she was calling, had asked the lab's chief scientist some questions about their procedures and protocols. To be left wondering after talking to the senior scientist, that didn't sound good. For one thing, I can't tell which sample they used. It appears they used only one bone sample, which surprises me. With old material like this, teeth are almost always a better source of DNA than bones. Well, I'd known this. The tooth encapsulates the DNA and protects it from degradation better than bone, which is why I had included 2 teeth in the set of 4 samples. As she elaborated on her questions about the GenQuest analysis, especially the inability to establish a single profile for the dead woman, Graciela's caution gradually dropped away. "This report is not just inconclusive," she finally said. "It's completely worthless." I was stunned. "The only thing you can tell from this report is that the sample was either degraded or contaminated, maybe both." The air in Pam's office nearly crackled with electricity. Suddenly, everything, every possibility, was up for grabs again. Originally, the woman in the grave had been known as Leoma. After the GenQuest analysis, we'd taken to calling her not Leoma. Suddenly, she'd become maybe Leoma. On television, DNA testing provides an instant ironclad answer. In this real-life case, it had merely muddied the water. It appeared to provide an answer, but in fact all it did was raise a whole new set of questions, not just for me, but for Leoma Patterson's family. They'd mistrusted the forensic system's original findings, which is why they'd contacted me in the first place. I couldn't imagine that this new twist would do much to restore their confidence, and it certainly wasn't likely to ease their pain. Now what? One of Graciela's classmates at the Ph.D. program at the University of California at Davis was another molecular anthropologist, Jason Eshelman. After earning his doctorate, Jason had co-founded a company called Trace Genetics, which quickly established a reputation for extracting DNA from the most challenging samples possible, bones thousands of years old. "If anybody can get DNA for you," said Graciela, "it's Jason." I thanked her for the help and vowed to contact him. First, though, there was one other thing I wanted to try using the resources available to me at UT. It would require dismantling Joanna's beautiful sculpture, which seemed a shame. Weeks of painstaking work destroyed in an hour. But there was nothing more the reconstruction could tell us, and we had plenty of photos documenting the controversial face. Joanna cheerfully peeled off the clay, and once more I found myself confronted by a bare skull. It looked smaller and more exposed somehow, now that I'd seen a face on it. It also looked more cryptic, almost defiant. "Who am I?" she almost seemed to say. It was both a challenge and a taunt. Joanna, John, and I, along with maybe Leoma, left the Bone Lab, climbed the long flight of steps flanking Neyland Stadium and crossed Stadium Drive, then entered the basement of the communications building. Tom Owen, head of the university's television and photographic services, listened with interest as I described the twists and turns in the case, then agreed to help. He led us down the hall to UT's television studio, and his staff sprang into action. We attached the skull to a stand that would allow us to raise, lower, tilt, and rotate it in any direction or plane. Then we set an ordinary music stand beside the skull and taped to it the best photo we had of Leoma, the one showing a young mother, firm of face, holding the solemn Ronnie on her lap. The studio crew rolled 2 studio television cameras into position, one zoomed in on the skull, the other on the photo. The images filled the screens of a large bank of television monitors. Some showed just the skull, larger than life, some just the photo. But one monitor, the one I was most interested in, showed both images, one superimposed on the other. Young Leoma Patterson's face half dissolved, the skull showing through the flesh, like some gruesome special effects image in a horror film. I asked the technician in the control booth to show only Leoma's photo, then, very slowly, to dissolve to the skull. As the bone began to show through, I had him stop, and I felt the same tingle of excitement I'd felt when I first saw the facial reconstruction. Showing through the flesh of Leoma Patterson's strong, rounded chin was the center of the skull's strong, rounded chin. 4 inches above it, right between Leoma's eyes, the skull's nasal bone ran directly beneath Leoma Patterson's nose, with the landmark known as nasion positioned right where Leoma's would be. The correspondence between the cheekbones and jawline was remarkably good, too. Just weeks before, a DNA Labs report had completely convinced me that the skull was not Leoma Patterson's. Now I felt myself doing another U-turn. "I think it's her," I said. Half a dozen heads in the television studio nodded in agreement. The superimposition was persuasive, but it wasn't proof. We tried another high-tech route as well. As a master's thesis project, one of the anthropology department's graduate students, Diana Moyers, was working as a visiting scientist at the FBI laboratory in Quantico. Diana's project was to test and help refine an experimental computer program called ReFace, a facial reconstruction system whose full name is Reality Enhanced Facial Approximation by Computational Estimation. You can see why they shortened that to ReFace. Developed for the FBI by GE Global Research, ReFace starts with skulls, 3-dimensional CT scans of skulls to be precise, and uses tissue depth data and algorithms, fancy mathematical formulas, to do virtually on a computer screen what Joanna Hughes does with clay on a skull. Being a computer rather than an artist, ReFace works more objectively than Joanna does. It also works far faster, completing a 3D rendering in a matter of hours rather than weeks. With its speed, ReFace has great potential for helping identify victims found in mass graves, as in Iraq. If it had been available at the time, it also could have helped enormously in the wake of Hurricane Katrina, when forensic teams struggled for months to identify hundreds of badly decomposed bodies. If computerized facial reconstructions of those storm victims could have been easily produced and widely distributed, the task of restoring names to the dead might have moved forward far faster. John and I put in a plea to Diana and her FBI supervisor, Phil Williams. To our delight, they agreed to run mesothelioma through Reface. All they needed was a CT scan of the skull. That was easy to arrange, since one of the anthropology graduate students, Megan Moore, had recently scanned every skeleton, more than 600, in the donated skeletal collection. On April 5, 2007, Megan and Todd Malone, a CT technician in the radiology department at UT Medical Center, ran the skull through the scanner face up in a box packed with foam peanuts. Megan FedExed the scans to Quantico, where Diana and Phil Williams ran them through the experimental software. It was with high hopes a few weeks later that I studied the computer screen as it flashed up the likeness Reface had overlaid with mathematical precision on top of the CT scan of mebelioma's skull. Surely this image, I thought, the fruit of several years of collaboration work by computer scientists, forensic artists, and anthropologists, would clearly answer the question, was this glioma or was it not glioma? Instead, it merely amplified the question. The flesh-toned image on the computer screen, eyes closed, devoid of expression, could have been a department store mannequin or a sphinx. There was nothing in the image, no matter how I rotated it, in 3 dimensions, that said, I am glioma, nor anything that said, I am not glioma. To paraphrase Winston Churchill's famous comment about Russia, the mask-like face on the screen was a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma. Between the scan, the software, and the tissue depth data, the software merged with the scan, it was all very sophisticated and high-tech. But it was still a damn mystery, and she was as enigmatic and elusive as ever. Our only hope for proof was to go back to the DNA. We'd have to try climbing the twisted ladder one more time. And by now I realized just how twisted that ladder could be. One afternoon in the summer of 2006, when I came home from an errand, my wife Carol met me at the door, almost beside herself with excitement. "You just missed a call from the son of the Big Bopper," she announced. "The son of the who?" "The Big Bopper." I looked at her blankly and shrugged. "You don't mean to tell me you don't know who the Big Bopper was?" I admitted that I didn't, and I could almost see my stock plummeting in Carol's eyes. "He's the singer who did Chantilly Lace," she said, and began to sing, "Chantilly Lace and a Pretty Face." Now I nodded, relieved. I did at least recognize the song. "He died in that plane crash with Buddy Holly and Ritchie Valens back in 1959. Ah, 1959. That explained why I had initially drawn such a blank. From 1956 to 1960, popular music passed me by completely because I was living and breathing anthropology 18 hours a day, 7 days a week. I was racing to finish my Ph.D. at the University of Pennsylvania then, and my life revolved around teaching anatomy and working on my dissertation, except when I was catching a few hours of sleep. Pop culture, the beginnings of rock and roll, and teen idols like Holly, Valens, and the Bopper were simply not on my radar. At the time, I never heard Buddy Holly sing Peggy Sue or That'll Be the Day. I never tapped my feet to Ritchie Valens belting out La Bamba. I never sang along when the Big Bopper crooned Hello, Baby and launched into Chantilly Lace. I was not aware at the time that a chartered Beechcraft Bonanza crashed into a frozen cornfield outside Clear Lake, Iowa, killing the pilot and 3 teen idols, Holly Valens and J.P. Richardson, Jr., better known as the Big Bopper. And I certainly could never have guessed that on a warm March morning 48 years later, in an effort to answer 2 haunting questions, I would find myself face to face with the mortal remains of the Big Bopper himself, hoisted from the soggy ground of a cemetery in Beaumont, Texas. Beaumont sprawls across a few square miles of scrubby coastal plains some 90 miles northeast of Houston and 20 miles up the Little Neches River from the Gulf of Mexico. On the surface, Beaumont is flat and, geographically at least, about as interesting as a parking lot. In the spring of 1957, a local announcer and disc jockey at WTRM-AM Named Giles Perry Richardson, Jr., he called himself Jape on his midday show, The Dishwasher's Serenade, started a new afternoon broadcast aimed at teenagers. Capitalizing on the craze for a dance called the bop, a cross between the jitterbug, swing dancing, and the twist, Richardson transformed himself into a whole new character, a boisterous hipster he called the Big Bopper. Then undertook a big publicity stunt to prove he was worthy of the Texas size name. One afternoon that May, he began a live broadcast on WTRM, and he didn't stop until 5 days, 2 hours, and 8 minutes later. Taking only 5-minute breaks during newscasts, the Big Bopper played 1,821 songs, set a world record for the longest live broadcast, and garnered nationwide news coverage. He also made connections that would help launch him as a songwriter and performer on the national stage. Richardson formed a small record company and released a 45 RPM single later that year. The A-side was titled Beggar to a King, and the B-side was called Crazy Blues. Neither song got much airplay beyond WTRM, but the Big Bopper was just getting warmed up. In June of 1958, he released a second 45. This one's A-side was another forgettable song called The Purple People Eater Meets the Witch Doctor, another effort that quickly faded. But the B-side was another story altogether. The B-side got so much airplay that the rights were snapped up by Mercury Records, one of the era's major labels, which put all its marketing muscle behind the song. Within weeks, the song was at number 6 on the pop charts, and millions of American kids were bobbing and bouncing as the Big Bopper called, "Hello, baby, this is the Big Bopper," and then proceeded to sing the praises of teenage girls. Chantilly lace and a pretty face and a ponytail hanging down. That wiggle in the walk and giggle in the talk makes the world go round. Chantilly Lace was the third most played song of 1958. Richardson had big plans. He wanted to own his own radio station and form his own company. First, though, to earn money for the ventures, the Big Bopper signed on for the Winter Dance Party Tour, a road trip whose other acts included headliner Buddy Holly, Latino sensation Richie Valens, La Bamba, Frankie Sardo, and Dion and the Belmonts. Despite its festive name, the Winter Dance Party Tour was sheer torture, at least for the performers. They were traveling by bus, not the lavish motor homes used by bands today, but a dilapidated old school bus. During their first 10 days on the road, they performed every night and traveled more than 2,500 miles, crisscrossing the frigid, wind-swept northern Great Plains. One night the bus broke down on a deserted rural highway. Outside the bus, the temperature was 35 degrees below zero. Inside, it wasn't much warmer. Desperate to keep warm, some of the performers began burning newspaper in the aisle of the bus, creating an interesting dilemma: which was more likely to kill them, hypothermia or asphyxiation? The whole group might well have died if two hardy performers hadn't hitched a ride to the nearest town and brought sheriff's deputies to the rescue. By then, drummer Carl Bunch had frostbite on his feet. He was hospitalized and dropped out of the tour at that point, and Richie Valens and the Big Bopper caught severe colds. Fed up with the brutal bus travel, Buddy Holly chartered a small plane to fly him and two of his band members from Clear Lake, Iowa, to their next stop in Moorhead, Minnesota. By aging bus, the 360-mile trip would take all night. The sleek, V-tailed Beechcraft Bonanza would be able to make the trip in just 2 hours. The Big Bopper, who was still sick, asked Holly's bass player, Waylon Jennings, if he could have Jennings' seat on the plane, and Jennings agreed. Richie Valens, who'd never flown on a small plane before, pestered guitarist Tommy Alsop to give up his seat. Finally, Alsop agreed to flip a coin to see which of them would get the last spot on the plane. Alsop flipped, and Valens called heads. He was right, and fatally wrong. The three musicians were ferried to the airport by the manager of Clear Lake's Surf Ballroom, where they had just performed for some 2,000 fans. The plane, owned by Jerry Dwyer, would be piloted by 21-year-old Roger Peterson. Peterson was considered a skilled pilot, although he was not certified to fly by instruments alone, and had actually failed an instrument check ride a few months before. But Peterson had no reason to think he would encounter any weather bad enough to make instrument flying necessary. What he didn't realize was that a cold front, clouds, and snow were closing in on Clear Lake and Fargo faster than previously forecast. At 11:30 p.m., the sky over the airport was clear below 6,000 feet. By midnight, the ceiling had dropped to 5,000 feet, and by the time the plane taxied into position for takeoff at 12:55 a.m. on February 3rd, the clouds had dropped to 3,000 feet, the wind was gusting to 35 miles an hour, and light snow was beginning to fall. Peterson gunned the throttle, and the plane tore into the wind. Jerry Dwyer watched his plane climb off the southbound runway, do a U-turn to the north, then, just beyond the airport, bank left, toward the northwest and Fargo. The plane's red tail beacon was clearly visible. A few miles from the airport, though, Dwyer saw the plane enter a low cloud. When it emerged, moments later, it appeared to be descending. Dwyer hoped that the light was simply vanishing over the Earth's curved horizon. Roger Peterson had promised to radio the control tower and file a flight plan after takeoff, but as the minutes ticked by, there was nothing but silence. Silence and the buffeting of the wind. At Dwyer's request, the air traffic controller repeatedly hailed the Bonanza, but he got no answer. At dawn, fearing the worst, Dwyer took off in another plane, traced the route he'd seen the Bonanza take, and spotted the wreckage in a field belonging to Albert Jewell. The aircraft had struck the frozen ground, skipped, and slid 540 feet across the snow-covered field, coming to rest against a barbed wire fence. Pilot Roger Peterson's body had remained in the cockpit. The bodies of Holly and Valens were thrown clear, but still close to the wreckage, while that of the Big Bopper lay farther away, on the other side of the fence. The Civil Aeronautics Board, the predecessor to the FAA and its National Transportation Safety Board, sent a team of investigators to Clear Lake. They combed the wreckage, reviewed weather data, and dug into the records of both the plane and the pilot. From the damage to the plane and the track it left across the snowy field, they determined that the right wingtip had hit the ground first, because the plane had been descending fast and steeply banked to the right. The shattered flight instruments, their needles frozen at the moment of impact, recorded the plane's final instant. The tachometer read 2,200 RPM, a normal engine speed for cruising, several hundred RPM below full throttle. The adjustable pitch propeller had sheared off at impact, but the central hub, which controlled the propeller's pitch, was likewise set for cruising rather than for climbing, which uses a higher thrust setting, like a lower gear on a car. The airspeed indicator was stuck between 165 and 170 miles per hour, also normal for a Bonanza when cruising. But the rate of climb indicator, which tells how rapidly the plane is gaining or losing altitude, showed the aircraft dropping at 3,000 feet per minute. Most telling of all, in the eyes of the investigators, the plane's attitude indicator, or artificial horizon, was stuck in a position that indicated the plane was in a 90-degree bank, with its right wing angled directly down at the ground and its left wing pointing straight up at the clouds overhead. At that attitude, the plane's wings would generate no upward lift at all. The engine and prop would continue to pull the plane forward at a normal cruise speed even as the plane sliced edgewise through the air, plummeting to the ground. But how could this have happened? How could an experienced pilot not have known that his aircraft was banked 90 degrees, its wings vertical rather than horizontal? Here's where things get interesting, subjective, and contentious. The crash report faulted Roger Peterson's judgment for flying into deteriorating weather. The technical language used with appalling frequency in small plane crash reports is visual flight into instrument meteorological conditions. And it's the number 2 cause of single-engine aircraft fatalities, second only to running out of gas. When a pilot can't see the horizon, It's virtually impossible to tell without instruments if the plane's flying straight and level. In fact, it can take only a matter of seconds to become fatally disoriented. There was one more strike against Roger Peterson during that nighttime takeoff into deteriorating weather, the crash report concluded. The attitude indicator, or artificial horizon, in Bonanza 3794N was not the kind most planes are equipped with, and not the kind Peterson knew best. I'm not a pilot, but my co-author John Jefferson is, and John has explained artificial horizons to me to the point where my eyes began glazing over. Basically, an artificial horizon is an instrument whose dial shows a miniature plane flying toward a miniature horizon, where Earth meets sky, and mimics the plane's orientation, its attitude, as the pilot maneuvers the aircraft. If the pilot banks to the right, the tiny plane on the dial tilts to the right. If the pilot banks left, the tiny plane tilts left. Now, on most artificial horizon dials, if the pilot points the nose of the plane downward, the tiny plane drops below the horizon line on the dial. But exactly the opposite happens with the type of artificial horizon, a Sperry F3, that was installed in Jerry Dwyer's Bonanza. The Sperry F3 uses a weighted sphere about the size of a billiard ball to represent the Earth, and when a plane equipped with a Sperry F3 dives, the ball stays steady and the plane pivots nose down around it, causing the tiny plane on the dial to appear to be climbing higher in the sky. A pilot who was even slightly unfamiliar with the Sperry F3, as the investigation concluded Peterson was, could easily misinterpret a dive as a climb, and could react by putting his plane into an even steeper dive. It's hard to explain how counterintuitive the instrument's climb-dive reading is, but John showed me a Sperry artificial horizon like the one in Jerry Dwyer's plane. He bought one on eBay, and when John simulated a dive with the instrument, I could have sworn I was in a climb. So it's reasonable to assume, from the accident summary, that Roger Peterson thought he was in a steep climbing turn when he was actually in a steep descending turn. But not everyone believes the crash report summary. One of those who doesn't is Bill Griggs, the music historian. Griggs has done a lot of research on the plane crash and the government's investigation. He's read hundreds of pages of government documents resulting from the crash investigation, and he's talked with Jerry Dwyer, whose plane Roger Peterson flew into the ground that night. According to Griggs, Dwyer insists that Roger Peterson was quite familiar with the Sperry F3 artificial horizon. Dwyer also insists that the sky was clear, stars visible overhead, not clouds at 3,000 feet as the report says. And the Big Bopper's son says Dwyer once told him that Patterson must have been incapacitated in some way to have crashed. Incapacitated in what way? Again, here's where things get interesting. One possible mode of incapacitation came to light 2 months after the crash. As farmer Albert Jewell was doing his spring planting, he came across a loaded pistol in his cornfield at the site of the crash. According to a newspaper account at the time, Jewell was curious to see if the gun would still fire, so he pointed it skyward and pulled the trigger several times. Luckily for Jewell, the bullets exited the barrel cleanly rather than getting stuck in some rust and causing the gun to explode in his hand. But what was the gun doing at the crash site? And was Jewell the only one to fire it? The pistol, it soon emerged, belonged to Buddy Holly. He carried it concealed beneath a false bottom in his overnight bag for protection, supposedly, since he sometimes got paid in cash for his band's gigs. So now the story includes not just a plane crash and 3 dead celebrities, but a loaded pistol thrown from the wreckage. Not surprisingly, after the gun's discovery, a rumor began making the rounds that the pilot's seat had a bullet hole in it. Now, it doesn't make much sense that Buddy Holly, Richie Valens, or the Big Bopper would want to shoot the guy flying the plane, but rumors, no matter how outlandish, often spread like wildfire. The thing is, the pilot's body was autopsied, Peterson was the only one of the 4 autopsied, and there was no gunshot wound. Well, then, if the pilot wasn't shot, maybe somebody else was. That's how the rumor mill works. Buddy Holly's wife, Maria, was pregnant at the time of the crash. Soon afterward, she had a miscarriage. J.P. Richardson's wife was also pregnant. 2 months after the crash, she gave birth to a son, whom she named J. Perry. J. Richardson grew into the spitting image of his father, in size, appearance, and even mannerisms. He also grew increasingly curious about the Big Bopper's life, music, and death. Jay's mother never talked much about his dad, so Jay began talking to other people who could fill in the blanks for him. And the more he learned, the more eager he became for answers to 2 haunting questions. Unlikely as it seemed, was it possible that the Big Bopper had been shot aboard the plane? And could he have survived the crash, however briefly, and died while trying to seek help? I went to Beaumont hoping to give J. Richardson the answers to those 2 questions. As it turned out, I think he got considerably more than either of us bargained for. March 6, 2007 dawned clear and unseasonably warm in Beaumont. I'd landed in Houston about 10 p.m. the night before and checked into the Hampton Inn in Beaumont a little before midnight. At 7 a.m. the following morning, I was at Forest Lawn Cemetery and Memorial Garden, where the Big Bopper's grave was marked by a silver historical marker, a horizontal bronze plaque, a green tent, some blue privacy tarps, and a yellow backhoe. J. Richardson was already there, his silver Chevy pickup parked a short distance from the grave. At the entrance to the cemetery, a local television news crew had set up a camera and tripod, but their view of the grave was blocked by the tarps, which were fastened to the tent poles to screen the proceedings from curiosity seekers. The grave directly alongside the Boppers had been excavated the previous day. That one held Jay's mother. He was moving both parents to a new part of the cemetery so he could mark their graves with more prominent markers than the simple horizontal plaques required in this part of the memorial garden. A Texas sculptor was working on a life-size bronze statue of the Big Bopper, which Jay wants to put alongside his dad's grave. When Jay first began to make arrangements to move the graves, he realized that he'd never have a better chance to seek answers to the 2 lingering questions he had about his father's death. The backhoe started digging by 7:30, and by 7:35, just 3 or 4 feet down, I was starting to worry. During one of our phone calls, I'd asked Jay some questions about the cemetery. It was in a low-lying area, he'd said, with lots of water just under the ground. When I heard that, I thought, well, that doesn't bode well for the preservation of skeletal remains. Sure enough, as the dirt came out, scoop by scoop, water rushed in to take its place. The cemetery crew had foreseen this problem and had a gasoline-powered pump standing by. They fired it up, and it quickly removed most of the water from the open grave, but as soon as they shut the pump off, water began refilling the hole. The Big Bopper's casket had been sealed in a rust-resistant steel vault made of galvanized steel 1/7 of an inch thick. As the backhoe scoop dug down past the 3- and 4-foot marks, down toward the lower edge of the vault, it was clear that the vault had been at least partially submerged for much of the past 48 years, and it seemed likely that at times it had been completely submerged. I hoped there was no pinhole anywhere in the dome that would have allowed water to rise within it and submerge the coffin. But we couldn't make even an educated guess until we removed the top of the vault, and we wouldn't know for sure until we opened the casket and saw whatever was left of the Big Bopper. Once the vault was fully exposed in the soggy hole, the workers slung steel cables around both ends, and the backhoe operator hoisted the vault out of the soggy hole and onto a small trailer. We then got into our vehicles and drove from the grave with the body, a funeral procession in reverse, to the cemetery's maintenance shop, a large metal building tucked into a stand of pine trees at the far side of the grounds. Cleaning the mud off the vault took nearly half an hour. and figuring out how to open the vault took another 10 minutes or so, as there were no obvious bolts or clamps at the corners or on the sides. Finally, someone spotted two small levers, practically invisible, recessed into each end of the vault. Using a mallet and a large screwdriver, the foreman, nicknamed Fish, carefully tapped the levers sideways, and the dome separated slightly from the base of the vault. Again, the cables were snugged onto the vault, and the backhoe hoisted the dome straight up and swung it off to the side, revealing a silvery gray casket with a low pedestal base. A dull film and a few traces of surface rust marred the casket's once gleaming finish, and a pale, crusty line of mineral deposits partway up the pedestal showed that a couple of inches of water had seeped into the vault before the water pressure stopped its rise. But the water line was well below the bed of the casket, and for the first time that morning, the first time since seeing the water-logged grave, it seemed possible that the remains of the Big Bopper might be at least partially intact. A hearse was waiting to take the casket back to the funeral home, where I would examine the body or the bones in the embalming room. But then the funeral home's manager, Rodney Landry, began to have misgivings. Even with the casket still sealed, the unmistakable odor of decomposition began suffusing the surrounding area. Rodney had the casket brought inside the maintenance building, where he removed a small rubber plug from a vent near the foot of the casket. The odor, already strong, became intense. Rodney shook his head gravely. "I can't bring this into the building," he said. "This smell would permeate the building for weeks." He was right. I knew from experience. "I can just do the examination here," I said. "That's fine with me." Rodney conferred with Jay, who also understood the problem and was willing to be considerate of others. We would do the examination in the shop. By now, it was nearly noon, and I was hungry, so we made a quick run to Mr. Burger, a tiny carry-out place a mile down the road, and wolfed down lunch standing outside the cemetery shop. We positioned ourselves upwind from the coffin, but occasionally the wind would shift and the aroma of burgers would mingle with the aroma of the bopper. As soon as we finished eating, I was ready to open the casket and get to work, but Rodney stopped me. "Before we go any further, we need everyone here to sign a hold harmless release," he said. "Normally, these are meant to shield a business from liability if a visitor or a customer, for example, a student pilot, or a participant in a whitewater rafting trip, gets hurt or killed. In this case, the form was meant to protect the funeral home from any sort of lawsuit alleging emotional trauma from the potentially gruesome sight we were about to see. I knew I wasn't going to be traumatized by whatever lay inside the coffin, but I could understand how the sight of a skull, its flesh half rotted away, might traumatize Jay Richardson or historian Bill Griggs, or one of the few other people allowed to witness the proceedings. Everyone, including me, gathered in a circle to sign the required form, and then Randy Steele, a friend of Jay's, said a brief prayer, asking God's blessings on Jay and everyone else present. After Randy and a few of the other people circled up had murmured amen, Rodney gave a nod, and Joni Johnson, a funeral director and embalmer, inserted a small metal handle near the foot of the casket. She cranked it clockwise, releasing the latch at that end, then repeated the maneuver at the head of the casket. Both halves of the hinged lid were now free to swing up and open. The vault and coffin had performed well. Now the crucial question was, how well had the embalming held up? Jay Richardson stepped up beside the upper end of the casket. I stood beside him. A hush fell over the group as Rodney Landry grasped one end of the lid and gave a tug. After nearly half a century in the soggy ground, the lid raised smoothly and silently. As it did, it revealed one of the most remarkable sights I've ever seen in my career. What I saw, and what Jay Richardson saw, was not a bare skull or rotting tissue. What we saw was the Big Bopper himself, complete with his trademark crew cut. The skin was discolored, a mottled bluish-purple, but the features were instantly recognizable and bore a striking resemblance to those of the man who stood beside me, getting his first glimpse of his father in the flesh. The body's condition was all the more remarkable in view of the damage it must have suffered in the plane crash. Embalming fluid is volatile, and it gradually leaches out of the body even if the skin has no breaks. In cases of extensive trauma, trying to fill a body with embalming fluid is like trying to fill a sieve or a sponge. To help lessen the leakage, the funeral home had zipped the body inside a Union-all, a leak-resistant jumpsuit, before dressing the bopper in his funeral suit. For Jay's sake, I was relieved at the body's excellent condition, but for me, it complicated things. One of the questions haunting Jay, could his father have survived the crash long enough to walk away and climb the fence that ran between his body and the plane's wreckage, would have been easiest to answer by examining bare bones, whose fractures, or lack of fractures, would have whispered the story of the bopper's death to me bone by bone. I could have seen and felt the details directly, then shown and explained them to Jay one by one. Every fracture tells a story, and if you study it closely, you can often piece together a surprisingly detailed narrative. A blow to the skull, for instance, tends to produce fractures that radiate outward from the point of impact. If the skull receives several blows, it's sometimes possible to tell the order in which they occurred, because if the fracture lines from two blows intersect, the fracture from the second blow will usually stop when it reaches the first crack, rather than jumping across that gap and continuing. I hadn't counted on a nearly intact corpse. To remove all this tissue in order to examine the bones would be difficult and time-consuming. It would likely take several days to remove the tissue, simmer the bones, and scrub them clean. It would also prolong Jay's emotional turmoil and probably increase it dramatically, too, to see the recognizable body of his father transformed into a bare skeleton. Besides, the funeral home wasn't equipped to deflesh bodies, only to preserve them. Back in Knoxville, I'd have had no difficulty cleaning off the bopper's bones. The Regional Forensics Center housed at the morgue at UT Medical Center has a decomp room designed specifically to speed the process, with oversized sinks, steam-jacketed kettles for simmering bones, and heavy-duty exhaust fans. But the situation was entirely different at Forest Lawn, and if they didn't even want to open the casket in the building, they certainly wouldn't want me to spend 2 or 3 days marinating the structure in the odor of decomposition. Fortunately, we had a plan B. A portable X-ray system provided by MobileX USA, a nationwide radiology service. Cindy Solomon, the manager of MobileX's Southwest Regional Office, had made the 300-mile trek from Dallas to help shoot X-rays of the body, assisted by Joey Mars, one of the company's radiologic technologists. Besides the mobile camera, they'd brought a couple dozen cassettes loaded with film so we could shoot multiple images of the entire body if we needed to. They'd sealed the cassettes in plastic, which would protect them against contamination without interfering with the images. These MobileX folks were clearly no slouches. We shot a series of images covering the entire body, which Joey drove across town to MobileX USA's Beaumont lab. While we waited for him to process the films and return, we dispersed in clumps across the parking lot behind the funeral home, some of us sipping soft drinks in our vehicles, some sitting or lying in the soft grass in the warm Texas sun. Rodney and Joni sat in wheelchairs inside the garage, the lights switched off. Garbed in disposable white gowns and masks, they looked vaguely sinister, like mad scientists or villainous doctors from some sci-fi horror film. Joey was gone for about 45 minutes. His return was a call to reconvene, and people struggled up from the grass and out of their cars to see what stories the X-rays would tell. Answering one of Jay's questions, had his father been shot, required a look at all of the films one by one on the portable light box Joey set up in one corner of the garage. There are 2 different ways to tell from X-rays if a person has been shot. If the bullet hits bone, it will either make a nick or punch a hole in the bone. If it enters the skull, it leaves a hole. If it hits a long bone, like an arm or a leg, it could leave either a nick or a hole. Either way, as the bullet enters or crosses the bone, lead rubs off the bullet onto the bone, leaving what's called a lead wipe around the hole or along the nick in the bone. These smears of lead, which X-rays can't pass through, show up as streaks of bright white on the films. Another sign that someone has been shot is the presence of little white specks in the X-ray images. When bullet hits bone, fragments of lead peel off the bullet and either splatter against bone or lodge in the soft tissue. The X-rays of the Big Bopper clearly showed pieces of metal, but they were clearly zippers. The zippers of the Union All his body wore to minimize fluid leakage from his many crash-related wounds. Nowhere amid the bones or the soft tissue did I see the bright white patches characteristic of lead smears or fragments. I looked at Jay. "There's no evidence of any foul play," I told him. "No sign of a bullet anywhere in the body. I think we can lay that room to rest now." He nodded. Jay's second question was whether his father might have survived the crash and tried to go for help. To answer that, I led Jay film by film through the injuries his father had sustained in the crash. They ranged, literally, from head to foot. In his right foot, all 5 tarsal bones, the bones fanning out below the ankle, were broken. In a line straight across the midfoot, a type of fracture often called a march fracture because it's common in soldiers who do a lot of marching on hard-surfaced parade grounds and on field exercises carrying heavy packs. Both lower legs had compound fractures of the tibia, the larger of the 2 bones in each lower leg. The left tibia actually had 3 fractures, one at about midshaft, another in the distal lower third of the bone, and a third one at the line where the bone shaft joined the distal epiphysis, the end of the bone. In the right lower leg, both the tibia and the fibula had compound fractures just below the knee. In addition, the lower end of the right tibia may have been fractured at the epiphyseal line, as the left tibia had been. I'd already suspected there would be severe fractures to the legs because of the odd angles at which the feet pointed out toward either side of the casket. The upper legs were also shattered. The left femur had a compound fracture slightly above midshaft. The right femur was destroyed at the knee. The distal end of the femur was broken away from the shaft, and the condyles, the 2 knuckle-like knobs at the end of the bone, were broken apart. The pelvis, too, had been shattered. The left innominate hip bone was broken apart at the sacroiliac joint, where the wide, flaring part of the bone joins the sacrum, the bottom of the spine. In addition, the left pubic bone was snapped off, as well as torn free of the pubic symphysis, where it had once met the right pubic bone at the midline of the pelvis. The break in the left hip was so severe that the entire left leg was rotated sharply to the outside. "I think I can say with great certainty that there's no way your father walked away from that crash," I told Jay. As he studied the images of devastation, I could see that he understood and believed me. The chest was crushed. Multiple ribs on the right and left side were broken, and the left clavicle had 2 compound fractures. The spinal column was broken near the bottom of the chest between ribs 9 and 10. The Bopper's skull had numerous fractures. When I studied the X-ray of the head, I was even more impressed with the work the funeral home had done 48 years before. The bones of the face were largely crushed. I'm not sure what was supporting the face of the corpse, but it wasn't bones. The right side of the forehead was crushed, as was the right parietal bone, just above the forehead. A large fracture had split the juncture of the right parietal and right temporal bones, and another large fracture bisected the skull at the midline, along the sagittal suture, at the junction of the 2 parietal bones, which formed the sides of the skull. It would have been impossible for his father to walk away from the plane's wreckage and climb a fence, I told Jay. He had to have been thrown clear. He had so many fractures to the skull, fractures to the chest, fractures to the pelvis, fractures to both legs. He could not have walked. In fact, I said, he probably died almost instantly from the massive fractures to the skull and chest. Conceivably, he could have survived the shattering impacts to his legs, but not such trauma to the head and chest. Again, Jay nodded thoughtfully. Although Jay didn't uncover a conspiracy surrounding his father's death, I think something else occurred when that coffin was opened. It gave Jay Richardson the chance to visit his dad. The Big Bopper, remember, died about 2 months before Jay was born, so he'd never seen anything but photographs. As we worked all day in Beaumont, I watched Jay, and I think he felt much better than before. Psychologically, I think it was a great day for him, a turning point. A person who has lost a parent early in life, or as in Jay's case even before being born, doesn't know what that parent was like. I lost my own father very young. He committed suicide when I was only 3. And as I've gotten older, I've found myself thinking more and more about him, wondering about the relationship we might have had. During the course of the exhumation and examination, I told Jay about losing my father. I wish I'd had the opportunity to meet my dad the way Jay had. It might have shed at least a little light or filled in some of the blanks in my knowledge of my father. Some of my lingering questions are unanswerable, of course, such as why my father felt such despair that he shot himself, but at the very least, I'd have liked the chance to say goodbye to him, face to face. I think Jay bonded with his father in a new way, and I think he felt better at the end of the day than he'd felt for all those years he'd been wondering. Back when we first began planning this, I worried that if I just wrote a report, Jay might still have questions. He wouldn't have physically seen what I was talking about, and I might not have given the best possible explanation. That's why I'd asked him well ahead of time if he thought he might be able to be present during the autopsy and might be able to assist me. By the time I arrived in Beaumont, Jay had prepared himself emotionally to observe the entire examination, and at the end of the day, we were both glad he had. There would be no lingering doubts, at least as far as what I could show him and explain scientifically. I've consulted with families for many years on the death of loved ones. I'm often the last person in the chain of identifying people, and often it's extremely painful for them, especially if the body's in bad condition. But the Big Bopper's body had been in remarkable condition, allowing Jay to recognize his dad, to gain a better sense of where he himself had come from. Jay later told the Beaumont Enterprise the experience was one of the grandest days of my life. Not only did Jay see his father, Jay's 2 sons got to see their grandfather. The 2 boys had a hard time at first, but when all was said and done and we were saying our goodbyes, Jay's older son, who's a teenager, came up and hugged me. At that moment I realized that I'd given him the only opportunity he would ever have to see his grandfather. This wasn't a criminal case, but it was a mystery, a haunting personal mystery for the family. It was also a lingering mystery for many fans of the Big Bopper. We were able to solve that mystery, lay those questions and rumors to rest, and lay the Big Bopper himself finally to rest. Jay Richardson and I went to Beaumont to dig up answers about a performer and a father who died almost half a century ago, and we found them, thanks to the chemistry of embalming, the physics of air pressure, and the illuminating insights of X-rays. The airport security screener peered closely at the 2 small objects in the envelope. Then he called over another screener, and another, and a supervisor. Within minutes I was surrounded by armed Transportation Safety Administration guards, questioning me closely about the 2 human teeth I'd been carrying in my pocket. Luckily I was on my home turf, Knoxville's McGee-Tyson Airport, and half the guards were familiar with me. They weren't suspicious, merely curious, and after I'd explained why I was flying to Texas with 2 teeth from a mysterious woman's skull in my pocket, they waved me on and wished me luck finding an answer to the question that had bedeviled me for months in the Patterson case. Was this Leoma, or was this not Leoma? I wouldn't find the answer itself in San Antonio, but I would meet the scientist who, if skill and luck converged, could give me a definitive answer. Like a runner carrying the flame from Athens to the Beijing Olympics, I was passing the torch to the next person in this scientific run for the truth. In this case, the torch consisted of teeth, and the flame, at least what I hoped I was handing off, was mitochondrial DNA. Millions of people first learned of the forensic potential of DNA during the highly televised murder trial of O.J. Simpson. Blood drops leading from the spot where Nicole Simpson and Ronald Goldman were slaughtered matched O.J. Simpson's blood type and DNA, a parade of prosecution witnesses testified. What's more, blood matching Nicole's DNA was found on a pair of socks in O.J.'s bedroom, and blood matching Ron Goldman's DNA was found in O.J.'s Bronco. The odds against anyone other than O.J., Nicole, and Goldman being the sources of those bits of blood-borne DNA were astronomical, ranging as high as nearly 1 in 10 billion. The reason for such overwhelming mathematical probability, the jury learned during days of mind-numbing scientific testimony, is DNA's immense size, coupled with its consistent structure and deceptively simple building blocks. Its now famous shape, called a double helix, resembles a ladder whose uprights have been twisted so they spiral or corkscrew around one another. The 3 billion rungs of this corkscrew ladder consist of pairs of chemical bases named adenine, guanine, cytosine, and thymine, abbreviated A, G, C, and T. For biochemical reasons I won't go into because I don't begin to understand them, every rung with an A on one side always, no exceptions, has a G on its other side. Similarly, C is always paired with T. So if you were magically reduced to the size of an atom and you began climbing this 3 billion rung ladder, the first 5 rungs you ascended might be labeled this way: AG, AG, CT, GA, TC. Statisticians have an old saying about monkeys and typewriters that's meant to illuminate how randomness, given enough time, produces specific meaning. One variation of that saying goes like this: chain 100 million monkeys to 100 million computers for 100 million years, and one of them will write the complete works of William Shakespeare. Well, I don't actually believe that. I suspect it's far more likely that they'll bring the Internet and the entire computer-dependent world to its knees, and in far less than 100 million years. But I can believe this, and can grasp it at a very rudimentary level. Stack up 3 billion pairs of AGs, GAs, CTs, and TCs, one atop another, or string 3 billion beads on a genetic necklace, or strike 3 billion two-note chords on a piano keyboard, and you're going to get one-of-a-kind variations. Variations named O.J. Simpson, Nicole Simpson, Ronald Goldman, Bill Bass, and Leoma Patterson. All it takes to match a forensic DNA sample to a particular individual with immense certainty is a good forensic sample, a good sample from the individual, and impeccable collection and handling procedures. In the O.J. trial, the defense didn't challenge the scientific validity of DNA analysis, the matches, or the statistical probabilities. Instead, the defense claimed, and the jury seemed to believe, that the incriminating samples were either planted by detectives or contaminated by careless lab technicians. So, despite the staggering odds of guilt the prosecution and its experts invoked, billions to 1, O.J. walked. The case hadn't been made beyond a reasonable doubt. What about Leoma? Could a new DNA test indicate beyond a reasonable doubt whether the remains I'd exhumed, not once but twice, were hers or some other murder victim's? No one was on trial for murder here. Leoma's great-nephew confessed in 1985 to killing her and served 6 years for manslaughter, though in 2006 he retracted his confession. It wasn't a jury, but a family whose questions I hoped to answer beyond a reasonable doubt. Unfortunately, my chances of getting a good DNA sample, a fresh DNA sample, were a lot slimmer than the Los Angeles Police Department's chances at a fresh crime scene. The DNA molecule that was the centerpiece of the LAPD's analysis and the prosecution's expert testimony was nuclear DNA, which takes its name from its address, the nucleus of every cell in the body. Besides being immense, nuclear DNA is also relatively fragile, at least over the years that often intervene between the time someone is murdered and the time I examine their bones. Gradually, bacteria, acids, and other chemicals in the body and the environment consume or corrupt the long, looping strands of nuclear DNA. Probably my best hope was that a bit of mitochondrial DNA, or mito, a shorter, simpler, but hardier cousin of nuclear DNA, had survived inside the tough enameled capsules of the 2 molars I'd carried at 34,000 feet from Knoxville to San Antonio. San Antonio's Riverwalk, packed cheek by jowl with restaurants, bars, hotels, and tourists, is like a miniaturized, Disneyfied version of the canals of Venice or Amsterdam. Sprawling alongside the Riverwalk, the Henry B. Gonzalez Convention Center encompasses 1.3 million square feet, or about 30 acres, about the size of a small farm in the hollows of East Tennessee. Toward the end of February 2007, those 1.3 million square feet were swarming with thousands of forensic scientists converging on San Antonio for the annual convention of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, AAFS. The AAFS boasts more than 6,000 members in fields ranging from A to Z. The convention center's cavernous exhibit hall, bigger than the football field at Neyland Stadium, was jammed with hundreds of vendors' booths, hawking everything from DNA analysis, fingerprint scanners, and toxicology screenings to disposable biohazard suits and rape test kits. At booth number 117, sandwiched between 2 software companies, I met Jason Eshelman, a slight, soft-spoken, but swift-talking scientist. Jason is one of an emerging crop of 21st-century anthropologists, inhabiting a niche I couldn't have imagined a half-century ago, molecular anthropology. Jason earned a Ph.D. at the University of California at Davis under the tutelage of David Glenn Smith, who helped pioneer the application of modern DNA testing to ancient human skeletons. Trace Genetics, the DNA lab Jason had co-founded after earning his Ph.D., had recently been acquired by DNA Print, a much larger firm, because of Jason's expertise in detecting and analyzing ancient DNA. One of Jason's most notable successes had been finding DNA, and plenty of it, in the teeth of a 10,000-year-old skeleton from the Queen Charlotte Islands located off the coast of British Columbia, an archipelago that bills itself as the Galapagos of Canada. Encouraged by this, I handed over the envelope containing 2 molars I'd pulled from the jaws of mesothelioma. Some scientists thrive on the conceptual. Their minds can envision particles that the most powerful microscopes can't show us, processes that can't be directly observed but only inferred, guessed at, by interpreting a stew of complex biochemical byproducts. I am not one of these scientists. I need bones and teeth, things I can see with my eyes and grasp with my hands. Jason Eshelman, on the other hand, can see with his mind's eye, grasping the complex interactions of the most complex molecules in the body, DNA. One of the most famous, most challenging, and most controversial samples Jason had worked with was Kennewick Man, a male skeleton a college student stumbled upon in the shallows of the Columbia River near Kennewick, Washington in 1996. Initially believed to be the remains of a white homesteader, the bones were sent to a carbon dating lab just to be sure. The results which put the age of the bones at 9,200 to 9,600 years old, ignited a fierce controversy. On one side were Native American tribes who wanted to rebury the remains as quickly and reverently as possible. On the other were scientists who wanted to study the bones for more clues about who first settled the Americas, where they came from, and how they got here. Just months after the discovery of Kennewick Man, while Jason was still working in David Glenn Smith's lab, they received a small sample from the ancient bones for DNA testing. Before they had a chance to process the sample, though, the FBI confiscated it. A consortium of Native American tribes had filed a lawsuit in federal court, and the judge swiftly granted an injunction to block the DNA testing and retrieve the sample. Smith's lab handed over the sample, but not before placing it in a vial with a tamper-evident seal. 9 years later, after scientists won the right to make a thorough study of Kennewick Man, Jason got the sample back, still sealed in the vial. Unfortunately, the only DNA in the sample proved to be quite a bit younger than 9,000 years. It came from another graduate student who'd worked in the lab back in 1996. Jason wasn't able to learn the genetic makeup of Kennewick Man, but he did learn firsthand how easily ancient samples can be contaminated. It was a lesson underscored on multiple occasions by a mysterious, persistent contaminator. There was a period when I kept seeing the same DNA sequence over and over in my samples, he recalls. It wasn't from me, and it wasn't from anyone else who worked in the lab. We had everyone's sequence on file, so we knew it wasn't any of us. Eventually, the culprit emerged, Jason's girlfriend, who shed enough stray skin cells to make her presence known, even though Jason faithfully scrubbed up and suited up much like a surgeon before entering the lab. As we talked amid the thicket of vendor booths in the cavernous exhibition hall in San Antonio, Jason explained how he would seek out whatever mito the teeth contained. He would start with just one of the teeth, keeping the other in reserve. His first step, and the reason he hadn't worried about my contaminating the teeth with my own DNA, would be to scrub the tooth with a solution of bleach to remove any dirt or other residue, then soak it in the bleach solution another 5 minutes. The bleach would destroy any DNA on the outside of the tooth, but 5 minutes wouldn't be enough time to allow the bleach to penetrate the tooth's enamel and permeate the dentin, where the mito was ensconced. Next, he'd rinse it with sterile water, then dry it under an ultraviolet lamp. To gain access to the DNA, he would then crack the tooth into smaller fragments and soak them in a solution that would dissolve the tooth's calcium, break down its proteins, and free the DNA from the cells. Once the pieces were dissolved, after about a week, he said, he'd bind the DNA to silica beads, extract the digested proteins and other grunge, and finally wash the beads with an alcohol solution. Just as alcohol washes away people's inhibitions, he explained, it relaxes DNA's inhibitions, causing it to release from the silica beads. That's when the real chemical wizardry would begin. Heating the solution almost to boiling causes the two legs of the DNA ladder to peel apart like a zipper unzipping. When that happens, short, 20-rung pieces of complementary DNA called primers latch onto the long, unzipped halves of the mito ladder, wherever their own sequences of A's, G's, C's, and T's mesh with the mitos, a step called annealing. The primers keep the ladder from zipping back together again as the solution is cooled slightly. Then, with the DNA unzipped, an enzyme called TAC, extracted from organisms that live in sulfur hot springs and hydrothermal ocean vents, moves in and builds a complementary new ladder leg on each of the long, unzipped legs, transforming one unzipped ladder into two ladders, creating two mitostrands out of one. That entire cycle, called a polymerase chain reaction, or PCR, takes anywhere from 20 seconds to 2 minutes. At that point, the entire solution is reheated to near boiling again. The two ladders are unzipped, and the replication is repeated. It doesn't take many PCR cycles of unzipping and replicating, doubling the number of copies each time, to turn a few strands of mito into many. In fact, in an hour or less, a single strand can be transformed into billions of copies. My head spinning from biochemical and genetic overload, I wished Jason good luck in his search for DNA in the teeth. I did one other thing in San Antonio while I was surrounded by forensic expertise. I showed a photo of Leoma Patterson, a photo of Joanna Hughes's clay facial reconstruction, and a freeze frame from the video superimposition to 106 of the scientists attending the conference. The question I asked them was simple. Is the woman in the photo the same woman shown in the clay reconstruction and the video superimposition, or is it a different woman? Of the 106 people I polled, 72 said yes, the same. 34 said no, not the same. It wasn't a scientifically rigorous experiment, but it sure was interesting to see people struggle to decide and to listen as they debated aloud with themselves or colleagues before voting. Later, I bumped into Murray Marks, one of my former PhD students, who is now on the forensic faculty at UT. Murray has used video superimposition and has done research on computerized facial reconstruction, so I was particularly interested in Murray's opinion. He studied the video, not just the freeze frame, but the actual video image dissolving from the photo to the skull, then back to the photo again, then glanced up from the computer screen. "What, are you retarded?" he said. "Of course it's the same woman." I made a mental note to ask Murray to come along when I showed the video to Leoma Patterson's descendants. If, that is, Jason found DNA evidence in the teeth confirming that the bones were Leoma's after all. I didn't realize what a big if that would turn out to be. 3 weeks after I handed the teeth to Jason, he phoned with some discouraging news. "I'm not getting any DNA from the sample," he said. The reason wasn't clear. "It might be that I'm getting a lot of interference from humic material," he said. Various chemicals from the dirt basically junking up the reaction. Or it might be that there just isn't any DNA left. It was possible, he conceded, that acids from the soil, mold from the damp coffin, or bacteria had gradually invaded the tooth and destroyed the genetic material. I was dumbfounded. How was it possible for DNA to survive for 10,000 years in teeth in the Pacific Northwest, but not for 30 years in East Tennessee? "I don't know," said Jason. "There's not a lot of data from that part of the country." There wasn't much consolation in the idea that we were providing new, discouraging data. "There's an extraction I can perform to remove the humic acids," Jason offered. "It might also remove some of the DNA, if there is DNA, but it might leave enough behind for me to get a sequence." At this point, we seemed to have nothing to lose by trying. A nail-biting week passed. "I'm seeing some DNA," Jason finally reported. Hallelujah. My excitement was short-lived, though. He'd identified some pieces of mito, but not enough yet to stitch together an entire sequence. "I'm going to process the second tooth now," he said, "and I'm hoping that will give me enough for a whole sequence." I hope so, too. But my hopes were in vain. The second DNA extraction failed to yield a complete mito sequence. So did a third, a fourth, and a fifth. I had sent Jason more teeth. I'd sent him a 4-inch section of femur. I'd sent him a cheek swab from one of Leoma's granddaughters, Michelle Atkins, for comparison. But there was nothing in the skeletal material to compare. Back in 1979, it seems, Dr. Blake, the M.E. who did the original autopsy, simmered the bones in water containing lots of detergent and bleach. The chemicals had probably destroyed the DNA. Finally, in late May, 3 months and 7 fruitless extractions after I'd optimistically handed him those first 2 teeth in San Antonio, Jason said it was time to abandon our DNA quest. That meant abandoning our hope of answering the question still haunting the Patterson family, was it Leoma, or not Leoma, who'd been buried in that hillside grave? Ironically, after nearly 2 years, countless hours, and the best forensic techniques we could apply, 4-disc, DNA, a clay facial reconstruction, an experimental computerized reconstruction, and a video superimposition, we were coming full circle, ending up right back where we began, with uncertainty and ambiguity. I scheduled a meeting for June 1, 2007 to tell Leoma's relatives we'd come up empty-handed. Then, the night before, I received some astonishing news from David Ray, the original TBI investigator. David had long since traded his TBI badge for a sheriff's badge, but he had kept a file on the Patterson case, and he just dug that file out of storage. There, to his amazement and mine, he found the hair mat and some bits of dried scalp tissue recovered at the death scene in 1979. Unlike the bones, the hair and scalp had not been simmered in detergent and bleach. We were back in the game. The following afternoon, I briefed the family on all we'd done and how everything had fallen just short of proving the bones to be Leoma's. They appreciated the efforts, but they were understandably disappointed. When I showed them the hair and scalp, though, which David Ray had brought me that morning, their hopes soared. I slit the TBI evidence seal on the bag containing the hair and scalp. Snipping off a hank of hair, I sealed it in a Ziploc plastic bag, along with a bit of dried scalp, then overnighted the bag to trace genetics. Jason planned to divide the samples. He would analyze one half, he said, while his senior technician, working independently in a separate lab, analyzed the other. On June 18, Jason reported that both he and his technician had found DNA in the hair and scalp. What we don't know yet is whether it matches the granddaughter's, he said. On June 26, he knew. The mitochondrial DNA from the hair and scalp and the mito from Michelle's cheek were identical. What's more, it was an unusual variety of mito, distinguished by 2 mutations. The odds that the match was random, said Jason, were 1 in 15,000. In other words, the odds that Michelle was descended from the dead woman were virtually 100%. After nearly 2 years and a wild forensic roller coaster ride, we had identified Leoma Patterson, conclusively, positively. Maybe now Leoma and her family could finally rest in peace. In the end, new technology gave us the certainty we sought, technology plus a little luck and a lot of work by many people. Leoma's family, investigators and prosecutors, dedicated scientists, a gifted artist, and smart, helpful anthropology colleagues. Teamwork remains the key to solving mysteries. No matter how sophisticated the science gets, the people will always be crucial. It's not something I've been able to prove, it's just what I think. But it is what I think, and it's the best I could offer, for now at least. I hope the cases in this book have given you a better understanding of what forensic anthropology is and how it provides scientific tools that can help solve crimes. I hope these stories have also shown how the research at the Body Farm has steadily sharpened those tools by providing groundbreaking data on the sequence and timing of human decomposition at the Body Farm, by building a large and ever-expanding forensic data bank, which helps determine the racial or ethnic origin of an unknown victim by allowing comparison with measurements from thousands of other known skeletons from around the world, by creating and refining 4-disc, a sophisticated computer program that automates the tedious, time-consuming comparison of skeletal measurements, and by producing a steady stream of superb scientists, the backbone, you might say, of forensic anthropology. For years I've been saying I'm retired, but for years I keep noticing how full my appointment calendar gets. I can't seem to resist invitations to lecture to law enforcement groups and medical professionals and students. I can't turn down an interesting forensic case. I can't stop telling the stories of the dead, and can't stop gathering new ones. Judging by the weight of the evidence, I don't want to stop. And why would I? If I'd stopped taking cases when I retired, I'd have missed the chance to x-ray the Big Bopper. And my friend and colleague Jim Stars wouldn't have called to ask if I'd like to be part of the forensic team slated to exhume and examine the remains of Harry Houdini. In the grand scheme of things, of course, those cases are interesting, but they're not of earth-shaking importance. Meanwhile, though, as I pass along my stories and consult on cases I find interesting, the big, wide forensic world continues to revolve beneath us all. That revolution, I'm proud to say, has been nudged along and will continue to be nudged along well after I'm gone by the research and the scientists emerging from a small, smelly, but forensically fertile patch of East Tennessee woods